Yo, what's good, Shinobi Nation? Welcome back to Just a Shinobi, the home of the craziest Naruto what ifs. Today we're jumping into part 3 of What If Naruto the Gamer's Ultimate Power? So strap in, because things are about to get explosive. If you're new to the channel, make sure to smash that subscribe button, hit the bell so you don't miss the next chapter, and share this video with your whole ninja squad. And of course, drop your theories in the comments. Your support is what keeps this shinobi grinding. Uzumaki Naruto was practically trembling in nervous anticipation as he waited for the start of the practical portion of the final exams, his eyes constantly darting towards his open status window. The last few months had been both immensely gratifying and supremely irritating. Gratifying in that he had trained himself as hard as he could and had shown real and noticeable progress with everything he'd worked on. Irritating in that the damned level cap had forced him to limit his training to just honing and improving the skills he'd acquired as well as those few he gained while simply working toward his goal. Thanks to Ichiraku, he had learned the traveling 10 and had managed to max all 10 out within 2 months, mostly due to the fact that each had a level cap of only 20, which was apparently the usual for E-rank jutsu. A pleasant surprise was that mastering the Futon and Doton jutsu had leveled up his natural Futon affinity and secondary Doton skills by 1. Also, it seemed maxing out low-ranking jutsu like that generates a brand new jutsu on the next level up. Doton, Anna had given him the D-rank Doton, Odoshiana, Earth Style, Pitfall, a jutsu that was basically a larger variant of the original that was big enough to trap a fully grown man, if only barely. Doton, Umaru had given him Doton, Dasakujur, Earth Style, Mudslide, a jutsu that sent a wave of mud at his enemy, while Doton, Wana gave him another version of Odoshiana called Doton, Kushizashi no Odoshiana, Earth Style, Skewer Pitfall, that was only slightly higher on the scale than the original, being a high D-rank jutsu, as it was simply adding small, earthen spikes to the bottom of the pit. Futon, Soyakes gave him Futon, Yakaze, Wind Style, Arrow Wind, a weak offensive attack that formed arrows from the air around him and sent them flying at the enemy. Futon, Shashi gave him another non-combat jutsu, Futon, Suzuki's, Wind Style, Cool Breeze. It circulated the air and lowered its temperature slightly to alleviate heat. Naruto supposed that it would be useful if he had to go to Kaze no Kuni or a similar location for a mission. Sueton, Ketsuro gave him Sueton, Yudachi, Water Style, Evening Squall, another fairly weak attack jutsu that formed multiple small darts of water from the air around him and fired them at the enemy. Sueton, Roki gave him Sueton, Susho, Water Style, Water Crystal, a personal defense jutsu. It created a shield of water about the size of a dinner plate that he could control to intercept attacks. The 2 fire types of the traveling 10, Katon, Keisu and Katon, Hibana, simply gave a level each to Katon, Hadarubi, which was fine. As he was taking his Gigi's advice, it was fine. He could earn a 3rd elemental affinity later on. Finally, Raitun, Saidenki had given him Raitun, Denko Seka, Lightning Style, Lightning Snowflakes, an odd jutsu that, as its name suggested, fired a dozen or so snowflakes of lightning at the enemy, each dealing only a tiny amount of damage but also having a small chance to cause temporary paralysis as a result of muscle spasms. He had been forced to show Ichiraku-sensei the doctored scroll that Mizuki had given him in order to get a proper scroll, and boy, had Ichiraku-sensei been pissed at Mizuki. He had gone off to report the man with almost indecent haste and had come back looking, if not satisfied, then mollified by whatever his Gigi had said. His study dates with Sakura had continued, although he hadn't gained any INT from the sessions within a bit over a month after learning about the Kyubi. On the bright side, he was now halfway up the ladder of neutral to friendly, relationship-wise, not as far as he'd like but he'd take it. Naruto had also tried to be nice to Hinata, emphasis on tried because the girl fainted if he was too nice to her. Seriously, the first time he called her Hinata-chan to her face, she turned crimson, squeaked and fainted. How the hell were you supposed to talk to someone who did that? At a guess, it was her shy maiden title that she had her 2nd title at that. He had scanned people with Observe and found that a lot of people, especially members of the shinobi forces, had a 2nd title. That he hadn't been able to see them until only a month or so ago, which was likely because the Observe skills level had been too low. The civilians either hadn't classed up to earn a 2nd title, like Tenten's parents, or weren't a member of an important clan, like Hinata was. It made Naruto wonder what high-ranking people, like his Gigi, had title-wise. All he got when he casually observed him was a screen full of question marks, and only a single title. As the Uzumaki boy doubted that his Jiji was in any way inferior to Hyuga Hinata, he had to guess that the Hokage had at least the same number of titles that she did, perhaps even a third or more. There's so much about my power that the help section either doesn't mention or skates over, he thought with a frown. It's like the stupid thing wants me to learn things as I go rather than having all the knowledge straight off the bat. Down at the front of the classroom, the two, Ichiraku and Mizuki, were marking papers, which made Naruto grin somewhat. Thanks to his increased INT and WIS, all thanks to Sakura, he could have passed the test with full marks, but he chose not to. His scores over the past year had steadily risen to be just above average, and it would be odd for someone who'd been dead last at the start of the year to get a perfect score out of nowhere. Plus, he wanted anyone that got their hands on his files to underestimate him. So, he had made enough deliberate errors to earn a passing grade just a bit above the normal curve, but not spectacularly so. He hadn't gotten any of the questions regarding the Hokage wrong though. Such blasphemy was beyond his ability to accomplish. As the man who would surpass all the previous Kage, he had to have a thorough knowledge of all his predecessors in order to fully and completely surpass them. Okay class. Ichiraku called as he stood up. It's time for your Taijutsu and Shuriken Jutsu tests. Follow Mizuki and me outside so we can conduct them. Those two tests were only worth 10 points or so each to your overall grade, so most had just half-assed it the previous 2 times Naruto had taken the exam, at least with the latter test. Taijutsu was a vital survival skill for a shinobi, however, so no one in their right mind had ever skimped on it, save a few who claimed they were going to be jutsu experts. Tenten had drilled him on his throwing technique though, so Naruto had no desire to draw her wrath by getting any less than full marks for the Shuriken Jutsu test. The couple of times that he had seen her really angry since he had befriended the aspiring weapons mistress made the young blonde very eager to avoid having that rage turned on him for any reason. Out of all of his classmates, the only person to get a perfect score of 10 out of 10 in vital locations on the target during the Shuriken Jutsu test was Sasuke, with Hinata and, surprisingly, Shikamaru coming in second with 9. Shino, Kiba, Ino and Sakura got a respectable 8 out of 10. Kiba and Choji scored 7 and 6 respectively. So when, with practiced ease just short of Sasuke's own, Naruto also scored a perfect 10 out of 10, there was loud muttering from the class. Sasuke looked shocked for a moment before smirking and letting out an ambivalent grunt. Ichiraku also looked impressed. You have gained plus 200 reputation with Uchiha Sasuke. You have gained plus 200 reputation with Yumino Ichiraku. Stifling a pleased expression, Naruto moved away to let the rest of the civilian genin aspirants have a turn at throwing. He had reached honored status with Ichiraku a while back, which had led to the giving him supplementary lessons once Asuma-sensei had to stop because he went back on active duty. His Shuriken Jutsu and other general ninja skills had all risen by quite a large amount thanks to that. When the Taijutsu portion came up, Naruto was really tempted to lay into Mizuki, who was in charge of this portion of the exam, with his advanced Hokage Taijutsu, but forced himself not to act out. Long-term pranking beat short-term satisfaction, he reminded himself sternly. As much as it pained him to admit it, the blonde orphan had still never beaten Sasuke in a Taijutsu match, although the number of times that they faced one another had dropped sharply, only happening once or twice a month rather than occurring nearly every other time they had spars. He supposed that Ichiraku-sensei and his Jiji had cracked down on Mizuki enough that the blue-haired man couldn't dare interfere too much, at least, not beyond the increasingly frequent unsubtle looks of hatred the man sent him when Ichiraku wasn't looking and most of his classmates were distracted. The man was going to do something stupid, Naruto could tell. For making an accurate prediction based on prior experience and logic, you are awarded plus 2 WIs. An irked vein on his forehead pulsed slightly before Naruto calmed down. His power had become very snarky and sarcastic recently, sending verbal, written, jabs at him whenever he gained stats and generally being a bit of a pain in the ass. Mentally shrugging, the Uzumaki boy focused his attention on the confirmation that Mizuki was indeed going to do something stupid, probably to do with him. He'd have to make preparations. Fighting Mizuki in a taijutsu spar was challenging. Thanks to altering his diet to include food other than ramen and the increased amount of exercise, Naruto was a good 3 inches taller than he had been when he received his gamer abilities, and he was fairly muscled as well, but Mizuki, unfortunately, had both reach and experience on him, as well as the fact that he knew the standard Hokage taijutsu style inside and out, and could thus predict with reasonable certainty exactly what Naruto was going to do even as he did it. Still, with Ichiraku watching, the blue-haired man had to act like a teacher, and thus curtail his actions to the same level as he had with the other spars. With those limits holding him back, the man wasn't prepared for the punch to the gut that Naruto opened up with, or for the attempted knee to the face that was the follow-up. He was still though, so he was able to dodge the second attack, albeit by a thinner margin than he would have preferred. Grimacing as his attack failed, Naruto quickly retreated to await Mizuki's inevitable counterattack. It came swiftly, a low kick designed to break his stance and leave him open to punches while he was distracted. The blonde boy leapt into the air, vaulting over Mizuki's leg, which was moving at mid-genin level speed, and kicked the man in the face. The look of utter shock on the Chunin's face was priceless. Naruto followed up with a chop to the side of the neck before kicking off Mizuki and retreating again. The blue-haired was both amazed and furious that Naruto was fighting so well. He was definitely at least mid-genin level, perhaps a hair stronger, which was truly amazing considering he had barely been worthy of being called a street brawler 10 months ago. The damn demon brat must be drawing on that power, the man thought bitterly. It stopped using the flawed taijutsu style I taught it, and is using the advanced level of the Hokage style. No ordinary person could learn a style so quickly without the Sharingan or something similar, and it's no Uchiha. He must be using its powers somehow. Several people across the village sneezed for no reason, all of them very good taijutsu practitioners who learned quicker than Naruto. They felt annoyed for some reason too. Very impressive. Even if Mizuki's lowering his abilities to mid-genin at the moment, he's still got a longer reach than Naruto, and he's far more experienced. Yet Naruto's still holding him off easily. Ichiraku thought with a smile, very proud of the boy. I'll have to treat him to Ichiraku's after class today as a reward for his hard work. You pass, Naruto-kun, Mizuki said, hiding his reluctance behind a practiced smile. Yada databao. The orphan yelled and fist pumped gleefully. Warning! Your relationship with Toji Mizuki cannot go any lower. Naruto rolled his eyes as he walked away, closing the screen with a twitch of a finger. As if he cared about what Mizuki thought of him. If the man wanted to cause trouble with him, the blonde boy would fight back. It was as simple as that. Naruto-kun Hinata blushed and poked her fingers together. So cool. Sakura was surprised that Naruto had done so well against Mizuki-sensei. The pinkette had sparred against him on a more frequent basis since her victory against Ino, and never won a single time, but this was different. Even Sasuke-kun had been forced to push himself against a Chunin-level opponent, but Naruto wasn't even breathing hard. Geez, Ichiraku-sensei was right. He is a stamina nut, the pinkette thought with a shake of her head. The last Uchiha smirked at his rival's victory. That was very precise taijutsu that Naruto had just used, a very good use of the standard Hokage kata, with a few things thrown in that were obviously Naruto's own twist on the style. No matter how good it was no match for the Uchiha's Sekendo, intercepting fist style. Get a new style, dope. I want a strong rival to try my hand against. The young Uchiha smirked as the taijutsu sparring came to an end and the class trooped back to the classroom for the last section of the Genin exam, the ninjutsu portion. With the Hokage and the Jonin. He's gotten better at taijutsu since I last sparred with him. Asuma mentioned it to his father. The former member of the 12 Guardian Shinobi had his hands in his pockets as he observed the crystal ball that the Hokage was using his Tongen no Jutsu on. He has indeed. Sarutobi smirked at his son. Naruto-kun has come a long way in such a short period of time. Minato Kushine would be so proud of him, he thought sadly. Most of the rest aren't exactly standing out, aside from the clan kids. A silver-haired man with his 8 pulled down over one eye said disinterestedly. That pink-haired girl did well on the written portion, she got full marks according to this. A black-haired woman wearing what looked like a bundle of temple sutras observed, waving a page. Harino Sakura. Currently this year's top kunoichi. The Hokage informed her. Her intelligence is very impressive, and her skill with genjutsu is strong, but her other scores are about average. She has been training with Naruto-kun recently and has improved her physical condition. She has quite a lot of potential as either a genjutsu mistress or as a mednin. Yuhi Kurinai raised an eyebrow, slightly impressed. As the acknowledged genjutsu mistress of Konoha, she was more aware than anyone of how hard to attain such skills were. The exacting chakra control needed to craft illusions of the highest caliber was something most ninja and kunoichi were incapable of, aside from the Uchiha, who merely had to look once at any sort of technique and copy it with their Sharingan. With the only Uchiha loyal to the leaf more inclined to ninjutsu than genjutsu, she doubted her position as the preeminent genjutsu expert was in any danger. Mednin had just as exacting chakra requirements as a genjutsu mistress did, except they were also required to have in-depth knowledge of not only the human anatomy at a level that surpassed most assassination specialists, but also a deep amount of focus, as a single fluctuation of chakra at an inopportune moment could spell disaster for their patients. So who's getting who? Asuma asked curiously. You've been playing things pretty close to your vest, Oyaji. Unfortunately, the ANBU has been investigating the academy recently. Sarutobi sighed. Unbeknownst to me, standards have slipped. The academy is not as good now as it was even 5 years ago. Through no fault of their own, I fear this crop will need additional training before they are up to standard. The muttering of the went up a notch. Such as? Hatake Kakashi asked, his one visible eye sharpening as he regarded the soon-to-be genin. To grab a random example, out of all of them, only Uzumaki Naruto has been blooded against chakra mutations, since the academy cancelled the final year trip to a semi-saturated training ground out of concern for their innocence, or some such drivel. The Hokage stated slowly, his tone radiating disapproval and more than a bit of frustration. Naruto-kun has been clearing Training Ground 13 for the past few months and is in the process of clearing the third sub-area. If what I've heard about that particular training ground is true, then it's an impressive accomplishment, the silver-haired said with a nod before turning from the globe to give the Hokage a curious look. So what genius is going to be having a nice talk with Ibiki and Anko-chan about sabotaging our precious little recruits? Several members of the Merchant Council and the headmaster of the academy, Sarutobi said with a bite of sharp satisfaction in his voice. Another area which is in need of addressing is shinobi tactics and strategy. Just about the only ones in this class who understand what a shinobi is supposed to act like are the Nara and Aburame heirs. So, this is what I am proposing. Back with Iruka. Haruno Sakura, the Scarred called out. He was looking forward to this, as Naruto had hinted over the past month that Sakura had some kind of secret weapon tucked up her non-existent sleeve for this exam. Iruka had to admit that his curiosity was somewhat piqued. Hi, sensei, the pinkette said as she came down from her seat to stand in front of him and Mizuki. Mizuki, what has happened to you? Iruka thought mournfully, casting a sad glance to where his old friend was sitting next to him. Even when they were still academy students, Mizuki had always been sarcastic and had a bit of a dark streak, but since the start of the year Iruka had started to notice all sorts of incongruities about him and the way he acted, especially in regards to Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, the one who was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko. That was where it all came down to. Iruka had lost his parents to the beast, and much to his current shame, he had indeed hated Naruto when he had entered the academy. But over the years, the ball of energy that was Naruto had worn down and dispersed that hatred. The boy wore his heart on his sleeve, and Iruka was inexperienced enough to have a reasonably good enough ability to read people to see that the boy was about as much the Kyuubi as a Satsuma was at being an apple. This made Mizuki's constant sabotaging of Naruto's skills worse in Iruka's eyes, as he could see in Mizuki's actions what he would have become had he not forced himself to be a consummate professional when at the academy and given the boy a chance to prove himself rather than letting his hatred blind him. Okay, Sakura-chan. Please use the Kawarimi no Jutsu on that stump over there. He nodded at the wooden block of wood that Mizuki had pulled out of a cupboard when they had returned to the classroom. Nodding, Sakura ran through the 5 hand-signs of the technique tiger, boar, ox, dog and snake. Kawarimi no Jutsu. In a small puff of smoke in both locations, Sakura and the block of wood had exchanged places. Iruka noted that the amount of chakra smoke was very small, indicating a high mastery of the technique, as well as almost no chakra wasted. Very good. Now swap positions again, please, he said with a nod. With another few moments, Sakura and the wooden block were back in their original positions. Iruka marked her down as receiving full points for that jutsu. Now, I want you to use the Henji no Jutsu. Transform into Mizuki. The Scarred directed her. For a civilian-born student, even one with such excellent chakra control as Sakura had, This was a tricky jutsu as she had to constantly emit chakra in order to maintain it, and she had smallish reserves. Sakura ran through the 3 hand signs, dog, boar and ram. Henj no jutsu. In another small puff of smoke, Sakura was replaced with Mizuki, who smirked and inclined his head at him in a manner very similar to the real deal. Ichiraku carefully examined the doppelganger of his friend before nodding. She had gotten everything right. You can release it now, he stated. With a sigh of relief, Sakura reverted to her real appearance with another small puff of smoke. Ichiraku once again gave her full marks for the jutsu. Excellent eye for detail, and she managed to control her chakra expenditure beautifully. Overall, very impressive. Okay then. For the last part of this test, you are to perform a Bunshin no Jutsu, he stated. If you are able to perform a jutsu other than the basic Bunshin in addition to it, you will receive bonus points. This was the compromise that the Hokage had made. Naruto could use a clone type other than the illusory clone, but he would not receive bonus points for it, as the test did specify a Bunshin no Jutsu, not the Bunshin no Jutsu. Anything beyond a single clone type would get bonus points though. Again, Sakura ran through the hand signs, ram, snake, tiger. Bunshin no Jutsu. 3 illusory clones of the pinkette phased into existence around her. At a cursory glance, they were perfect. Looking closer, there were a couple of very minor distortions in the clone's clothing that someone who knew Sakura would notice at once, but it wasn't a critical point. She still earned full marks for the jutsu. Very good, Sakura-chan. Now, is there another clone jutsu that you'd like to show us? Ichiraku asked with a knowing look. Hi, but I'll need a moment to prepare for it, the pinkette said. From her waist pouch, she pulled a couple of scrolls. Opening them, she laid one atop the other, ran through 3 hand signs and slammed her right palm onto the middle of the scrolls. Kamoka Kuchios no Jutsu. Item Summoning Jutsu. In a small burst of smoke, a large basin full of water appeared before Ichiraku and Mizuki's shocked eyes. The summoning jutsu was mostly for animals, yes, but as Sakura had just demonstrated, items could be summoned as well. Using a pair of scrolls with the summoning formulae drawn onto it sharply reduced the chakra cost, as did the simplicity of the item she had bound to the scroll. Ichiraku could have summoned that basin and the water inside of it over 1,000 times in a row and not been tired, just as an example. For Sakura, this would have wiped out about 1/3 of her reserves. For future reference, we can prepare things like this for you, Mizuki said once he picked his jaw up off the floor. Oh sorry, Sakura said sheepishly. Anyway. She ran through 8 more hand signs. Suetun, Kika no Jutsu. Water style, vaporization jutsu. The water inside the tub rippled and then seemed to vanish. Ichiraku recognized the jutsu she was using. It transformed any liquid within her range into gas in the air around her. It was an E-rank jutsu that was borrowed from Kirigakure, who used it to train people in how to use both the low D-rank jutsu Suetun, Kasumi, water style, mist, and the ordinary D-rank Suetun, Kirigakure no Jutsu, water style, hidden in the mist jutsu. Just where had Sakura found it? Then the Scarred remembered that her father, Kizashi, was a retired genin with a water affinity. He was bound to know at least a few techniques he could pass on to his child. Preparations done? Sakura nodded in satisfaction. Now then, here we go. She ran through 5 more hand signs. Suetun, Suijoki Bunshin no Jutsu. The light condensation hanging in the air seemed to shimmer for a moment before, in a small flash, 2 clones of the girl stood next to her. One moved forward and poked Ichiraku on the arm, while the other did the same to Mizuki. A solid clone jutsu, Mizuki gaped. Barely, Ichiraku said, only barely keeping his professional facade up. It's a simple jutsu that's only slightly harder than the basic Bunshin, but it does require a certain amount of humidity or condensation to be present in the air in order to be used, so it's best used around lakes, at sea or on the coast. Vapor clones have a very limited amount of their creator's strength and relatively low durability, but they can use Suetun jutsu. Congratulations, Sakura-chan. You've earned the bonus points. Teehee. Sakura smiled brightly and then threw a smug look at Ino, who glowered back at her in annoyance. I think that she's going to go far, the Scarred thought with a smile as he handed her a hitaiate. It was one thing to know how to use a jutsu, but to prepare a method to use it even in an area like the classroom, which was usually too dry to make even one vapor clone, took both a level head and forward thinking. Both useful traits in any aspiring shinobi. With Naruto. The blonde boy grinned as Sakura passed with ease. In the months since he had revealed the gamer to his Gigi, one thing he had done his best to do was level up his Fuinjutsu as much as he could. Now, he could not only make Type 1 storage scrolls, but Type 2 storage scrolls and basic exploding tags. His Gigi had given him a scroll about summoning seals a while back, and he had finally managed to make one for Sakura just a couple of days ago. She would have had to spend a bit on a large enough storage scroll, a Type 4 at least, in order to carry that much water. The rest of the class were gaping at Sakura in disbelief. Most of them had heard of solid clones, especially the clan kids, but they were also usually somewhat chakra-intensive and tied to one of the elements. One of the only exceptions to the latter was the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, a pure chakra construct invented by the second Hokage. The Suijoki Bunshin was an exception to the former, only having a chakra that was a bit over double that of the basic illusion clone. Sitting back as the rest of the class went down and passed the exam was kinda boring, but Naruto knew that it couldn't be helped. Alphabetically, he was one of the last people who was to be called. Unless some more people with A, V, W, X, Y, or Z in their surname came into the equation, he was always going to be called somewhere around last, unless it was reverse alphabetical order, that is. Eventually. Naruto, you're next. Iruka called, and Naruto sauntered down the stairs to stand easily in front of Iruka-sensei and Mizuki, who was barely able to keep his distaste and hatred concealed. I think you know the drill by this point, the Scarred said dryly. Third time's the charm, Iruka-sensei, Naruto said confidently. So here we go. Silently, and without any hand signs, Naruto switched places with the wooden block posed for a moment, and then swapped back. He had finally maxed out this jutsu over the last few months, and earned a small perk for it from reaching LV 100/LV max. The substituter, you have mastered the Kawarimi no Jutsu to its ultimate limit. You are now able to swap with something as small as a mustard seed with no hand signs and no intonation. Chakra cost for using a Kawarimi no Jutsu is now set at a flat 5 CP, regardless of the small size of the target, or how close it is to the Jutsu's outer range. Swapping with anything larger than yourself will still cost more CP though. Mastering a jutsu like this really did pay dividends. Iruka blinked in awe. That was well done, Naruto. Okay then. Please transform into Hokage-sama for me. Smirking, Naruto made the ram hand sign and transformed it into a small explosion of chakra smoke. Well, small by his standards anyway. It was about triple the amount that Sakura had used for the same jutsu. When the smoke cleared, the stern personage of Sarutobi Hiruzen stood there, eyeing both with scant favor. Iruka-kun, Mizuki-kun, I trust that everything is going well in these exams? The voice, both in tone and cadence, was spot on, enough to make Iruka and Mizuki instinctively straighten just as it would with the real deal. Naruto smirked as he reverted back. He had also maxed out the Henji no Jutsu, but hadn't received a perk. Instead, he'd received a quest. Of the 100 transformations, you have maxed out the Henji no Jutsu. The most famous man to use this jutsu is Kazan of Yudakure, known as Hayaka Henji no Kazan. Match him in this regard for a reward. Quest goal: transform into 100 different people and deceive at least one person who knows the target well. Current transformation and deception count, 20/100. Quest reward, plus 5000 EXP, perk, Naruto of the 100 transformations, Shunshin no Jutsu scroll. He would have done it just for the pranking value, never mind the actual rewards for the quest. That was excellent, Naruto. Iruka praised him with a smile. I literally couldn't tell the difference. Now, for the final test, please use a Bunshin no Jutsu. Nodding, the blonde Jinchuriki ran through 4 hand signs. Doton, IWA Bunshin no Jutsu. From his mouth, he spat out a large glob of earth that formed into 4 rock clones. Does this count? Mizuki asked Iruka in shock. The guidelines specify that they have to be able to perform a Bunshin no Jutsu, not the Bunshin no Jutsu. Iruka reminded him. As a balancer though, Naruto doesn't receive any bonus points for this jutsu. Okay, so you have now passed this section of the test, Naruto. Do you want to use another clone technique for bonus points? Sure. Naruto grinned. Oi, you too. Do it. Two of the IWA Bunshin nodded and ran through two hand signs apiece. Doton, Iwahachi no Jutsu. Earth Release, Rock Bowl Jutsu. Each of them spat out another lump of rock apiece, which formed largish bowls after hitting the ground. Naruto then looked at the. Could you fill these with water, Iruka-sensei? I need it for my jutsu. Iruka smiled. Sure. He ran through a hand sign sequence and raised a hand at each bowl. Suihachi no Jutsu. Water style, water bowl jutsu. A spout of water erupted from his hands, filling the bowls very quickly. Terminating the jutsu, Iruka saw the awe on Naruto's face. That was cool. I thought that jutsu was one hand only, the boy exclaimed. Enough practice with the jutsu and you can tweak it to a degree, the Scarred said modestly. And what jutsu are you planning on showing us? The boy jinned and formed the tiger hand sign. Suiton, Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu. Slowly surging up at the expression of his chakra, a single clone made of water grew out of each of the rock bowls and quickly stepped out, allowing Naruto to repeat the jutsu again. Why water clones? Iruka asked after a moment of surprise. I found the scroll in TG-13 last month. Naruto shrugged. It still takes too long to form a clone, but I'm gonna practice until it gets up to standard. That's a good plan. The Scarred nodded and undid his own 8 before handing it over to Naruto. Just like I promised, my 8. Wear it proudly as a ninja, Naruto. Naruto took it carefully and smiled wildly enough that it was a surprise the top of his head didn't suddenly fall off. It had been an old promise between the two of them that when Naruto graduated, Iruka would give him his 8. Waiting through the long, not to mention boring, after-exam lecture was a pain in the ass, but Naruto bore through it. After class was dismissed for the day, with an admonishment to come back in on Monday for team assignments, Naruto ran pell-mell back to his apartment and sat down on a seat, taking off his new 8 and used Observe on it. Konohagakure Legacy Hitai 8. Forehead Armor. A Hitai 8 handed down from Yumino Iruka to Uzumaki Naruto. It is old, but well maintained and cared for. While there are numerous designs for Hitai 8, this one is the general type designed to be tied over the forehead in mimicry of the cloth hachimaki that bore clan symbols during the Warring Clans period. Requires class genin and minimum level of 15 to be worn in combat. Plus 10 armor to cover location. 5 Fuinjutsu slots, empty. This was something he had discovered once his Fuinjutsu skill had reached LV5. Each piece of clothing or armor had a set limit to how many seals you could place on it. Some, like typical civilian clothing, couldn't even have a single seal on it, while hardy shinobi clothing could have up to 10. A good example would be the Lesser Fujin set of clothes. The seals already present on them to give them their useful effects took up 4 slots, leaving a single free slot for another piece of Fuinjutsu, although Naruto couldn't add any at the moment. This was mainly because the cloth armor seal he had required 2 slots to fill, until he found a way to either increase the number of slots a piece of clothing possessed, or reduce the number of slots that the cloth armor seal needed to take up, that is. His selection of supplementary Fuinjutsu, that is Fuinjutsu that wasn't a trap seal, an explosive tag or a storage seal, was a grand total of 1 right now, so that was something he was gonna have to brush up on once he was assigned to a team and had clearance to the shinobi library. Then again, I may be able to get some Fuinjutsu from whoever my Jonin sensei is. Naruto hummed thoughtfully, even as his eyes strayed to the sword rack that he'd been given for free when he picked up his sword. It was a beautiful weapon. A kodachi, with the telltale ripple of a master-forged blade along its edge, as well as all of the little tricks that Higurashi Tatsuhiko had forged into it. The name that the blacksmith and his wife had suggested had sounded cool, so Naruto had gone along with it. Kogetsu Kyushiki. Forged from the purest of chakra metal by the combined skill of the Higurashi family of weaponsmiths, the name of this blade is twofold. It can either mean Arc Moon Type 9 or Fox Moon Type 9 depending on how you translate it. The Type 9 part of the name is in reference to the 9 special features that Higurashi Tatsuhiko designed and implemented into this weapon. If mastered, the wielder will be very close to unstoppable in close combat. LV-20. Mastercraft, short weapon, chakra weapon, custom made, evolving. Durability, 300/300. Piercing damage, SX 210. Slashing damage, SPlus 35. Bludgeoning damage, SPlus 5. Special abilities 1. Back blade. On the reverse of the tip of the blade is a small bladed section that can be used for a reversed cut. Skill undiscovered 0 out of 1. 2-4. Hidden hilt weapons. By rotating the lower half of the hilt of the kogetsu, one of 3 optional weapons become available to be unsealed. A short blade intended for a sneak attack, a chain and moon-shaped blade to entangle the enemy, or a compact launcher that can fire a small cluster of saban at the enemy. Skills undiscovered 0/10/15/20. 5. Serrated form. Grants the blade a serrated edge to deal more damage. Skill undiscovered 0/25. 6. Blunt form. Remove the edge completely in order to be used in sparring. Skill undiscovered 0/30. 7. Fuki. Reversion reverts the Kogetsu Kyushiki to its base form, undoing any transformation that the blade and hilt are under in the process. Skill undiscovered 0 of 35. 8. Kogetsu Chakraha. Crescent blade chakra wave allows the user to launch a wave of pure chakra at the enemy to deal damage. 5-minute cooldown between uses. Skill undiscovered 0 of 40. 9. Kyujin Rindan. 9 blades barrage. The blade splits into 9 tendrils that lash out and strike the nearest enemy. Damage is halved against armored locations. Skill undiscovered 0/50. The sword royally kicked ass, and Naruto had sworn to examine the Fuinjutsu of the thing until he could replicate all of it. Just examining it casually and trying to read the seals had given him 2 levels in Fuinjutsu already. The evolving part confused him a bit, but it seemed that his gamer power had interfered with his sword somehow and made it so he had to kill a certain amount of enemies, be they human or chakra mutations, before he had access to the skills of his sword. Presumably, he had to kill them with the sword too. Naruto caught sight of the clock and cursed. He had to meet Ichiraku-sensei at Ichiraku's in a few minutes. Leaping up and running to his bedroom, he changed into a fresh set of clothes. Hesitating for a moment, he walked out into the living room and reverently laid his new 8 in front of his sword stand before heading out. Later. Ichiraku's ramen stand. Ah! Naruto placed his 3rd bowl of ramen down and sighed in satisfaction. Ramen was truly the food of the gods. He would accept no blasphemous substitutes. "I'm very proud of you, Naruto," Ichiraku said from next to him. "You blew everyone's expectations out of the water with your exam results today. You got in the top 10. Guess I should have put more effort into my studies a lot sooner," Naruto admitted sheepishly. Then he noticed something. "Hey, Tsuchiya-san, where's Ayame? I haven't seen her tonight." "She's off getting some ingredients for me," the owner of the ramen stand replied. "It's just a pickup from a nearby village, but I had a team of genin escort her as a high D rank mission. Some stupid bandits have been lurking around the boundaries of Konoha's outer patrols for a while, and I didn't want to risk Ayame's life. I'll have to see if we can get a clearance mission set up." Ichiraku sighed. "I swear, sometimes the arrogant stupidity of bandits is too much for words. Some are simply stupid enough to dismiss shinobi as nothing more than common soldiers, ignoring or refusing to admit that chakra even exists, while others discard it as simply parlor tricks. If ever there was a case of too stupid to live," the man finished with a tired mutter. "Too true," Tucci snorted. "Useless wastes of space. Anyway, she'll be back tomorrow or the day after. Plenty of time for you to show off your hate to her." Naruto just rolled his eyes. "Ichiraku-sensei, how common are bandits anyway?" "Both more common than I'd like and less common than you'd think," the Scarred mused. "Bandits come from all walks of life. Deserters from the armies of the daimyo, villagers who had to turn to it to feed their families. Some of the more dangerous ones tend to be dropouts from the various shinobi academies, outcasts from the wandering clans, and even some low-ranking nuke nin, those ranked D and C in the bingo book. You tend to see them more during the wars or for a couple years afterwards, but they crop up even during peacetime. Most tend to find isolated areas far from ninja and prey on lone travelers and villages, but some, like the idiots around Konoha, tend to poke the bear by targeting the more well-traveled trading routes or larger settlements. We get hired by the local representative of the fire daimyo to clean them out every so often, but they tend to pop up again like cockroaches after a while." While the newly minted genin blinked, Yeah, bandit clearing missions are a pretty standard C-rank mission, Ichiraku said with a laugh. The daimyo's armies rarely move from the cities unless it's wartime, and we're more mobile to begin with, so we ninja get the job of cleaning up bandits more often than not. Well, that's enough on that. Looking forward to finding out who your Jonin sensei is on Monday? Yeah. I've been wanting to get into the genin portion of the library for a while, 'cause I need to get proper Kodachi and Tanto styles to learn. The boy grinned. I meant to get you one, but I got caught up in paperwork. Ichiraku apologized before glancing at the clock and scowling. And I have to go and finish more paperwork right now. The end of a semester is always a pain in the butt with this kind of thing. Leaving a handful of Rio notes on the counter to pay for his and Naruto's ramen, the ruffled up protesting Naruto's hair before leaving. Why does he always do that? Naruto grumbled good-naturedly as he tried to get his spiky mop back into some semblance of order. Tucci laughed at the put-upon expression he wore. After chatting with the ramen chef for a while, Naruto headed back to his home to get started on his Fuinjutsu training. An added bonus was that he was selling his decent products to the Higurashi family for a big paycheck, or at least, for a reasonably large paycheck. When he got into his house, he noticed something was off. There was a scroll on his living room table that definitely hadn't been there when he'd left earlier. This rang alarm bells for the Jinchuriki, so he decided to be cautious. Kaige Bunshin no Jutsu, he said, making the clone hand sign. A single shadow clone appeared in a pop of smoke and reluctantly headed towards the scroll and picked it up gingerly. Open it. The original order. Yeah, I got it, boss. The clone grumbled. The shadow clone jutsu had been developed for the purpose of scouting dangerous areas, deliberately tripping traps and opening strange scrolls/boxes that appeared from nowhere, but that didn't mean that the clones liked it by any stretch of the imagination. Deciding to get it over with quickly, the clone opened the scroll and flinched away, expecting an explosion or something to blast it out of existence. When that didn't happen, it breathed a sigh of relief before reading the contents. Boss Mizuki team is up to something, it said after a minute and showed its creator the scroll. It was a basic message informing Naruto of an exam exclusive to the top 10 ranked genin from the basic exam in order to gain the rank of Rookie of the Year. He had to infiltrate the Hokage Tower and steal a particular scroll in order to complete half of the exam. The other half was to abscond to a clearing in Training Ground Number 19, the Forest of Quiet Contemplation, and learn one jutsu from the scroll. It was signed Toji Mizuki at the bottom. The two Narutos exchanged blank looks and said at the same time, "What kind of slobbering Nimrod does he think I am?" Later. Hokage's office, Hokage Tower. Stamp. Rejected. Stamp. Approved. Stamp, stamp, stamp. All rejected. What manner of idiots make requests for a 24/7 guard for the civilian council? Sarutobi thought irritably. He had finished discussing things with the Jonin sensei a few hours ago, and he had been battling the accursed piles of paper that threatened to bury him under ever since. The sound of feet landing lightly on the carpet in front of his desk made the aged Hokage look up in surprise. Standing in front of him wearing the full Lesser Fujin set and his aide was Naruto, with a serious expression on his face. Naruto-kun? How did you get past the patrollers? Not to mention the AMBU outside my office? Sarutobi frowned. They are easy to get past because they've kept to the same patrol pattern for the last 6 months. The boy shrugged. The AMBU weren't as easy, but they don't watch their own little routes in and out of places, so it's easy as long as you memorize those. The Hokage felt a vain pulse on his head in irritation. Someone was being lazy in the Chunin Patroller Division, as he had specifically ordered that the patrol patterns were to be alternated every month. He also cast a reproving glance to where he knew one of his ANBU operatives was stationed and felt the man's embarrassment at being snuck up on by an hour's fresh genin, even if it was the prankster king of Konoha. I see, I will plug those holes in the morning. Hiruzen pinched his nose at the fresh paperwork that this little excursion of Naruto's was going to generate. So, to what do I owe this late-night visit? Is this your new genin outfit? Light combat version, yep. Naruto nodded before shaking his head. I have something you need to see, Hokage-sama. It's a very suspicious note that I found in my apartment from Mizuki. This made Hiruzen narrow his eyes at his favorite orphan. Show me. After examining the note in question, the Hokage nodded. This is indeed suspicious. The scroll in question is the Forbidden Scroll of Seals, which is full of dangerous kenjutsu. Telling you to steal it is the equivalent of ordering you to commit treason. So he wanted me to do his dirty work and then run, leaving me to carry the can for him. Naruto growled. Very likely, but while I recognize this as Mizuki's handwriting, a decent forger could have written this out to frame him. Hiruzen scowled before a smirk crossed his face. Naruto-kun, how would you like to be responsible for bringing in a nuke nin on your first day as a ninja? The smirk on Naruto's face made Ichiraku, putting his feet up at his home after finishing his paperwork, shiver in trepidation, such was the evil it contained. Tell me more, Hokage Gigi. Chapter 19, Confrontation, Naruto vs. Mizuki. Later. Disused clearing, forest on the outskirts of Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto landed in the clearing with a large scroll slung over his back. He had even changed back to his casual getup to keep Mizuki from getting suspicious. While the scroll on his back was not the Forbidden Scroll of Seals, it had not taken his Gigi long to whip up a very convincing fake. He'd even placed a few jutsu in it for Naruto to have a look at while he waited for the newest nuke nin of Konoha to arrive. His plan was simply to allow Naruto to trick the man into showing his hand while he, and a few other ninja, watched via his crystal ball. That had been interesting to find out about. He'd always thought that the thing was little more than a pretty paperweight. Instead, it was a Fuinjutsu device linked to the village's defensive barriers that allowed it to be used as a focus for the Tongen no Jutsu, telescope technique, anywhere within Konoha. The quest that his gamer power had generated had been an even more interesting motivator. Quest alert! The hatred of a traitor, Toji Mizuki, your second teacher at the academy, has tried to trick you into betraying Konoha by stealing the Forbidden Scroll of Seals. You took it to the Hokage, who has arranged a plan to expose his treason. And you play a starring role in it, by the way. Quest objective: deceive Toji Mizuki and make him confess his plans for the watching ninja, then survive for 2 minutes against him in combat until the ANBU arrive to take him into custody. Bonus objective 1: before Toji Mizuki arrives at the clearing, learn at least one jutsu from the fake Scroll of Seals in your possession. Bonus objective 2: learn all of the jutsu in the fake Scroll of Seals before Toji Mizuki arrives in the clearing. Bonus objective 3: defeat Toji Mizuki before the ANBU arrives in the clearing. Secret objective? Main quest reward, plus 1000 reputation with Kanehigakure no Sato Shinobi Forces, plus 500 reputation with, and promotion to Genin, plus 20,000 Ryo, random a rank jutsu scroll. Bonus reward 1, plus 500 reputation with, plus 500 reputation with, and plus 10,000 Ryo, 3 random Fuinjutsu scrolls. Bonus reward 2, plus 1000 reputation with, plus 1000 reputation with, and plus 10,000 Ryo, 6 random Fuinjutsu scrolls. Bonus reward 3, 500 reputation with Namidate Tsubaki, plus 500 reputation with Kanehigakure Shinobi Forces, plus 500 reputation with Kanehigakure NBU, bounty for capturing C rank nuke nin, random reward, Toji Mizuki's Shinobi equipment. Secret objective reward? The quest had auto-accepted, which was irksome not to mention new. Still, he would have accepted it anyway. The chance to grind one Toji Mizuki's face into the ground for all the crap he put him through was too good to pass up. The rewards were just the icing on the cake. Heaving the scroll onto the ground, he unfurled it and quickly skimmed through it to see just what he had to work with. The Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, the Sashiraika no Jutsu, Manipulated Shuriken Jutsu, the Ninpo, Shuriken Ranbu, Ninja Art, Shuriken Wild Dance, Ninpo, Shuriken Gashin, Ninja Art, Shuriken Giant Body, and Ninpo, Kage Shuriken, Ninja Art, Shadow Shuriken? Naruto read out loud with a frown. Aside from the Shuriken version of his Shadow Clone Jutsu and the Shuriken Giant Body technique, which were an A and a low C ranked respectively, they were all D ranked jutsu. Then again, he didn't have that many non-elemental ninjutsu, so this was a good thing. Plus he'd possibly be able to show them to Tenten when he had the time. Naruto spotted a note on the bottom of the scroll. Naruto-kun, forgive me, but I must admit to being curious as to exactly how your gamer power will affect your ability to learn new techniques without accessing the scroll-devouring aspect of it, so I have not supplied individual scrolls for these jutsu. I will be expecting a verbal report on the matter after your mission is complete. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Makes sense. I've told Gigi that I can learn jutsu using my gamer ability's power to devour scrolls and textbooks and via the normal way, but I don't think I've ever shown him the second one. He thought with a nod. Looking at the jutsu, he decided that the easiest jutsu to try and learn would be the Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, as he already knew a different version of it. Unfortunately, it was not as easy as he first thought. Usually, it only took him 6 or so attempts to make a jutsu work, but with this one it took him just over 2 dozen. When he finally managed to get the skill down, he discovered why. Congratulations! You have learned the Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, active, LV1, Midnight. The Shuriken Shadow Clone technique was created by the Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and is considered one of his signature techniques, remaining a mainstay in his arsenal for the entirety of his career since he first developed it while still training under the Nidaime Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Forming solid, material copies of an object using only chakra is considerably more difficult than copying the user's own body, thus this jutsu is rated a rank, rather than B rank like its parent technique, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. At higher levels, the user can even use this jutsu on the larger Fuma Shuriken, increasing its lethality. Hand signs: ox, dog, dragon, rat, dog, boar, snake, tiger. Requires at least 1 real shuriken in order to be used. Costs 50 CP to use. Once activated, 11 copies of the thrown shuriken will appear around it, with their damage being exact copies of the base damage of the original. Should multiple shuriken be thrown, copies of them will be made as well, with copies being made of up to 3 additional shuriken aside from the first. So making shuriken with his chakra was tougher than making clones of himself with his chakra. Who knew? The blonde orphan immediately moved on to the simplest of the remaining 4 jutsu, the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Unlike the other jutsu on the scroll, this technique required no chakra or hand seals to perform, simply requiring excellent timing and a bit of sleight of hand, and Naruto had always been rather good with his hands. Congratulations! You have learned the Kage Shuriken no Jutsu. Kage Shuriken no Jutsu, instant, LV1 Midnight. The Shadow Shuriken Jutsu is a simple sleight of hand trick used to conceal one thrown shuriken in the shadow of another. More complicated than it appears at first, the user has to throw both in one motion and synchronize the rotation of both in order to keep the lower one concealed perfectly in the shadow of the higher one. While useful, it is easily seen if the target ducks down to avoid the visible shuriken. Costs 0 CP to use. No hand signs necessary. Requires 2 identical shuriken in order to be used. When used, the second shuriken counts as being in stealth and any bonus skills you have that affect damage from stealth apply. Reduces the chance of the second shuriken being seen by the target from their perspective by 30%. A pretty useful jutsu to boot. A chakraless, hand signless jutsu is a pretty useful tool to have up your sleeve. Lots of people underestimated the simple jutsu out there. Next on the agenda was the Sashiriken no Jutsu. Being able to control shuriken from a distance was a pretty cool trick, and fortunately, his GG had provided lengths of almost transparent ninja wire to use for it. It took another quarter of an hour, because it took 5 minutes to realize that he needed an actual target to use the jutsu against, and another few attempting to make a target kun before he realized he could just use an IWA bunshin. He then spent another minute cursing himself out before actually learning the jutsu. Congratulations! You have learned the Sashiriken no Jutsu. Sashiriken no Jutsu, active, LV1 Midnight. The manipulated shuriken jutsu is an application of wirework, used by ninja when the use of chakra is either impossible or inadvisable for one reason or another. Attaching threads to one or more shuriken and throwing them, the user can direct the shuriken in mid-flight, with an expert only needing a twitch of a finger to change their course and attack the enemy. With a sufficiently imaginative mind, the tactics one can use are virtually endless. No hand signs necessary. Costs 0 CP to use. Requires at least 1 shuriken to have 1 length of ninja wire attached to it. Once in action, the user can manipulate the shuriken in any direction once in flight, within reason, but initially at least, large and obvious hand motions are necessary to control them. With practice, that can and will be reduced to slight finger twitches. If used to attack the enemy from an unexpected direction, the damage of the shuriken is increased by 10 and the chance for a critical hit is increased by 10%. Naruto was starting to see the trend. Even if he had bucket loads of chakra to throw around, his lesser chakra control skill was not helping much in stopping him from wasting chakra with every jutsu he used. Eventually, he'd run out. Having jutsu that didn't require chakra to use as a backup for when if it happened would be useful. The next one he tackled was the Shuriken Ranbu Jutsu, which basically sounded like a powerful version of his cluster throw skill. And sure enough, when he acquired the skill, congratulations! You have learned Ninpo, Shuriken Ranbu. Similar skills found. Cluster Throw, LV10, has been absorbed into Ninpo, Shuriken Ranbu. Ninpo, Shuriken Ranbu is now level 6. Ninpo, Shuriken Ranbu, Instant, LV6, 48.97. Ninja Art, Shuriken Wild Dance combines slight chakra enhancement of the arms with a double handful of shuriken, resulting in a powerful technique. This technique can be combined with numerous draw techniques, infusion techniques, and other aspects of the ninja arts to further increase the potential of this already useful technique. Please note that in order for this technique to be used to its best, a holster on both legs is required. 15% chance to fumble the shuriken. No hand signs necessary to use. Adds plus 15 to the damage of each shuriken. Costs 10 CP per shuriken. I wonder why that happened. Naruto blinked before shrugging. Cluster Throw had only been a skill, not a jutsu/skill like Shuriken Ranbu was. Maybe jutsu skills were superior to ordinary skills and subsumed skills that matched them exactly or a part of them, even? It was worth thinking about. The last jutsu was Ninpo, Shuriken Gashin. That was an odd one, enlarging a shuriken to twice the size of a Fuma shuriken, or enlarging a Fuma shuriken to twice the size of a 4-person dining table. Big, obvious, and as subtle as how he had been months ago, stealth abilities aside. How it could be useful, he didn't know. Congratulations! You have learned Ninpo, Shuriken Gashin. Ninpo, Shuriken Gashin, Instant, LV1, Midnight. Ninja Art, Shuriken Giant Body was created by Sarutobi Hiruzen during his time as a member of Team Tobirama. While it may initially seem to be unsubtle, it can be more nuanced than it first appears. By expanding the target shuriken at just the right moment, the enemy who thought they had avoided a shuriken by the barest of margins ends up with a surprise injury, something that can influence the course of battle. Hand Sign Tiger. Costs 45 CP to use. Requires either a single standard shuriken or a single Fuma shuriken in order to be used. Upon execution of the jutsu, the target shuriken expands to a size determined by what it is. A regular shuriken will grow to twice the size of a Fuma shuriken, while a Fuma shuriken will grow to twice the size of a 4-person dining table. The damage of the shuriken is then changed to reflect its new size. A shuriken's new damage will be that of a standard Fuma shuriken plus 20, while a Fuma shuriken's damage will be tripled. Naruto blinked. That was a pretty good jutsu. It was only useful so long as the enemy didn't expect it, or otherwise as a distraction, but inside those limits, it was very useful. He made a note to not underestimate jutsu again based on their initial description. Well, now I don't have any more jutsu to learn. I'll practice, he decided. Half an hour later. Office of the Hokage, Kanahigakure. Troublesome Shikaku grumbled. So why are we here, Hokage-sama? I'm certain he was about to tell you when you interrupted him, Shikaku-san. Hyuga Hayashi said calmly. Agreed. Aburame should be stated. I was waiting for the right moment, Shikaku-san, Sarutobi said gravely. As you know, Uzumaki Naruto has made off with the forbidden scroll of Sealza, so people have been led to believe. As evidence, he pulled the scroll up from where it had been resting since Naruto had left his office. Can I then ask why you have half of the shinobi forces scrambling to find Uzumaki-san if he is not, in fact, a thief? The head of the Hyuga asked delicately. Because someone is playing us for fools, gentlemen. The Hokage scowled. Somehow, one Toji Mizuki managed to get a message inside of Naruto-kun's apartment, which is under strict ANBU observation and protection, without the watchers noticing. The contents of the message were designed to try to trick Naruto-kun into stealing the scroll under the guise of a secret test for the top 10 graduates. He didn't fall for it. The perennially lazy Nara clan had stated. And he brought it to you. You're planning on entrapping Mizuki using the kid as bait and us as witnesses using the Tomgain no Jutsu. Sneaky and cold there, Hokage-sama. Looking very much unaffected by the accusations leveled at him by his Jonin commander, the Sandaime tapped a finger on the desk for a moment. Mizuki-kun has been under investigation for a number of months now. He has, at the very least, taught flawed taijutsu techniques to Naruto-kun, delivered Dr. Jutsu scrolls to Naruto-kun, attempted to casually injure Naruto-kun and supported and perhaps even helped facilitate the current nonsense at the academy. This is the last nail in his coffin. With this as evidence, he moves up from improper conduct and petty maleficence to outright treason. Naruto-kun, as the one to whom the majority of the ills have fallen upon, weighs a great aid in Mizuki-kun's downfall. I can imagine. Hayashi raised an eyebrow. Though I am curious as to why this elaborate bit of subterfuge is needed. Surely there is already enough evidence to bring Toji-san up on charges? There is, agreed Hiruzen. However, there is currently some evidence that Toji-san has been acting with the aid of outside factors. With that being the case, more drastic measures are needed. Ah. Shibi made a slight sound of realization, before nodding his head in understanding. You wish to have Toji-san's guilt be completely irrefutable so that he may be placed under Ibiki-san's tender mercies, I believe is the term? An irritating, but necessary, piece of law was that without overt and absolute proof of treason, or at least significant and convincing evidence of treason, a member of the Konohagakure shinobi forces could not be fully interrogated as if they were an enemy shinobi. This meant no physical torture the way Mitarashi Enko liked to use, no sleep and food deprivation, and so on. Psychological torture had also been limited ever since Ibiki had become the head of the TNI department. Before that, it hadn't been seen as a threat. More fool the idiots inside the village who had fallen afoul of Ibiki when he had become the head of TNI and began more and varied uses of particularly heavy levels of psychological torture, as long as he could get away with it. Several people had been so traumatized by the man's tactics that they had to have regular counseling sessions. Those that were allowed to live after the information was extracted anyway. Psychological torture may not leave visible scars, but the wounds it left were far more grisly and harder to heal for that. Just so, Shibi-san. Sarutobi nodded grimly. The ones responsible for undermining the academy directly are already under Ibiki and Enko's tender mercies, but so far most have proven to be simple cat's paws. Toji Mizuki has, at first glance, been only peripherally involved in the matter, another pawn in play, but several factors do not add up. He has been peripherally involved in all aspects of the academy's sabotage, even if in most minor ways, while most of the others did not know of each other's involvement. That in and of itself raises suspicion. More so, since the investigation has begun, his behavior has become more erratic and his targeting of Naruto-kun more apparent. This speaks of far more than a simple grudge against the boy due to the Kyuubi. No, I believe that Mizuki-kun will have to be investigated in depth to discover exactly what he has been up to and on whose behalf. A wise decision. Shibi agreed. Why use Naruto-san though? An ANBU underneath the henge would be more than enough to fool a low-level chunin like Mizuki-san. According to reports given by Yumino Ichiraku-kun, a close friend of Mizuki-kun and the one who first brought his suspicious actions to my attention, he knows a wide variety of different ninjutsu. The Sandaime stated. This includes the Kagutsu no Jutsu, puppetry jutsu, we acquired from our treaties with Sunigakure, various Doton ninjutsu, Kenjutsu, advanced Shuriken jutsu, the Muon Satsujin, silent killing, technique from Kirigakure, as well as Genjutsu, Kasumi, illusion, haze, and a variety of other techniques which he has not been seen using on any mission in recent years. All this speaks of a man who has grown well beyond his former skills, but is attempting to keep his growth unnoticed. Hayashi pointed out with a frown. Wasn't he initially denied the post of an academy sensei because he was suspected of killing a comrade during a mission? Shikaku frowned. The man in question received a bad injury, one that claimed his life, according to Mizuki-kun's report at the time. Sarutobi recalled with a frown. Now I am left wondering if he did in fact kill him in case the injury became a hindrance to the mission's success. If that was the case, he would have been denied a post as an academy sensei and been busted down to genin again. Just then, the door opened, revealing Sarutobi Asuma and Hatake Kakashi. "Ah, Asuma-kun, Kakashi-kun." The Hokage nodded at them as the pair closed the door and walked over to stand next to the other three. "How does the search go?" "As you'd expect, a lot of the ones who think Naruto's the Kyuubi reborn or something similar are up in arms, while everyone else is wondering who tricked him," the silver-haired Kakashi drawled. His lazy act was spoiled by the sharp look in his one visible eye. "So how's Naruto doing himself?" Asuma asked. He and Kakashi had been reading into the plan from the outset, not that either was happy about it. In answer, Sarutobi brought out his crystal ball and activated the Tongen no Jutsu, revealing a clearing in a forest, with a ramshackle shack to one side. To the other was the subject of the search by half of the shinobi forces currently stationed in Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto was working hard at practicing what all of the shinobi recognized as the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. It was at a modestly good level as well. "So he's on the run from the entire shinobi force and he's practicing a D-rank jutsu." Shikaka deadpanned. "Not sure if I'm insulted or amused by this." "It's something I gave him to pass the time," Sarutobi said with a nod. "Mizuki-kun isn't due to rendezvous with him for another 5 minutes or so. So he's had around about 2 hours to learn and practice the 5 jutsu that I gave him in the fake scroll of seals. And judging from how smoothly he's using the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu, he's doing fairly well." "Well, it is a chakraless D-rank jutsu," Hayashi pointed out passively. "One he hasn't seen before today, if I'm guessing right," Asuma pointed out mildly. "After only 2 hours of practice, to have a good understanding of the jutsu is something beyond most ninja. I know that jutsu and it took me at least a week to get to the point the kid seems to be at right now." "Troublesome," Shikaka grumbled as he mentally admitted that the former Guardian Ninja 12 member was perfectly correct. No matter if the jutsu was simple or not, or even used chakra or not, getting a firm grasp of how a jutsu worked, as well as any motions, movements and nuances in its usage, was not a quick process. This went especially for any jutsu that used weapons as a medium, or a conduit. As a jutsu, most would consider the Kage Shuriken no Jutsu to be barely worthy of the distinction, as it was, at its base, simple sleight of hand and misdirection. That's what a civilian would see, at any rate. It was low level, used no chakra and was seen through fairly easily. But it was that simplicity, lack of chakra and sleight of hand that made it a very useful technique to have at hand. When most went for flashy balls of fire and blasts of electricity, something as simple and as subtle as a second shuriken hidden beneath the first was the last thing most people expected. Many who relied on an ability to perceive or sense chakra to sense incoming attacks would be caught completely off guard simply because it required no chakra to use. For a shinobi, particularly one known to be as brash and flashy as Naruto Uzumaki was, it was the last thing most would expect to see him use. Which was probably why the Hokage had chosen it for the boy. "Ah, and it's about to begin," Sarutobi said with a steely-eyed expression as Toji Mizuki appeared at the edge of the clearing. "Let us see exactly what Mizuki-kun has to say for himself, then." Executing more hand signs, he enabled the Fuinjutsu arrays that permitted the crystal ball to allow sound to pass through the technique as well as sight. It made maintaining the Tongen no Jutsu a bit more chakra-intensive, but even as old as he was, Sarutobi could maintain it for several hours. The 5 men before him gazed into the orb as the trader approached Naruto. "With Naruto. Congratulations. The skill Kage Shuriken no Jutsu has leveled up. LV1 LV2. Nodding to himself in satisfaction, Naruto walked forward and grabbed the shuriken and gave them a quick once-over to check for damage. While their durability had dropped a couple of points, they were still good to use. Satisfied, he slipped them back into place in his holster. He'd leveled his 5 new jutsu by 1 apiece, which was pretty good going. He was going to have to get some Fuma Shuriken at some point, to make full use of both the Kage Shuriken no Jutsu and Ninpo Shuriken Gashin. Bloodlust detected. Several meters behind you. Naruto stiffened slightly as he heard the soft footfalls of someone else in the clearing and, judging by the all-too-familiar feeling of Ki emanating from the person in question, it was Mizuki. Smiling quickly before putting on his best happy-go-nuts mask, Naruto turned around and beamed at the silver-haired Toji Mizuki LV-28. Traitor/Nuke Nin of Konohagakure. Hey Mizuki-sensei, he greeted the traitor. You got here pretty quick. I only had time to get one jutsu down. I doubt that the Kage Shuriken no Jutsu was in the scroll. The man offered back dryly. He was dressed in his usual outfit, with the addition of a pair of large shurikens slung over his back. No, that's something I picked up a while back. Naruto waved the idea away easily and threw 4 shuriken at the IWA bunshin that had hinged into a target kun. Watch this databao. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. To Mizuki's disbelief, he watched as the 4 shuriken multiplied into 48, slamming into the target kun across multiple vital areas. There wasn't a ninja worth their salt who hadn't heard of the shuriken version of the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Created by the Sandaime Hokage, it was a rank above the parent jutsu and was an exceptionally deadly jutsu when used correctly. There should be no way for a normal boy to learn an A-rank jutsu in just 2 hours, the thought in shock. The demon must be exerting more of its powers. In his mind, he shuddered as he remembered staring up at the enormous mountain-sized nine-tailed fox as it laid waste to Konoha. Even if he hated Konoha, even if he despised it for keeping him from his rightful position, he would not let the demon grow in strength any more than it already had and possibly destroy Konoha all over again. He may have come to hate the village for its crimes against him, but the horror of the Kyuubi unleashed was not something he would wish upon his worst enemy. Mizuki-sensei? Naruto said with a cocked head. You okay? You were pulling a funny face there. Eh? Oh, highs, just a bit of trapped wind. He lied. What are those things on your back? The blonde asked curiously after pausing for a moment. Oh, these are Dai Shuriken. Mizuki patted the closest point poking over his shoulder. Essentially just large versions of a standard shuriken. They're not as impressive looking as a Fuma Shuriken, but they're far more durable. I've had these 2 beauties for over 5 years and they've never let me down once. That's pretty cool. Are they expensive? Naruto eyed them thoughtfully. There can be 10,000 ryo each for an ordinary pair and about 50,000 for a good set like mine. Mizuki explained. For 70,000, you can get some with few ninjutsu enhancements on them, although I prefer them without the extra bells and whistles. An idea occurred to Mizuki, making him suppress an evil grin. The demon had brought the scroll like the idiot that it was, and the massive purple scroll was currently leaning against a tree several feet away from the beast, all wrapped up. With a bit of trickery, he could end the demon with one strike. The big advantage to getting a superior Dai Shuriken over a regular one, Naruto-kun, he said as he unlimbered one of his Dai Shuriken, is that about 10 years ago, they discovered a method of permanently infusing an elemental affinity into chakra metal, albeit at a weak level. With water chakra metal covering the inside of the hole in the center of the Dai Shuriken, with a bit of chakra manipulation, you can do this. Doing so as he gripped the rim of the Dai Shuriken, the large thrown weapon started to spin rapidly until it was a blur, gathering dust to it as it spun. Whoa! That's awesome! Naruto exclaimed. Yes. Not only can you use it for close combat attacks, you can use it to add more power to your throw. Mizuki shouted as he flung the Dai Shuriken right at Naruto, who was only standing a couple of meters away. Once I tell them that I killed the demon because he tried to steal the scroll of seals, I'll be a hero, Mizuki exulted. And I'll get the scroll to myself. Then an explosion of smoke surrounded Naruto just before the Dai Shuriken hit him. When the smoke cleared, the boy had been replaced by the target kun, which had reverted its form as an IWA bunshin and had been cut in half. What the? Mizuki exclaimed in shock. Miss me, Mizuki-sensei, Naruto said from half the clearing away, smirking at the silver-haired. Your aim needs some work, sensei. You couldn't hit me with a flower pot, never mind a big-ass shuriken. You! The traitor growled angrily. You foul little demon! You've known about my plan from the start, haven't you? Considering you snuck a message into a building watched by a squad of A and B, yeah, I have. Naruto admitted with an easy shrug. The only reason to go through all that trouble for something like this is if you were trying to pull a fast one on me. TCH. So what if you figured that out? Mizuki sneered. Once I kill you, I'll take the scroll and use it to gain power. So that's all this was? An excuse to kill me legitimately and take the forbidden scroll of seals? The blonde boy asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes. Mizuki snarled. Let me tell you something good, Naruto. The reason everyone around you looks down on you? The reason that everyone hates you? It's because you are the Kyuubi. 12 years ago, Yondaime died in order to kill you and you were reincarnated as a baby. You are a mistake that I'm going to remedy right here, right now. You really are a moron, you know that? Naruto snorted in contempt, looking utterly unaffected by Mizuki's words. Well, that certainly wasn't the reaction the traitoress had expected. Mizuki's jaw dropped, and he managed to get a huh? Out. I am not the Kyuubi reborn, you half-baked excuse of a ninja, the boy stated firmly. I am Uzumaki Naruto, genin of Konohagakure no Sato, and the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. In other words, Yondaime sacrificed himself to seal it within me. If I die, then the Kyuubi will be released, you idiot. Mizuki paled for a moment before shaking it off. No, he couldn't let its words get to him. You couldn't trust the words of a kitsune. He wouldn't be deceived. So what? I'll be long gone by the time the beast gets its bearings, assuming you're even speaking the truth, brat. He sneered as he grabbed his other Dai Shuriken and started it spinning. I'll be the one to have the power of the scroll and you'll be dead. With another heave, he sent the spinning weapon hurtling at Naruto, who quickly ran through the 6 hand signs for his best defensive jutsu. Futon, Fujin Hiki! He shouted, and a wall of wind roared into existence in front of him. The Dai Shuriken slammed into it and struggled for a moment before being sent flying off to slam into a tree. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. All that work to get it to LV5 had been worth it, as that attack had dealt out 200 points of damage at least. The natural advantage that Futon Jutsu had against thrown weapons had reduced that damage down to 150, and his Fujin Hiki had 160 durability points. Just barely safe. Naruto wasn't sitting on his ass though. He wanted to defeat Mizuki, and he could see the clock counting down from 2 minutes already, so he ran through the 6 hand signs of his next jutsu. Katan Hadarubi! He called out and breathed out a swarm of small fireballs. They passed straight through the Fujin Hiki, growing in size as their power was boosted by the Futon Jutsu, and flew out to attack Naruto's target Mizuki. Doton, Doria Hiki! Earth style wall. Mizuki yelped as he made the tiger hand sign and slammed his hands on the ground, making a very crude wall emerge from the ground. The crude design and shaky construction a result of only using a single hand sign to activate the jutsu, it could be presumed. The small fireballs, each the size of a large grapefruit thanks to the Fujin Hiki they had passed through, and numbering at least 150, started striking the badly made Doria Hiki, each gouging out a part of the loosely packed earth that made it up. Doton, Dochu Igio, Earth style, underground projection fish, Mizuki whispered as he sunk into the ground, abandoning his position to attempt to sneak up on the demon. He'd used Doton, Shinjuzanshu, Earth style, double suicide decapitation, to drag the brat into the ground up to his neck and then cut his head off. Naruto frowned as no counterattacks were forthcoming from Mizuki, which wasn't like him. The man should be counterattacking at this point. Then a nugget of information that his Jiji told him made him make the snake and dog hand signs. Doton, Megura Kangchi. Earth style, sensing like a mole. He whispered. It had only been 2 weeks ago that he had, once more, defeated Megura Wagira, the massive mole, and earned this jutsu. It was, put simply, Megura Wagira's ability to sense movement on and in the earth, very useful to use against people who snuck up on others underground, such as one Toji Mizuki was doing. Let's see you dodge this underground. Doton, Dangon! Naruto shouted and stamped his foot. Underground, beneath an oblivious Mizuki, a menhir formed and shot up through the earth straight at the man. At the last minute, Mizuki noticed it and tried to dodge, but it was too little too late. The massive stone slammed straight into his solar plexus, and started pushing him up as well. Seconds later, both menhir and man emerged from the earth, flying up into the air before separating and crashing to the ground in separate places. Toji Mizuki has had the stun status effect afflicted upon him for 30 seconds. Okay, then eat this. Naruto grinned and clenched one fist, a dragon's head forming around it. It had taken until level 15 before the jutsu he was about to use had dropped to a sufficiently low time to charge, but it was gonna be so worth it. Futon, Ryua. Punching forwards as he shouted, Naruto unleashed the jutsu, a massively long serpentine dragon made of wind launching itself from his clenched fist. Coiling and soaring through the air, it made a beeline towards Mizuki, who had just recovered from having the wind driven out of him by a lump of stone heavier than he was. Oh crap! He paled and sunk into the ground, but his arm got clipped by the dragon, shredding his dark blue shirt sleeve and creating dozens of small cuts across his skin. Underground, the new nuke Neen cursed and started wrapping a bandage around the wounds on his arm that he had taken from his pouch. Damn it, how the hell is the demon this strong? He thought furiously and with not a touch of fear. It's obviously been concealing what it knows. I have to end it quickly. Naruto was also concerned. He only had about another 30 seconds to beat Mizuki before the ANBU turned up. Fortunately, the Chunin emerged near one of his Dai Shuriken. Reclaiming his weapon in an instant, the traitorous Chunin started running towards him with it spinning furiously. Dai Kyubi! He bellowed, drawing his weapon back. Naruto smirked and drew his tanto. Mizuki hadn't taken any notice of them, or if he had, he'd dismissed their threat as minimal. His big mistake. Futon Chakra Nagashi. He muttered, sending Futon Chakra into Tsubaki and Samaire. Naruto then executed the Hazamizuri against the incoming Dai Shuriken, cutting it in half, just barely missing the skin of Mizuki's knuckles. Mizuki leapt back, panicking in his face as Naruto continued the attack. Doton Chakra Nagashi. Naruto growled before speeding up and slamming his now very dense tanto into his former sensei's body, breaking several bones. Gah! The Chunin roared in pain. I'm going to kill you and everyone you care for, demon. That made something snap inside of the blonde Uzumaki, unleashing a feral rage that flooded his mind and body. No, you won't! Naruto roared back and, as if bitten by some unseen force, dropped his weapons to make the clone hand sign. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. In an explosion of smoke, an entire army of Naruto clones stood surrounding Mizuki, who gaped at them in shock for just an instant before they dogpiled the traitor, fists and feet slamming into every part of his body. Naruto looked bewildered. That was way more clones than he had ever summoned before. After about 10 seconds, all of his clones dispelled themselves and Naruto was presented with the sight of one badly beaten and unconscious Toji Mizuki. And there were still 3 seconds on the clock. He waved away the notifications until he had some alone time later. Huyata! He cheered. Take that, bastard traitor! No sooner was the last syllable out of his mouth than the clearing was full of ANBU, 2 binding Mizuki's arms, 1 retrieving the fake scroll and 1, the purple-haired cat-masked ANBU he was familiar with, approached him. Genin Uzumaki, congratulations, she said with a nod at him. Not many fresh genin could take down a. You are unharmed? A bit drained chakra-wise, but I'm unhurt, Naruto said after checking himself over. The traitor's not though. I got him in the chest with a dangon, his arms cut to hell from a Ryua, and I definitely broke some bones with the last clash we had before you all arrived, Nico-san. So noted, Genin Uzumaki. Nico nodded again. Hokage-sama gave orders to take you to see him after this incident was resolved, which it has now been. Saru-san and Tori-san will take the traitor to TNI for processing, while Ryu-san will accompany us to Hokage-sama. Sighed along Shunshin again? Naruto asked with a sigh. Sadly, yes, Uzumaki-san. Nico replied with an amused tone to her voice as she placed one hand on his shoulder. In 3, 2, 1 now. In a swirl of leaves, she, Naruto, and the dragon-masked ANBU vanished from the clearing. With the Hokage. So then, opinions, gentlemen? Sarutobi asked as he deactivated the Tomgain no Jutsu and sat back on his chair. Genin Uzumaki is rather skilled with ninjutsu and the Hokage Taijutsu style, although his kenjutsu with his tanto leaves something to be desired, Hayashi offered simply. He has been unable to access the library to acquire a proper style due to his civilian status. Yumino Iruka has been kept busy with reorganizing the academy, and Asuma has been busy getting back into the swing of missions, the Hokage said with a frown. Additionally, the staff members of the library were denying him entry even into the civilian section. I have since fired and replaced them with good, even-minded people, so that should not be an issue from here on out. The traitor severely underestimated the kid, Shikaka said bluntly. He was also slightly more skilled than we gave him credit for, but I do wonder about why he didn't try to use genjutsu on the kid. Says in his academy files that the Uzumaki has almost no ability to detect or dispel genjutsu. Mizuki was of the foolish opinion that Genin Uzumaki was the Kyuubi reborn, Shikaku-san. Shibi pointed out softly. Do recall that only one individual has ever been known to be able to use genjutsu on a biju. Mizuki may have been arrogant and foolish, but even he dared not compare himself to Uchiha Madara. Troublesome. Yeah, I can see that. The Jonin commander nodded. It was a pretty good combo that the kid came up with, using the Fujin Hiki to power up his Hararubi. Asuma opined. He also seems to have some kind of sensory jutsu for detecting people underground. Pretty useful thing to have. That was Doton, Megura Kanchi. Kakashi put in. It's not a rare jutsu, but it's more commonly practiced in Iowa than here. Where'd he find it? Training Ground 13. The Hokage said. It's apparently not been swept through for quite some time, so has accumulated scrolls regarding various techniques. Naruto-kun is in charge of clearing it out, an ongoing D-rank mission. Huh. The silver-haired nodded. His tactics need some work, but it looks like we've got a diamond in the rough here, Hokage-sama. The sheer number of clones he created at the end there. Agreed. Shibi nodded. He has also mastered the Kawarimi no Jutsu to the point of not needing hand signs or verbal intonation. Not something that you would expect from a Chunin or even most fresh Chunin. One does not usually reach such a level with it until they are approaching Tokubetsu or even full Jonin level. Thank you. As for Toji Mizuki, he is to be interrogated by Ibiki personally. Every scrap of information he has will be extracted, and he will be sent to the Konoha Strict Correctional Facility once that is completed. The duration of his sentence will be determined depending on what information Ibiki extracts from him. Sarutobi states firmly, his eyes determined. Nico-san and Naruto-kun ought to be here shortly, so you five are dismissed. Kindly write up everything you saw and heard on the crystal ball and hand it in before Monday. Asuma, come by tomorrow. I have something I need to inform you about SS rank. His son's eyebrows shot up in shock, but he pulled himself together and nodded at his father. Hi, Hokage-sama. Not long after the five men left, Nico led Ryu and Naruto in. Studying the boy in person made the Hokage feel a bit more at ease. No wounds and only a minor case of chakra depletion that was already rapidly recovering. Sarutobi often found himself somewhat envious of how rapidly the boy's chakra regenerated. It would serve him well as a shinobi. Nico-san, Ryu-san, Naruto-kun. He greeted them all. Nico-san, report. Hokage-sama. Nico nodded. The traitor Toji Mizuki was defeated by Genin Uzumaki seconds before my squad arrived on the scene. Saru and Tori are securing him and taking him to the TNI department. Ryu has the scroll of seals and Genin Uzumaki is completely unharmed. Excellent work. Sarutobi nodded. Kindly go and call off the search for Naruto-kun and give the prepared story to them. Hi, Hokage-sama. Nico nodded again. After Ryu handed over the fake scroll, the two A and BU vanished in puffs of smoke. So Naruto-kun, how was it, fighting Mizuki? The Hokage asked his surrogate grandson. After all the crap that guy's given me over the last year, it was very what's the word? Naruto blinked as he tried to think of the right word. Starting with a C means satisfying. Cathartic? The Sandaime suggested with a knowing smirk. Yeah, that's it. The new genin nodded enthusiastically. Man, he was a tricky one, much harder than fighting the chakra mutations because he could actually use jutsu. If I hadn't gotten my hands on the Megura Kanchi no Jutsu, he might have gotten me though. Yes. Doton is a very underappreciated element, but as Mizuki demonstrated, it can be used in a variety of ways. The Hokage nodded. Now, as you successfully captured Mizuki, you have earned his bounty that would be a C-rank Nuke Nin's bounty as well as all of his ninja tools and jutsu scrolls. I am afraid that his fiancée will be upset with you though. Tsubaki-san, right? Naruto asked with a sigh. Yeah, my power already told me I'd take a hit with her, reputation-wise. Can't be helped though. The guy was nuts, thinking I was the Kyuubi reborn and all that. Hatred can destroy people, as I told you a few months ago, Naruto-kun. Sarutobi sighed sadly. Mizuki-kun was, in all probability, once a loyal member of Konoha, but after witnessing the Kyuubi attack and a certain incident twisting his values, he became the man who attacked you today. A sad happenstance, for the forces are the mainstay of the military power of a hidden village. Losing one to his own hatred and greed is not something that is a cause for celebration, but it has to be done. Naruto nodded solemnly. He personally felt that getting shot by Mizuki was for the better, but his Gigi had to think about the military situation in Konoha as a whole, so the boy said nothing. Anyway, congratulations on graduating, Naruto-kun, the Hokage said warmly. Given your performance today, I believe you will do well in our forces. Have this as a graduation present from me. Reaching under the desk, Sarutobi pulled out a green haori with the kanji for wind emblazoned on the back. That's part of the Greater Fujin set, Naruto exclaimed in shock. Yes. I had a look through the Sarutobi clan's storehouse and found that one of our members 10 years ago was a futon primary and doton secondary much as you are. He wore this until he became a chunin and gained access to better equipment, Sandaime said. I reimbursed the clan for its value and had it checked over and repaired to its original glory before giving it to you. I think it'll suit you quite well. Thanks, Gigi, the orphan exclaimed and used observe on it. Greater Fujin Haori. Emblazoned with the kanji for wind in the center of its back, this haori is perfect for one who aspires to use futon ninjutsu, as it is said that the one who wears it will find their futon ninjutsu to be greatly empowered. Part of the Greater Fujin set. Level 17. Requires Level 5 Futon Affinity. Def plus 50. Effect 1, Futon Assault Empowerment. Increase the damage dealt by all offensive futon ninjutsu by 5%. Effect 2, Futon Defensive Empowerment. Increase the durability of all futon defensive ninjutsu and constructs by 5%. Effect 3, Futon Blade Enhancement. Increase the attack power and durability of all futon ninjutsu that involve blades by a further 5% in addition to any other power-ups. Naruto grinned. He was just a short time away from gaining the 5th level of his natural primary futon affinity, so this was perfect. Also take this. Sarutobi gave Naruto a square token with a C carved onto it. This bounty authorization token allows you to claim a bounty from the main desk. Nico-san should have posted Mizuki's bounty down there as she passed, so you can claim the reward. If you have any problems, tell me and I'll have Nico-san politely explain the situation. The grimly amused expression on the Hokage's face told Naruto that Nico-san would be using her sword to do her talking if anyone was stupid enough to ignore an official token from the Hokage's own hand. Got it, Gigi? Naruto nodded. Before you go, I have something to tell you, Naruto-kun, Sarutobi said seriously. As you know, you'll be put onto a team on Monday. Unfortunately, the last 5 years of your lessons at the academy have been sabotaged. Not just you, but your entire class. Ichiraku-kun is going through the old syllabus and comparing it with the one you were taught under to see exactly what parts have been altered and curtailed. Why would they weaken our training? The Uzumaki boy didn't know whether to be angry or baffled. Civilians. Sandaime shook his head in irritation. A lot of them are indignant about the status that shinobi get in Konoha, so they wanted to have more of their children in positions of prestige and power to possibly enact changes at a later date. They didn't like their children's chances with the old curriculum, so they bribed key personnel at the academy, including the headmaster, to weaken it, letting more civilians graduate. It didn't stop the Jonin from weeding out the unworthy with their tests, but to be fair to the better among the civilian-born, 9/10 of them passed the test the following year. Indignant about ninjas having power and influencing an actual ninja village, Naruto stated slowly, as if to enunciate the words aloud would have them make more sense to him. They didn't. You should have the medics crack them open for research on how stupid people can get without having a brain, Gigi. Sarutobi stifled a chuckle. As fun as that sounds, Naruto-kun, that's only permitted in times of war and only on spies, traitors and particularly infamous enemy shinobi. Anyway, the point is that even as an officially graduated genin, your class will have many holes in your education. You, just for an example, are the only one who has been bled against chakra mutations, whereas the class should have been taken to a chakra-saturated training ground to get their first kills 3 months ago. You also lack sufficient training in regards to resisting and breaking genjutsu. Had Mizuki thought with his head rather than with his prejudices, he may have gained the upper hand against you. Naruto winced. Yemi chakra control just isn't good enough. It's called lesser chakra control for a start, and it's barely at level 20. Using any kind of weak genjutsu requires me to get an increasingly high amount of chakra control. The more chakra I get, the higher the requirement is. I might as well try juggling horses with one hand tied behind my back for all the good my chakra control does for me. What about detecting and dispelling genjutsu? The Hokage asked curiously. I have to max out lesser chakra control in order to be able to detect and dispel genjutsu. Naruto almost growled in frustration. I won't be using any kind of genjutsu in my life, barring some kind of super awesome power-up. So long as you can defend yourself against it, that is enough. Sarutobi nodded. Will it become a skill that you can level up, do you think? I think it will, Naruto said uncertainly. Most techniques that can be advanced like normal can be turned into skills, even something as mundane as dishwashing. There is still much that I fail to understand about your power, Naruto-kun, and the part where you develop seemingly inane and useless skills like that is one of them, Sarutobi said with a shake of his head after a moment to mentally boggle at that example. Join the club, the boy grumbled. Still, it is encouraging that you will be able to advance your skills in countering genjutsu, even if casting them is beyond you. The Hokage nodded to himself. Anyway, in order to counter the holes in your education, all teams will, after being formally accepted by their Jonin sensei, be regularly given inter-team training. A veteran team has volunteered to help train you all as well, a former Team 9 team guy, which has young Tenten on it. I get to train with Ten-chan on a regular basis? Thanks, Gigi, Naruto yelled excitedly. Noting the affectionate honorific directed at the tomboy weapons mistress for later blackmail and or teasing, Sarutobi smiled at his surrogate grandson's excitement. It won't be with just Tenten-chan, he gently reminded Naruto. You'll have to spar against the others as well. I will. The Uzumaki boy nodded obediently. Very good. Please keep this to yourself until the time of the first inter-team training session, Sarutobi requested. Now off home with you. You deserve a good night's sleep after bringing in a traitor on your very first day as a genin. He finished with a laugh. Gotcha, Gigi. You get some sleep too, you need it. Naruto shot back at him as he left, leaving Sarutobi to roll his eyes. He hadn't gone to bed before midnight since halfway through his first reign as Hokage. Hokage-sama. An ANBU appeared in a puff of smoke not 10 minutes later. Some members of the search party are asking to speak with you regarding Naruto-san. Kindly tell them that Naruto-kun said to say that they have been pranked. Sarutobi smirked. And that he was standing in roughly the same spot for almost 2 hours, so he was most disappointed that no one was able to find him. That is an evil thing to do to Naruto-san, the ANBU observed. He likely would have said something like that had he thought of it as a prank rather than a mission. The Hokage pointed out fairly. As it is, we need an excuse to tell everyone regarding the incident that does not involve Mizuki's treachery. There has already been too big of a shakeup at the academy without throwing further accusations of treachery and treason at them. A last, wide-scale prank by Naruto-kun would fit this situation, and it is a further explanation beyond what Nico-san told them earlier. Nico had told them that it was a classified incident, but Naruto had not been treacherous or treasonous. This would simply make them indignant against his pranks. And sure enough, a few minutes after the ANBU left. That blonde bastard. Music to my ears. The old man smirked as he started on the next mound of paperwork that this day had piled up on his desk. I wonder how it will be for Naruto-kun to be on the receiving end of a prank for a change? With Naruto. Living room, Naruto's apartment, Amikage Apartments. All of a sudden, Naruto was struck by a shiver going down his spine. He felt as if someone was plotting against him in a non-malicious fashion that was still going to be a pain to deal with. Shaking that feeling for the moment, Naruto turned his attention to the multifarious messages floating around him. With a small mental command, he organized them into order and then started reading them. It was one of the tricks he had learned that wasn't a skill. You have delivered a series of critical blows to Toji Mizuki. He has had the broken bones, ribs, hip, debuff inflicted upon him. Congratulations. You have defeated Toji Mizuki. Experience cannot be gained as you have maxed out your class level cap. As this is quite the hefty chunk of EXP, it will be deferred until after you class up. Quest complete. The hatred of a traitor. You successfully tricked Toji Mizuki into revealing his plans to the watching Hokage. Quest reward, plus 1000 reputation with Kanohigakure no Sato Shinobi forces, plus 500 reputation with, and promotion to genin, plus 20,000 ryo, Suiton, Daibakufu no Jutsu Scroll. Bonus Objective 1. You successfully learned one jutsu from the fake scroll of seals before Toji Mizuki showed up. Bonus Objective 1 Reward, plus 500 reputation with, plus 500 reputation with, and plus 10,000 ryo, Fuinjutsu, Funin no Jutsu Scroll, Fuinjutsu, Shikoku Fuin Scroll, Fuinjutsu, o Fudakekai. Bonus Objective 2. Much to unanimous amazement, you were able to learn all 5 of the jutsu in the fake scroll of seals without using the scroll absorption system. Kudos to you. Bonus Objective 2 Reward, plus 1,000 reputation with, plus 1,000 reputation with, and plus 10,000 ryo, Fuinjutsu, Kai Scroll, Fuinjutsu, Sampo Fuin Scroll, Fuinjutsu, Zentai Kensa Scroll, Fuinjutsu, Fukahoin Scroll, Fuinjutsu, Kyaku Fuin Scroll, Fuinjutsu, Ninoshibari no Jutsu. Bonus Objective 3. You successfully went above and beyond what was expected of you by the Hokage and ANBU and successfully defeated the Nuke Nin Toji Mizuki in one-on-one combat, with seconds to spare on the clock. Bonus Objective 3 Reward, 500 reputation with Namadate Tsubaki, plus 500 reputation with Kanehigakure Shinobi Forces, plus 500 reputation with Kanehigakure ANBU, bounty for capturing C-rank Nuke Nin, 200,000 ryo, Greater Fujin Haori, Toji Mizuki's shinobi equipment. Quest completed. Growing a cherry blossom. With hard work and grit, the formerly borderline One Piece Sakura is just barely hitting the average for fitness amongst active duty genin. Good work. Quest reward, plus 750 EXP, deferred until after class up, plus 600 relationship with Harino Sakura, Fuma Shuriken, foldable type. Congratulations. You have successfully earned your position as a genin-ranked shinobi of Kanehigakure. The title genin has been added to your list of titles. The title bounty hunter has been added to your list of titles as a result of bringing in a Nuke Nin. You have now classed up. Level restriction has been upgraded to 40. You have acquired the accumulated experience from the defeat of Toji Mizuki and completing the Hatred of a Traitor and Growing a Cherry Blossom quests. You gained 17,750 EXP. Phew. That's a lot of stuff to go through. Naruto shook his head. All of it was good news though. Getting on the good sides of the regular shinobi forces and ANBU couldn't be anything else. There was the downside that Mizuki's fiancée was going to be pissed at him, but there was nothing he could do about that. All of the Fuinjutsu scrolls would be useful, as his repertoire was very limited in that regard, although he wasn't sure if his Fuinjutsu and calligraphy levels were high enough to learn them. Getting all of Mizuki's equipment would be useful. For all that the man was a louse and a traitor, he had good taste in equipment. The Dai Shuriken was a good addition, as was the katana that he had possessed, but not used against Naruto for whatever reason. The miscellaneous kunai and shuriken would mean he wouldn't have to buy any for at least a month or two, and he now had a spare 8. The quest regarding Sakura-chan had been something of a relief. He had wondered why he hadn't gotten a notice about failure or success during the whole big lecture, but evidently his power considered that the moment he became a genin was the deadline. The rewards were rather nice, especially Fuma Shuriken. Saved him a bit of Ryo in that regard. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Class, the gamer. Level, 17. Next level, 59.93%. Title, Genin, plus 15% EXP to LV25. Age 12. HP, 2000/2000. CP, 2200/2200. STR 43. STA 46, plus 10. Dex 40. INT 41, plus 5. WIS 37. Luck? Looking at his newly updated status page, Naruto felt a swell of pride. Finally, after 3 failed attempts at graduating, he was a ninja at last. The screen in front of him wavered just then, and Naruto blinked. That had never happened before. Before he could do anything else, the status screen snapped out of existence, and another one popped up in its place. Congratulations. You have completed the prologue. What? As the prologue is now completed, the gamer will now expand to encompass the elemental nations, rather than just Konohagakure and its environs. What? Due to the technical, metaphysical, and spiritual aspects involved, the gamer will be going into version up mode. The interface, stat calculation, and jutsu damage calculation aspects, among others, will be updated and improved upon. Unfortunately, this means that you will be unable to access the majority of functions for the gamer during the update duration. What? The estimated time to complete this upgrade is 48:00 hours. Please accept the sincere apologies of the management if this inconveniences you in any way. You will be compensated with a free gift of your choice from a selection of 3 upon completion of this upgrade by way of a proper apology. Have a nice day. This bullshit again? Naruto exploded in a mixture of exasperation, anger, and disbelief at being jerked around by his power for what had to be the umpteenth time. Swearing under his breath, Naruto took stock of what he could and couldn't do. He could use jutsu, skills, and access the inventory. Everything else was utterly useless. Great. The newly promoted genin groaned. Well, no point crying over spilt milk. As he turned to head to the kitchen, he froze. Standing at the door to the living room was Ichiraku-sensei, and he had a scary smile on his face. So Naruto, he said as he cracked his knuckles. What's this I hear about you playing a prank on the entire shinobi force? The blonde boy had one thought about this situation. This is gonna suck. Chapter 20. The teams assemble. The next day. Living room, Naruto's apartment. Yumino Iruka was feeling very much like a right heel at the moment. After he had kicked Naruto's ass for pranking the entire shinobi force, at the time, he'd also felt a small flicker of pride at the boy being able to cause mass chaos so easily without getting caught. That kind of ability would serve him well in the future. He had been summoned to the Hokage's office. There, he had been told the truth how Mizuki, his friend, had tried to trick Naruto into committing treason. How the blonde boy had, in return, easily caught on to the deception given Mizuki's past animosity, and had brought it to the Hokage. And how the crafty old bastard had arranged things so that Mizuki had been given just enough rope to hang himself before seeing him carted off to Anko and Ibiki. More than that, Naruto had fought and defeated Mizuki when they had tried to kill him. Pride, anger, and shame had warred within Iruka. Pride at Naruto, for being cautious, for using his head rather than rushing in like he would have as little as a year ago, for reporting it to the Hokage, and for defeating someone who, by rank, was many times stronger than he was. Anger at the Hokage for using Naruto as bait for a trap, at Mizuki for turning traitor and trying to kill Naruto, and at himself for not acting sooner to stop Mizuki going down that path. As for the shame, some of it was for not stopping Mizuki from turning traitor and attacking Naruto, but mostly, he was deeply ashamed of kicking Naruto's ass the previous night without listening to anything the boy said in his defense. Which was why he was here to apologize. Naruto, unfortunately, was pouting at him with a slight twitch in one eye, a largish bump on top of his head from the technique Iruka had used on him the previous day, the one his fellow Chunin-sensei jokingly called the Ai no Ikatsu, roar of love, a loud shout, swiftly followed by teleporting in close with a shunshin and a heavy whack across the head. In the end, he'd had to promise to treat the boy to a couple of large bowls of ramen at Ichiraku's before Naruto was unbent enough to accept his apology. Anyway, Hokage-sama told me about everything that happened yesterday. Iruka told Naruto after he finished apologizing. And I am very impressed. You've really learned how to use your head rather than just relying on your fists. You not only quickly identified the suspicious actions of a supposed ally and brought them to your superior, but you even managed to successfully turn the trap back on Mizuki and learned a scroll's worth of jutsu to boot. All in all, a very impressive night's work by Naruto. He had nothing to do but to do it, Iruka-sensei databeo. Naruto grinned. Do you mind looking over the jutsu that I managed to learn last night, and give me some pointers on them? Of course. While technically we're still teacher and student until you're officially been assigned to a sensei, you're also technically a genin and not under the academy's authority any longer. So the law shouldn't be a problem. Iruka nodded. Chunin-sensei weren't allowed to tutor their students outside of class in order to prevent favoritism, or at least heavily mitigate it, as teachers always tended to have favorites, regardless of policy. However, once a student received their 8, they fell into a bit of a legal gray area until the secondary genin exam administered by their assigned Jonin sensei. While he still couldn't privately teach Naruto any new techniques, offering critique and pointers on improving his already existent skills was well within the bounds. Yada! Naruto cheered. Smiling at his enthusiasm, Iruka followed the boy down to the apartment building's Shuriken range and watched as Naruto demonstrated the jutsu he had learned the previous day, starting with the Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. It took Iruka's mind a moment to reboot at the realization that his student had learned an A-rank jutsu that even he couldn't use and, unfortunately, couldn't help him with. Fortunately, the rest were jutsu that the scarred Chunin knew and could give some quite useful pointers on. Posture and throwing technique for the Kage Shuriken no Jutsu, for example, as well as a bit of improvement with directing the wires with the Sashuriken no Jutsu. He'd had to rack his brains for the Shuriken Gashin and Shuriken Ranbujutsu since he'd learned those when he was just a fresh genin himself, and it had been several years since he'd had to actively use them. I have to say, I'm impressed, Naruto. He admitted a couple of hours later. Learning one, maybe two, of those jutsu in a single day is something that most experienced genin could accomplish, but all 5 over the course of a few hours. You've really been making amazing progress the last few months, but this is simply extraordinary. Iruka was internally smirking as Naruto blushed and scratched the back of his head awkwardly as he was wont to do when he was praised. The poor boy wasn't used to people honestly praising him. So Iruka-sensei, how are the teams gonna be chosen? Naruto asked, strategically redirecting the conversation. Ordinarily, the class's various teachers would assign the teams based on a combination of requests from the Jonin sensei and their own observations on compatible skill sets and personal synergy. They replied, allowing the very obvious deflection to pass this once. The only obvious odd one out would be pairing the Rookie of the Year, the top kunoichi and the lowest ranking class member together. The theory behind that being that the more skilled pair of genin will help to bring up the abilities of the less capable student. Naruto nodded, having heard that before from the Hokage himself. But this year, thanks to some revelations, I understand that Hokage-sama is choosing the teams himself. Iruka continued more seriously. Standards have dropped at the academy, and I was so busy teaching that I didn't question the change in materials. You were just doing your job, Iruka-sensei, the boy protested. Hands down, you're the best sensei at the academy database. Thanks, Naruto. The chuckled, honestly touched at the boy's high opinion of him. But I should have taken my concerns to the Hokage when they first happened. As it is, as I was the one to bring my worries about the traitor Mizuki to Hokage-sama's attention, I'm not going to be punished. Instead, from here on out, the entirety of the academy staff will be made to take at least one mission outside of Konoha every 2 weeks in order to impress upon us the realities of shinobi life, and why some things need to be taught in the academy. Cool. So we may be on the same mission someday? The blonde smiled at that. Possibly. Iruka allowed it. But most genin do basic D ranks inside of Konoha in order to build up experience at working as a team for quite some time before even high D ranks, like that escort mission that Ayam-chan left on to get ingredients, are made available to them. Aren't D ranks basically chump change missions? Naruto asked, looking concerned. How'll I pay my utilities with those? All shinobi of Konoha get a basic salary, depending on their rank and if they live with a clan or not, in addition to their mission pay, Naruto. Iruka explained patiently. You'll have more than enough to pay for them. Plus, even if you only do one mission a day with your team, there's nothing stopping you from taking a solo mission so long as it's one that lone genin can take. That's a relief. Naruto sighed in relief. Wait, why would being in a clan affect your pay? If you're a part of an active shinobi clan, you generally have to offer up a portion of your pay as a tithe to help support the clan itself. In exchange, the clan generally provides a residence and general utilities and some other benefits for their shinobi. They told him. That ups the amount they receive slightly to accommodate for it. You, as another example, live alone, with no dependents or caregivers, so the amount you should receive is much higher. If you don't get any pay, let the Hokage know, okay? Gotcha, Iruka-sensei. Naruto agreed. By the way, can I get into the genin area of the library yet? Afraid not just yet. You have to be assigned to your Jonin sensei and team before you're considered a fully qualified genin. Iruka shook his head. Or rather, not until you pass your Jonin sensei's test. He added silently. Ah man. How am I supposed to use my swords in any kind of real fight with only the self-taught crookrod I've been able to learn on my own? The boy grumbled. You can fight well enough without them, Naruto. Iruka laughed and ruffled the boy's hair again, choosing to ignore the near miss, earning a whine and a pout from the blonde boy. Learning sword styles takes a lot more time than throwing shuriken or using a kunai. Even with your improvements, I doubt that a few extra days of training would change much in that area. Okay, I guess you're right, Iruka-sensei. Naruto sighed. He was willing to bet his gamer abilities would prove that theory wrong if he could use the damn thing. After chatting for a few more minutes, Iruka left to report to the Hokage. He'd been temporarily transferred to the Hokage's office as his assistant for mission assignments, which was actually a step up from being a teacher in both prestige and pay, until the new school year started in a few months and he was assigned a new class of shinobi aspirants. Naruto, left alone at last, eyed the stupid timer that only he could see, which was counting down to his gamer power coming back online fully. It had barely been 16 hours and he was going nuts wondering exactly why the hell his power needed to version up, whatever the hell that was. Obviously it was some kind of update, but why couldn't it come out and say that? Stupid reality-breaking power. Shrugging, the boy decided to go show off his aide to Ayam, who was probably back from her errand by now. As he walked through Konoha, he mentally rolled his eyes at the increased angry glares that the villagers were giving him with the addition of his ninja headgear. Seriously, didn't they have anything better to do than increase the level of his detect bloodlust skill? Granted, it would be damned useful on missions outside of Konoha, but having to constantly deal with that little, mental nudge that someone, or rather a lot of someones, were glaring at him from multiple directions with the desire to kill was fairly distracting at first, disheartening after a while, and was currently more than a bit irritating. No sooner had he arrived at Ichiraku Ramen was he swept up in a glomp by Ayam, who was squealing about how proud she was of him for graduating at last. Naruto would have replied, but he was a bit busy suffocating from having his face plunged into his older sister figure's breasts. Ayam, you may want to let him go, Tucci remarked in amusement. Otherwise we'll lose our best customer. Letting out a squeak of shock, the girl released a blue-faced Naruto, who started gulping in sweet, fresh air. Sorry, Naruto-kun. The brunette apologized, red-faced in embarrassment and mortification. It's okay, I am nay. Naruto replied after a moment. Just try not to suffocate me again, any? Sure thing. Now let me see this. I am peered at the 8. Looks like Iruka-san did a good job of looking after it. Congratulations, Naruto-kun. He Naruto preened at the praise. No going back to the academy for me. Have an Uzumaki special on the house, Naruto, Tucci said, placing a bowl on the counter. An Uzumaki special was, to put it simply, a large bowl with almost every ingredient you could put in ramen included, with an extra thick and nutritious soup. Not being one to pass up free food, especially Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto sat down and tucked in with relish. As he ate, he felt completely at peace. Life was good. The next day, evening. Training room, Amikage Apartments. Ding! Naruto, in the middle of practicing his throwing technique with a handful of kunai, winced at the sound of a bell going off right in his ear. The sudden noise also resulted in him fumbling the kunai he'd been readying, nearly impaling his foot. Yipe! What the? He looked around. Then he spotted the screen that had appeared. Finally! Welcome! Chosen gamer of your world, welcome to the gamer interface, version 2.0. As opposed to the version 1 and version 1.5 that you have worked with before now, this version of the GI has been optimized for your world and its peculiarities, powers, and peoples. The following changes have been made to your interface. Experience gain for skill levels will now be rendered as a flat percentage to allow a greater ability to tell how far you are progressing to the next level at a glance. Daily quests have been removed as a result of your advancement to the genin class and title. They have been replaced by the repeatable quest D-rank drudgery. Achievements are now available. These are similar to titles in that your actions can unlock them, but they do not grant you any special abilities by possessing them, unless a title of the same name is unlocked at the same time, although you do get rewards of EXP, Ryo, and occasionally Jutsu, perks, flaws, special status, attribute points, and ninja tools for them being awarded. Say achievements to have your past achievements cataloged and unlocked. The manner in which HP and CP is calculated has been altered to better represent the differences between different characters. HP is now calculated by multiplying a character's STR with their STA, while CP is calculated by multiplying your STA and WIS together and adding your STR and INT afterwards. Any bonuses or modifiers to your HP and CP will then be added on. The number of skills per day you can learn via skill absorption has been increased from 3 to 5. The alignment system has been overhauled. Now actions taken can affect it, as well as words spoken. New alignments have been added. The Naruto Bingo book has been unlocked. In this section, information about people that you meet and fight is collated, including stats, skills, jutsu, and allegiances. The class system has been restructured. Due to the idiosyncratic nature of your world, this is a lot less important than it would be elsewhere. A class usually dictates the sort of skills that a person can use, but as most people on your world are either samurai or ninja, a decision was made to have the classes mostly act as reinforcing your general chakra and weapon skills, with a few differing abilities thrown in here and there. These are the main upgrades to your interface, but the full list can be viewed at any time. New features added, on the other hand, are waiting to be discovered. Go forth and try to find them. Notice from the management. Please select from the 3 options below. This will be your free apology gift for the system going into version up mode so suddenly, and without warning. Mastercraft Konoha Chakra Blade Plus. Mastercraft Collapsible Spear Plus. Custom set of Shinobi Battle Armor Plus. Feeling his eyes cross from the information overload, Naruto quickly tidied up his kunai and trotted up to his apartment to take it all in. It had been about time for him to call it a night anyway. Eyeing the changes in his living room, he shrugged his shoulders at the change from numbers to a flat percentage. It probably would be easier to tell how close he was getting to leveling up from here on out, but it wasn't an important change, ditto for the removal of daily quests. From the name of the title of the new repeatable quest, D ranks were the same thing by a different name. The only difference would be that he would actually be getting paid by Konoha for doing them. The achievements part looked interesting, so he opened the right page by saying, Achievements. Achievements in you. Achievements are recognition by the system of you accomplishing a goal, be it so little as finishing basic training, to something as mighty as slaying a great enemy. Most achievements garner small rewards of EXP and Ryo for the one who receives them, but some do not due to their nature, while others will grant a title, special status, flaw, consequence, skill, jutsu scroll, or object. Do you wish the gamer system to run through the core IDOS data of your life thus far and unlock the various achievements that you have rightly earned? YN. As if you even have to ask? The blonde boy scoffed, hitting Y without any hesitation. Running core IDOS scan done. Chronicling achievements done. Compiling system achievements matching gamer users' life achievements done. Assigning awards done. Displaying achievements now. Please note that some of these achievements are merely speaking after the fact. The power of human sacrifice. You have had the Kyubi no Kitsune sealed within you, making you one of the 9 Jinchuriki. Rewards/consequences. Inability to go above average chakra control. Kyubi Jinchuriki special status forced on you. Kyubi Jinchuriki title made available. Pariah, you are shunned by the majority of people of your hometown due to them knowing of your secret, one you did not even know yourself until recently. Consequence, pariah flaw forced on you. Watcher from above, some entity is watching over you and others take note when that happens. Reward/consequence, perk, Benton's blessing gifted to you, increased chances of running into spiritual entities. 3-time repeater, you have failed your graduation test twice and have gone through the academy's curriculum, as flawed as you now know it to be, 3 times. Rewards 100 EXP, 500 Ryo. King of Pranksters, you are the acknowledged top prankster in all of Konohagakure, even able to prank the Ansatsu Senjutsu Tokushibutai, ENBU, and get away with it. Rewards, granted Prankster King's special status. The Orange Menace, you are in possession of a set of loud orange clothing that is highly unlike anything worn by a real shinobi. While not exactly the kind of thing you should wear, in terms of training your stealth, if you can sneak around with this on, you can be almost impossible to find wearing real shinobi clothing. Reward/consequence, eyesore flaw forced on you, plus 50% to all stealthy XP gains while wearing aforementioned eyesore of an outfit. The gamer awakes. You have been selected as the gamer for your world. Reward. The gamer title has been assigned to you. The gamer class has been assigned to you. The gamer has activated. The basics. You have learned the basics of the gamer. Reward, 200 EXP. Coached by a dolphin, Yumino Iruka has given you a revision lesson to repair your damaged foundation of shinobi knowledge. Reward, 100 EXP. An affinity for destruction. You have discovered your first 2 elemental affinities. Reward, Futon, Kyuden Jutsu Scroll, Doton, Dosekadake Jutsu Scroll. Landlord. You have been given control of a block of apartments, meaning you have to maintain them, as well as collect the rent. Good luck with that last one. Reward, rent money. Taking a boss like a boss. You have defeated a boss monster. Well done you! Reward, plus 500 EXP, plus 2 attribute points. Clanning up. You have discovered you are a member of a clan. Rewards, granted special status, member of the Uzumaki clan and perk, loyalty. Target. At least 200 people have directed killing intent at you within a 48-hour period. You may want to avoid them. Reward, detects killing intent skill scroll. Karma's a bitch. You have made your first karmic alignment choice. Remember, what goes around, comes around. Rewards, 500 EXP. First kill. You have taken your first life at the tender age of 12. What a world. Reward, 500 EXP. One-man platoon. You have faced a platoon of enemies by yourself and emerged victorious, with help from their own stupidity, of course. Go you! Reward, plus 5 DX, plus 5 attribute points. The truth. You confronted your surrogate grandfather regarding the truth of your status as a Jinchuriki. Remember that the truth doesn't always set you free. Reward, perfect Jinchuriki host perk. Bring in a bounty. You have captured a nuke nin of your home village and handed them in. Reward, bounty hunter title. Third time's the charm. You have finally graduated from the academy. About damn time. Reward, Kanahigakur Legacy Hitai 8, Genin class available, Genin title available. Again, the information overload was quite bad, so Naruto closed the window and resolved to go over it later in more detail. The next thing he did was pull up his status screen. He wanted to see what the heck his stats looked like now. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Class, the Gamer Plus. Level, 17, next level, 61.12%. Title, Genin, plus 15% EXP to LV25 plus. Age 12. HP, 4108/4108. CP, 4061/4061. STR 43. STA 46, plus 10. Dex 45. INT 41, plus 5. Whiz 37. Luck? Attribute points 7. Special status. Member of the Uzumaki clan, passive, plus 5 INT, plus 10 STA, plus 15% EXP to Fuinjutsu skill, Kyubi Jinchuriki, passive, plus 100 HP, plus 100 CP per level, Prankster King, passive, 15% to reputation gains within Kanahigakur, plus 10% to EXP gains in trap and stealth skills. Perks, Benton's Blessing. Outside the box. Loyalty. Perfect Jinchuriki host. Flaws, Pariah. Headstrong. Man, the new way of calculating my HP and CP rocks. Naruto remarked, boggling at the way his HP and CP had almost doubled since the last time he checked. It really showed how far he'd come since he'd first opened up his status screen just a few months ago. Another irritating ding rang out all of a sudden. Many apologies. Due to the abrupt and disruptive nature of the version up, 2 achievements were missed by the core IDOS scan. Displaying now. Shadow Master, you are the acknowledged master of the Shadow Clone Jutsu, having created more at once than any other person since its creation. Senju Tobirama would be proud. Reward, Shadow Master perk. Deep Chakra Well, you unleashed an amazing amount of chakra, tapping deep into your burgeoning reserves in a moment of great anger and stress, resulting in improvements to your chakra network and chakra coils. Reward: permanent increase of plus 500 CP. Effect of special status QB Jinchuriki's CP increase doubled from here on out. And that was a thing, apparently. Was there more than one being interfering in his life? The Watcher from Above achievement certainly seemed to lean in that direction. Let's see what all of these new perks of mine do, Naruto muttered. Loyalty passive. Your natural disposition is to be very loyal to those you deem worthy of it, as well as to your clan and family. People who know of this loyalty reciprocate it mostly. There are always outliers. Grants plus 10% reputation gain with those who know of the reason for your loyalty. There is a variable chance for someone to not be affected by this perk if they believe they have a good reason to do so. The variable is calculated by various factors, such as your reputation with them, your home village, their home village, and a host of other reasons too numerous to list. Perfect Jinchuriki host passive. You are descended from the Uzumaki clan, which is known for the exceptionally strong life force and powerful, dense chakra of their clansmen. Combined with their descent from the Redacted, this makes them, and by extension you, perfectly suited to host one of the 9 Biju. This means that if you hadn't had the QB sealed within you as a baby, you would be able to have it sealed within you right this instant without any negative effects on your health. For your information, most people would have their chakra coils shattered and die from chakra poisoning if even the weakest of the Biju was sealed within them after a certain age without the assistance of an extremely strong/specialized sealing technique. Even then, negative health effects later in life would have been highly likely. You have a 100% internal resistance to the chakra of the QB no Yoko within you. To anyone else, it is utter poison and will kill anyone affected by it in a very painful manner if injected into their chakra network. When fully manifested outside the chakra network, you will still have to worry about its corrosive effects, so proceed with caution. Shadow Master passive. You have mastered the notoriously chakra-intensive Kage Bunshin no Jutsu beyond any previous user. Not even the Nidaime Hokage could use his own creation to the degree that you do. To reflect this fairly impressive feat, you receive the following bonuses to the Shadow Clone Jutsu. For every clone's worth of CP spent, 2 clones are created. You recover all CP spent as stated above every time 2 clones are destroyed. You have a bonus plus 30% chance to intuit and create jutsu using the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu depending on the situation around you. It now takes 2 strikes from an enemy to dispel a Kage Bunshin unless the hit is to a fatal location. That was all very interesting. What piqued Naruto's interest was that there was a redacted name there. Who were the Uzumaki descended from that the system actually had to censor their name? Duh, it's because I don't know them. He thought a moment later with a mental smack to his head. Obviously the system couldn't give him clues to people he didn't already know or had heard about. He would probably find out from his Gigi after he met his instructor the next day. Closing the status window, he eyed the 3 choices of items offered by the management, whoever the hell they were, as an apology. He knew that he would have to choose carefully here, so he viewed the 2 that he was more likely to choose. Mastercraft Konoha Chakra Blade. Konohagaku produces standard-issue chakra blades for use by their shinobi forces. A very rare few are created by master blacksmiths which surpass their lesser cousins, designed for use by the village's elite forces. Resembling a larger, more elongated type of kunai, but more akin to a sword, these blades are inscribed with the spiral leaf symbol of Konohagaku at the base of the blade. LV-17. Mastercraft, Short Weapon, Chakra Weapon. Durability 220/220. Piercing damage, S*1.5. Slashing damage, S+20. Bludgeoning damage, S. Special ability, Chakra Sword Form. This blade is made from chakra conductive metal and inscribed with intricate fuinjutsu. This allows the wielder to channel chakra through it to form a sword that increases its length and damage considerably. When in chakra sword form, the weapon counts as a standard length sword, it can sever chakra threads and its damage chart changes to this: piercing, S*3, slashing, S+40, bludgeoning, S. Mastercraft Collapsible Spear. Created by those who wish to use a long weapon without having the burdensome problem of carrying their full size around all the time or sealing it away, the spear more closely resembles a knife in its collapsed form. When extended, it resembles a standard suyari. While useful, its collapsible nature does make it a great deal more fragile than a true spear. LV-17. Durability, 100/100. Both forms mastercraft. Collapsed form, short weapon. Extended form, polearm. Piercing damage, C+15, ES *2.5. Slashing damage, C+10, E+20. Bludgeoning damage, CS, E+15. Special ability, Extend and Collapse. The user can change the form of this weapon between collapsed form and extended form. It takes 3 seconds to change from collapsed to extended, but 30 seconds to go from extended to collapsed. The armor he didn't bother with looking at. While cool looking, there was a reason that the old plate metal armor had been phased out in favor of the flak jackets worn by the in these days. While the old school plate armor offered superior protection to both the main body and limbs, it was heavier and restricted the user's movements too much for any but the most well-trained shinobi to use. The flak jackets protected most of the wearer's vitals while still allowing full mobility and a wide range of motion. There isn't really a choice, is there? Naruto asked rhetorically as he selected the chakra blade. He wasn't someone who used polearms, and he couldn't think of any ninja who did either. Even hammers and axes were more common than spears among ninja. Reaching into his inventory, he pulled out his new blade and tested out its balance with a few swings. It was perfect. He'd have to go to Higarashi's early tomorrow to get his hands on a sheath or holster for it. He wasn't about to carry a sword he couldn't use in combat, Kogetsu Kishiki, around, so this would have to be done until he could use it. Better still, as it was a short weapon, he could use it, and say that he could because it was so similar to a kunai. Letting out a jaw-cracking yawn, Naruto opened up his status screen again and dumped 4 points into his WIS and the last 3 into his STR. It wouldn't change his HP and CP by too much, but every little helps. Bed. I have a big day tomorrow, Naruto muttered before tottering off into his room. Even with how tired he was all of a sudden, his excitement at what awaited him the next day kept him up for a good hour after retiring. The next day. Classroom, Kanahigakure Ninja Academy. Entering the classroom in his light combat outfit, Naruto smirked as he made his way up to his usual seat in the classroom and sat down. No matter what happened today, there was no chance that he'd come down off of Cloud 9. He had finally graduated. Casting his eyes about, one eyebrow raised as he noticed the strongest ones in the class, mostly clan heirs, were all present. Hyuga Hinata LV-15. Shy Maiden / Hyuga Heiress. Yamanaka Ino LV-15. Yamanaka Heiress / Mindwalker Adept. Haruno Sakura LV-15. Haruno Heiress / Brainiac. Uchiha Sasuke LV-15. Last Loyal Uchiha / Emo Avenger. Inuzuka Kiba LV-15. Inuzuka Heir / Aspiring Alpha Male. Aburame Shino LV-15. Aburame Heir / Silent Watcher. Akimichi Choji LV-15. Akimichi Heir. Nara Shikamaru LV-15. Nara Heir / Lazy Genius. All of them were level 15 and everyone but Choji had 2 titles that he could see. That last part was something new. Must be because of the version up or something, as when he looked at them before the change, he'd only seen one. Other than the ninja-born students, Sakura and himself, almost none of the rest were at the academy's student level cap. Oh, 1 or 2 were, but almost all of them were in the 9 to 11 range, with some being level 8, the lazy bastards. What the hell had they been doing, playing old maid instead of training? He made a note to have a word with his Gigi about the ones who had actually put in an effort. They didn't deserve to be bored out of their minds for another year if they failed because of their teammates being lazy. Some of the welcome changes to the classroom mostly revolved around Sakura and Ino not getting into catfights at every possible opportunity. Instead, they sparred at least once a week, to the point that Iruka had to step in as referee. They weren't actually angry or hateful towards each other, but they did get out of hand exchanging pointers with one another. At least they're half decent at taijutsu now, Naruto thought smugly. He shuddered at how easily he had beaten Sakura way back just after he'd gotten the gamer. Now she was more than able to hold her own, although she could definitely use a taijutsu style that wasn't as widely known as the Hokage style was. Alright class, quiet down. Ichiraku walked into the classroom with papers under his arm as always, which struck Naruto with a bit of sad nostalgia that he wouldn't see the man do that anymore. Looking around the classroom at the faces of his latest students, the Scarred felt the familiar sadness of seeing his students move on. Of course, most would be back thanks to the tests administered by the Jonin sensei, but the ones who had the most potential out of all of them, the clan kids plus Sakura and Naruto, were the ones who he had interacted with and knew the most. For a variety of reasons. Read Naruto and his pranks, Kiba, Choji and Shikamaru joining him on occasion to bunk out of class, Sakura and Ino for fighting over Sasuke, that sort of thing. Now class, this is the last day you will be in this class, as you have all graduated. He started. I am very proud of you, but unfortunately, new information has come to light regarding various members of staff altering the curriculum to allow more civilian students to pass. The whispering started up, as expected. Shikamaru, despite his lazy posture, sharpened his gaze as he stared at Ichiraku, while most of the rest of the class looked surprised. There were two notable exceptions, however. Sasuke looked angry, while Naruto was somewhat indifferent, already knowing about it from the Hokage. Quiet please. Ichiraku called out in a monotone. Once they settled down, he continued in a more lively tone. I am unfortunately guilty of not noticing it happening, for which you all have my apologies. Due to the changes discovered, the Hokage has decreed that anyone who returns to the academy following today shall be put through an intensive 6-month catch-up course before being tested again. This is regardless of how many attempts you have had before now, so all of you repeaters can rest easy. A couple of the civilian kids looked relieved. For those of you who remain a shinobi, the standard 1-squad model is being modified. The Scarred continued. Due to the wide gap in what you have been taught to what you should have been taught, the teams will be grouped into a genin platoon where you will cross-train with each other's Jonin sensei to fill in the gaps of what you should have been taught. An older genin squad, the former Team 9, now called Team Guy, will also be included as they are the only genin squad active from last year's graduates. Questions? Shikamaru? Exactly what have we not been taught? The lazy boy drawled. To give an example, the only graduate in your class present who has blooded themselves against chakra mutations is Uzumaki Naruto. Ichiraku started with a shrug. The number of changes made to the curriculum is numerous, and while some are obvious in hindsight, several were quite subtle. Those of you from a clan shouldn't be in any need to worry. It is the civilian-born who are really affected by this interference. Was it the teachers who did it, or were they bribed to do it? The Naruto asked cynically. I am not at liberty to discuss it, Shikamaru. Ichiraku replied, before adding in a bland voice, on a completely unrelated note, several prominent businessmen have been arrested as of a few hours ago. Whatever might they be accused of, I wonder? That got a few laughs from the kids, although a couple paled at the implication. Let's see a yes. Ichiraku looked around at the students seriously. The teams that you are currently being assigned are temporary, and will be changed to better suit everyone's abilities once you are up to standard. The teams are currently dividing you by what you need help with most, be it taijutsu, genjutsu, ninjutsu, or whatever your greatest weakness is currently. Please try to get along with whomever you are assigned with, as we emphasize teamwork here at the academy for a reason. There, that should be enough of a hint for them. I'll now start reading out your assigned teams. They aren't up for debate, nor can they be changed until the Hokage says otherwise, so no complaining. I am looking at you, Kiba. Ichiraku said quellingly. What? The Inuzuka said faux innocently. Akamaru, sitting on his head, yipped something that made the boy roll his eyes. Whatever, Akamaru. Shaking his head, the started reading out a team number, 3 student names followed by the name of a. Most of the Jonin sensei were unknown, so there was no reaction to their names. I wonder what Naruto's reaction will be to his sensei? Ichiraku wondered. Naruto turned Ichiraku out once he started listing teams made up of civilians. His eyes wandered over the students who were named. Most were around about the same level, with the 3 civilians who were level 15 grouped together. If he were a betting man, Naruto would bet that they'd pass. Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino, under Jonin Hatake Kakashi. Ichiraku announced. Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Akimichi Choji and Nara Shikamaru, under Jonin Yohikurinai. Team 9 is still on the rolls from last year. Team 10, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, under Sarutobi Asuma. There were a variety of reactions to the teams. Sasuke merely grunted, while Kiba groaned and Shino adjusted his glasses. Hinata looked disappointed, while Choji ate more snacks and Shikamaru rolled his eyes and muttered troublesome under his breath. Sakura and Ino simultaneously smacked themselves on their foreheads with a groan. Naruto, on the other hand, was delighted. He had Asuma for his sensei and Sakura-chan as his teammate. He let out a whoop of joy. Best squad ever. Why am I with Sasuke? Kiba demanded. You lack discipline, Kiba? Ichiraku explained. Sasuke doesn't subordinate well and Shino isn't sociable. You'll be forced to work on these aspects together. And before anyone else asks, Hinata, Choji and Shikamaru are together because the first two lack confidence, while Shikamaru lacks a drive to succeed, all of which can be worked on. Ichiraku added. Naruto lacks the ability to work with Genjutsu, while Ino and Sakura need to work on their Taijutsu and Ninjutsu outside of the Academy 3 and Traveling 10. Their team was put together to try and teach each other their strong points. Despite the grumbles, most of the graduates seemed resigned to the team's makeup. Your Jonin-sensei will pick you up here after lunch, so be sure to return in time, he said severely before he smiled. You are all dismissed, and I wish you all the best of luck in your careers as Shinobi of the Leaf. As the kids filed out of the class in their teams, Naruto looked over and saw Sakura and Ino glowering at each other. Wincing, he decided to drag the pair of them to Ichiraku's to maybe bond over food or something. Anything was better than this silent Cold War going on between them. Lunch is on me, he said as he latched onto an arm apiece as he walked past them. You don't mind ramen, do you? What? Hey, let go, Naruto! Sakura yelped in surprise as she was dragged behind him. What she said, Ino added, trying in vain to get him to let go of her. Nope. If I do that, you'll just go back to scowling at each other. The blonde boy shook his head firmly, dragging both along. There were some advantages to having two female teammates that were very lightly built. I could swear I heard a rumor about your face sticking like that if the wind changed or something? And that would be a crying shame. That's a saying, Naruto. The pinkette corrected him, giving up on getting him to let her go. The blonde menace was surprisingly strong for such a shrimp. Parents say that to their kids to get them to stop pulling faces. Looks like it didn't work with you two. What with the scowling you were both doing a minute ago? He shot back easily. Keeping up the back and forth banter, as he dragged them to his favorite eatery in the entire village, Naruto knew that getting these two to get along wouldn't be easy. Same time. Hokage's office. Well, that was unexpected, Asuma remarked. The former Guardian Ninja 12 member stood in his father's office, watching as two members of his future team were dragged by the last one through Konoha. I half expected the girls to start a catfight or something. Naruto-kun has been something of a stabilizing influence on those two over the last few months. Hiruzen answered as Team 10 reached Ichiraku's. Canceling his Tongei no Jutsu as Naruto started to order, the old Hokage activated the security seals. So, have you managed to suspend your disbelief regarding Naruto-kun's power yet? Somewhat. The bearded man admitted reluctantly. It would explain how he's improved by leaps and bounds over the last 8 months, and how he's learned so many jutsu. It's just a power that treats the world like an RPG? Seriously? So he's not progressed as far as I would like, but further than I anticipated. His father concluded. Initially, when the Hokage had told Asuma about Naruto's gamer power, the other man had thought that his father had been putting him on as some form of payback. Understandable, really, considering that Hiruzen himself would have had a hard time believing it in the other man's place had he not had the ANBU reports regarding Naruto somehow absorbing scrolls and books. Yes, Asuma, I am being serious here. He sighed. Naruto-kun showed it to me directly and I used every trick in the book to break Genjutsu, along with several that have never been physically recorded, only for them to have absolutely no effect. Either Naruto-kun has discovered or developed an SSS-ranked Genjutsu of the same sort as those cast by the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, Kaleidoscope Copy Wheel Eye, and has somehow mastered it without anyone in the village noticing, or he is legitimately in possession of a power that allows him to act as an RPG character in one of those new-fangled electronic games. Despite himself, Asuma had to laugh. Konohamaru, His nephew and the Hokage's grandson had crowed for days about beating his grandfather in some kind of one-on-one fighting game on the console called the Nintendo Ninja Way of Heaven. Yeah, well, it's still hard to swallow, Oyaji. The bearded man grumbled. And why me? I thought you would give Naruto to Kakashi. Because Kakashi would either ignore the power and try to make Naruto-kun ignore it as well, or he would try to get Naruto to share the benefits with his teammates in the name of teamwork, either of which is a good idea. Sarutobi said seriously. Danzo already sent men after Naruto-kun earlier on this year, and that was simply because of his status as the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. News of this latest power of his could make my old teammate lose any restraint he has left in order to acquire the boy. Asuma grimaced. Yeah, Guy was telling me a while back about Naruto standing beside Tenten in a most youthful manner against those nuke Nin that made it inside Konoha. Why would ignoring it be a bad idea? Naruto-kun showed me the introduction message that his power showed him when he first got a handle on it. Hiruzen replied. It stated that those who ignored the power usually didn't last very long. Or something along those lines anyway. That isn't something I'd like to take a chance with regarding Naruto-kun. Adding to that, ignoring such an advantageous ability would not only be wasteful but the height of folly. Hiruzen huffed on his pipe slightly. A ninja is one who uses every advantage at their disposal. That was one of the first lessons Tobirama-sensei taught us. I can accept Kakashi's desire to maintain equality among his students, but I will not allow it to hinder one of my shinobi's growth. Fair points, Pops. The younger Sarutobi conceded, knowing better than to argue with his father, particularly when he mentioned the knighting. So what's the next big announcement you have to make, Oyaji? You said yesterday that you were going to announce something to the genin once they passed the real genin exam. I've passed something I call the Genin Housing Act, which mandates that all genin newly graduated from the academy have to move out of their parents' houses and clan compounds to somewhere approved by the Hokage in order to better learn how to balance a budget and live independently. Hiruzen smirked. As it so happens, the only place that has my approval is the Amicage Apartments. Clever, very clever. Asuma nodded, his time in the capital, where political intrigue and backroom dealing were daily occurrences, allowing the calculus of that decision to unfold in his mind. I stay there and so does Naruto. Having 7 clan heirs and heiresses, plus the last loyal Uchiha live with the Kyuubi Jinchuriki under the supervision of your own son will show everyone how seriously you are treating this law, and the presence of so many in one concentrated location will allow you to keep several ANBU teams constantly stationed in the area, which will keep Danzo and his ilk from getting any more stupid ideas. I have to wonder how you got Hyuga Hayashi to sign off on it though. By pointing out that Hinata-chan will be just as safe in the Amicage Apartments as in the Hyuga compound, if not safer. The Hokage replied calmly. The ANBU Corps may not have any Hyuga, even branch family Hyuga, in their ranks, but they are far more capable as guards and sentries than Hyuga clansmen. Part of their duties involves protecting the most vital locations in Konoha, after all. That made Asuma nod. As good as he knew he was, even after his long stint as a glorified bodyguard to the Fire Daimyo, the younger Sarutobi knew that against even one squad of ANBU, he would be hard-pressed to hold them off, let alone win. The plan that his father had for the Amicage Apartments would have it ringed by 5 squads at all hours of the day and night. That was just a single squad less than the number on patrol in and around the Hokage Tower itself. Well, then looks like things are going to get interesting indeed. The bearded man muttered before he looked at the clock. Almost time. I'd better go and pick up my new squad. Wish me luck, Oyaji. I doubt you'll need it. Naruto-kun knows you and isn't likely to pull any pranks on you yet. The Sandaime smirked at his son, who hid a slight flinch of concern. As his son left the room following the deactivation of the security seals, Sarutobi leaned back in his chair and sighed. Getting the GHA through the council hadn't been quite as easy as he had made it sound, mostly because of the Ino Shikacho's wives coming and nagging at him. Gods, getting Nara Yoshino to stand down had been more strenuous than most of the fights he had taken part in during the prime of his life. Unexpectedly, Yamanaka Saori had been the first to agree with him that it was needed after he explained his own arguments and answered a few questions, with Akimichi Choza's wife falling in shortly afterwards. Under pressure from her 2 friends and her Kaige, Yoshino had finally surrendered under the condition that she would visit her son weekly to make sure he wasn't falling into bad habits. Well, no, let's see what you'll do now, Naruto-kun. The old Kage murmured, once again activating the Tomgain no Jutsu and peering into the crystal ball, seeing Naruto walking back to the academy with Sakura and Ino following behind him, this time without the blonde boy dragging them by the arms. The old man smirked as he settled in to watch what he was certain would be a good show. Chapter 21: The Real Genin Test. Classroom, Kanehigakure Shinobi Academy. Naruto was whistling a jaunty tune to himself as he made his way back to the classroom. Behind him, his new teammates were breathing heavily from trying to keep up with the energetic little stamina freak. While her training with Naruto had greatly improved her stamina over the past few months, Sakura was still only barely above the base needed to count as genin level. And Ino's own training and competitive nature had allowed her to keep up with her frenemy, if only barely. Seriously, Naruto, how much energy do you have? The Yamanaka heiress hissed out as Naruto paused to let them catch up at the room's door. She wasn't used to quick marching in order to keep up with someone who was the same age as her. More than you and Sakura-chan put together, Ino. The blonde boy shot back with a toothy grin. Ichiraku-sensei doesn't call me a stamina nut for nothing. Sensei's right about that. The pinkette offered with a huff. Naruto can outlast me in spar without even breathing hard. I still don't know how the heck he manages that. She finished, tossing a glare at her new teammate. It was kind of frustrating. No matter how hard she trained, Sakura would always be close to collapsing before Naruto even started to look winded. It's 'cause I'm just that awesome, Sakura-chan, Naruto said with a definite smirk. Ignoring the almost synchronized scoffs from the two kunoichi, the last Uzumaki sat in his old seat for what he guessed would be the last time and settled in to wait for his sensei to arrive. Ino and Sakura reluctantly slid into place on either side of him, and did the same. So do either of you know Sarutobi-sensei? Ino asked after a couple of minutes. Yeah, he lives in my building. Naruto nodded. He's a kick-ass teacher. He's taught me more about Ninjutsu than I've learned in the academy. With him teaching us, we'll be strong before you know it, Databeo. Wait, I've heard that name before. Isn't he a former member of the Guardian Shinobi 12? The personal bodyguards of the Fire Daimyo himself? Sakura asked with wide eyes. Yup. He doesn't really talk about it much, though. The blonde boy nodded in agreement, having heard that from the man once or twice. Still, he should be able to teach us a lot about being a bodyguard from personal experience, right? Both of the girls nodded thoughtfully. Bodyguard duty wasn't an uncommon job for shinobi, and someone who had acted as a bodyguard to the ruler of Hai no Kuni for over a decade would very likely know more than a few tricks of the trade that would make them very much useful in that department. In the next few minutes, various teams trotted out of the classroom as Jonin-sensei arrived to cart them away. The lady who picked up Team 8 was an interesting one in Naruto's opinion. She wore an outfit that looked as if she had raided a temple and draped herself in paper sutras, and her raven black hair contrasted nicely with her crimson red eyes and pale skin. Yuhi Kurinai Elvi? Genjutsu mistress of Konoha. Now that was someone Naruto never wanted to fight. Genjutsu were a tremendous weakness of his, even with the protections that the gamer's mind granted him. All the gamer's mind did was prevent him from being terrified or paralyzed with fear from Genjutsu. It did nothing to stop him being trapped in illusory Genjutsu. He could still be locked in an inescapable labyrinth of an illusion, and thus easily removed from a fight. Could having the Kyuubi sealed inside me have anything to do with my weakness to Genjutsu? He wondered absently. He remembered one lesson mentioning that there were legends from the Warring Clans era about the nine-tailed fox being controlled via illusions. Yo, Team 10. Asuma's deep voice sounded from the doorway. Naruto looked up quickly to see the man smirking at him. Follow me. The three genin scrambled out of the room, leaving Sasuke, Kiba, Akamaru and Shino alone as the only genin in the room. So, does anyone have a pack of cards? Kiba asked after a moment. With the new Team 10. Yakinikakyu Kanehigakure. Wow, this place is pretty cool, Naruto said, looking around the room they were in. It had a large grill, which was already cooking some salted beef tongue on it. Never been here before, Naruto? Asuma asked. The man was busy cooking the food, but glanced up to eye his students every now and again. Nah. Never tried to cook barbecue before, and I didn't want to waste what little money I had on food I would probably burn, the boy admitted. He was certain that with his level 25 cooking skill, he could handle it now though. Asuma chuckled slightly at that. Fair point, The grills can be tricky for a beginner. I'll show you a few tricks at some point. Once you get the hang of it though, you'll be a regular here, I guarantee it. Ino eyed the meat hungrily. Although she'd enjoyed a veggie ramen at Ichiraku's, which she'd admit was surprisingly good, she still had enough room for more thanks to her discontinuation of her dieting. And the meat here did smell delicious. Sakura swallowed hungrily as she eyed the meat herself. While salted bull tongue wasn't her favorite meat, it was still Yakinikukyu's best-known dish, and she rarely ate out, mostly due to the fact that her mother wasn't the type to eat out when it was less expensive to cook from home unless she simply didn't have the time, or it was a special occasion. So then, while we wait for the meat to finish, Asuma said with a smile, it's time to talk about the genin exam you're about to take. Didn't we just take the genin exam, Asuma-sensei? Sakura asked in confusion. Kinda yes, kinda no, the bearded man replied as he absently started flipping a few pieces of meat over. Yes, you took the Academy Genin exam, but that was simply to clear out those who were clearly incapable of becoming shinobi in the first place. Those of you who have passed the Academy test have proven to have the bare minimum amount of knowledge and skill to become shinobi. Now you, and your classmates, have to pass the Jonin Sensei exam, which varies from sensei to sensei. About 3/4 of you will fail it and be sent back. No thanks to how badly the Academy's standards have fallen in recent years. You've probably already heard all about that from your Chunin sensei. Anyway, once we've eaten our fill here, we'll head to a training field and you'll demonstrate your skills before all 3 of you spar against me at once. Land a solid blow on me inside of a time limit, and you pass. Fail to do that, and you go back to the Academy. Simple as that. Eh? Naruto's eyes bugged out. Man, talk about a high hurdle. Even all 3 of us put together aren't a match for you. Easy there, kid, I'm not going to be going all out. Asuma chuckled before reassuring the blonde Jinchuriki and the now uneasy girls. That would completely go against the purpose of the test. Yes, I could beat all 3 of you with one hand tied behind me if I wanted to. So what? I'm Jonin and you 3 aren't even recognized as genin yet. Unless you had several hours to prepare an area with traps for an ambush and I was stupid and cocky enough to walk right into it, there's absolutely no way for you to win against me. What I want to see is if you can come up with a plan to fulfill an objective, and then execute it properly. The purpose of the demonstration isn't for me, it's for your teammates so they know what you are capable of. Knowing the skills of your teammates is absolutely essential if you want to make a plan, especially against a stronger enemy. The 3 genin absorbed that for a moment, and then exchanged looks with one another. No matter how they stacked the odds in their favor, a Jonin was so far above them in every category that even landing a single blow seemed to be a coin toss at best. I'll keep myself to the strength of the average, with no jutsu above C rank or my trench knives. Asuma continued as he served up the plates with meat, adding in the veggies that he'd been cooking on the side too. It helps that thanks to my stint with the 12, I'm more than a bit rusty. Eh? Sakura tilted her head to the side in curiosity. The Guardian Shinobi 12 are the Fire Daimyo's personal guard, Sakura. We have to be on guard almost all the time, and there are only 12 of us. The bearded Jonin chuckled. Even with us working in shifts, that doesn't exactly leave as much time for training as we might like, and I was a member for over a decade. As much as I'd like to think I haven't gotten weaker from all of that standing around and reduced training time, I likely have. One reason why I decided to take a genin team is that it lets me ease into the life of a regular jonin again, and rebuild my strength back up to its former level without too much hassle. Makes sense. Ino nodded. Didn't you have an interview with Daddy a couple of months ago too? Mandatory counseling after an extended deployment outside of Konoha. Asuma agreed. Thanks to the Yamanaka clan, our shinobi forces generally have the best mental health in the elemental nations. There are outliers, but we're all in better shape, mentally speaking, thanks to the Yamanaka. Ino looked smug at that. Now tuck in. We have a lot to do today, and you need to eat to keep your energy up. Asuma urged them. Not needing any further urging, the 3 genin fell upon the barbecue with a gusto. It impressed Asuma how Naruto could eat more food after visiting his favorite ramen eatery, but chalked it up to his Uzumaki heritage. Kushina had been a big eater as well, from what his dad had said. His eyes lingered on the sole male genin for a moment. What his father had told him was utterly ridiculous, a fairy tale practically, but Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't joke about the abilities of the ninja under his command, especially when it came to one Uzumaki Naruto. If the kid really has got some kind of RPG power, then it would explain how he's managed to do a complete 180 from dead last to capable student this year. Asuma mused as he started on his own meal. It would also explain how he learns jutsu so fast as well. This will be interesting, if nothing else. Later. Training Field 10, Kanahigakura Outskirts. Quest Alert! The True Genin exam, your Jonin sensei, Sarutobi Asuma, has revealed that you and your teammates are going to be tested by him to see if you truly deserve the 8 that you wear. In order to pass, your team must land a single solid blow against him, whether it be ninjutsu or taijutsu, within a specified time limit. Quest Reward, Confirmation of Genin Rank, 7,500 EXP, 10,000 Ryo, 2 random jutsu scrolls. Quest Failure, Demotion back to Academy Student. This quest cannot be refused and has thus been auto-accepted. Naruto eyed the pop-up and resisted the urge to frown. After 3 years, he had graduated at long last. He was not going to fail this test. Like hell, he was going to go back to being an academy student after all of this. He leaned back against a tree and glanced around the training ground. It wasn't anything special, at least compared to the chakra-saturated training ground that he frequented. The place was basically a clearing in the middle of a lightly forested area, with a path leading through the trees to the entrance of the training ground. In the clearing itself, which was larger than the entire academy sparring ground, Asuma and Ino were watching with interest as Sakura made a Suijoki bunshin using the materials that she'd brought with her in scrolls. I have to say, I haven't seen someone use a Suijoki bunshin in a good while. Asuma commented appreciatively. Shame, as it's a heck of a lot more useful than the standard bunshin. Do you know any Suiton ninjutsu to go along with it, Sakura? A couple of low-rank techniques that my father taught me, but just supplementary ones, the pinkhead admitted. One to increase the amount of water vapor in the air by taking it from water nearby, and one that keeps too much water vapor away from my hair. Frizzy hair protection. Ino nodded sagely. Something to work on later. The bearded jonin mused. A lot of powerful Suiton techniques are chakra-intensive if they have to create water from scratch, but the more water in the area to draw upon, the lower the cost in chakra. If you're on a lake or close to the coast, the main cost of a Suiton jutsu is in manipulating the pre-existing water. Isn't that for people with a strong Suiton affinity? Naruto asked. Mostly, but someone with a lot of practice and talent can do it as well, Asuma explained. Hokage-sama trained himself to the point that he can use Suiton, Raiton, and Futon just as easily as his natural Katon and Doton affinities. It's one reason why he's called the professor. Of course, trying to emulate Myoyaji is impossible for most people, otherwise elemental affinities wouldn't matter other than to catalog the types of jutsu. The best that most people manage when they put the effort into it are 3 elemental affinities, plus middling competency in a 4th. I stick to my Futon and Katon affinities as a matter of preference. Naruto watched as Ino gave a demonstration of her own skills, which were, rather surprisingly, less than Sakura's own. Aside from the Academy 3 and Traveling 10, the only unique jutsu that she had were the basic Shintenshin no Jutsu, the staple technique of the Yamanaka clan, as well as what she called the Tsubame no Mai throwing technique, which looked to be slightly more advanced than Naruto's own Hiko Yashin fast draw technique, although Naruto was fairly certain his own throwing technique was a higher level than Ino's was. Naruto, your turn, Asuma called out. 1 jutsu of each element, and a demonstration of your fast draw technique, please. Gotcha, Asuma-sensei. The blonde-haired boy smirked. Nothing above C rank, right? Yup. The Jounin smirked back as he lit up a new cigarette. He was very thankful his old man had taught him a chakra trick all those years ago that kept the tar in the tobacco smoke from harming his lungs. It meant that he could indulge in his bad habit and not worry about becoming weaker because of it. Okay then, for my first trick Doton, Gansetsukan, Naruto said as he ran through 3 hand signs, picked a rock up off the ground and made the stone lengthen into a short spear as tall as he was. Wow, instant weapon! Ino blinked. That's only part 1. The boy grinned. Here's the more useful version. Once again running through the same 3 hand signs, Naruto turned and stomped onto the ground, forcing a wave of stone spears to erupt from the ground and fly through the air to slam into the trees, shredding one. Holy crap! Sakura balked at the sight. Not bad. Asuma nodded. The cluster was tightly packed enough to be a serious threat, but dispersed just enough to be properly difficult to dodge. You'd have to destroy or block the spears if you aren't quick enough to dodge them. No using that on Asuma-sensei, Ino warned Naruto, who rolled his eyes. As if he'd let himself be hit by them. Jonin, remember? The boy rolled his eyes. Anyway, next up Katan, Hadarubi. After making the 5 hand signs for the jutsu, Naruto breathed out a small cloud of fireballs the size of a dice, which quickly flew forward and then abruptly exploded in a chain reaction. Aha! So you mastered it, Asuma said with a smile. Yup, Naruto smirked. Just got it down pat a couple of days before the Genin exam. It turned out that the level cap of the D rank Katan Jutsu was 25, and this is what it looked like. Katan, Hadarubi no Jutsu, active, LV 25, LV max. Fire style. Firefly Fires is a D rank jutsu designed to introduce beginners to Katan Jutsu. After making the hand signs, the user breathes out a stream or cloud of up to hundreds of tiny fireballs about the same size as a dice. Ordinarily a weak jutsu of no threat to anyone of Chunin rank or above, the user of this jutsu has mastered it to the degree that he can command the fireballs to explode on command to cause extra damage. Hand signs: Tiger, Ox, Monkey, Boar, Tiger, Hare. Range: 5 meters. Number of fireballs created, randomly between 150-500. Damage per mini fireball, normal 55. Damage per mini fireball, explosion 220. Costs 50 CP to use. Mastery bonus, CP cost halved. It was leagues above how it had been when he first got it. Naruto really wanted to see how Sasuke would stack up with the same jutsu. That's pretty cool, Sakura admitted. Fire isn't one of my elements, but I thought having at least one jutsu from each would be a good idea. Naruto shrugged. The next 2 jutsu he demonstrated were Suiton Ninpo, Mizurim Bakujo, and Futon, Kaiten Shuriken, which impressed both Ino and Sakura. Asuma made a note to himself to ask if he still had the scroll for the wind-style jutsu. They were so hard to find that even he only had a handful of them at his disposal, and there was absolutely no way he was going to ask the only other primary Futon affinity user in Konoha, one Shimura Danzo, due to the fact that the man was an old warhawk. Lessons from him would come with strings that would only increase with time. Asuma was fine learning and experimenting at his own pace, thank you very much. Okay, this is the last ninjutsu that I'm gonna show, Naruto declared as he ran through 3 hand signs, ending with the rat hand sign. Raitun, Denko Seka. Extending his hands, Naruto grinned as lightning crackled around them before 4 snowflakes of electricity formed around them and fired them across the clearing like shuriken. They smacked into a tree before dissolving into motes of static. That's a pretty unusual jutsu, Asuma commented, tilting his head to the side curiously. It wouldn't be effective at doing serious damage unless it hit the face, but it would be distracting. It isn't as polished as your other jutsu, I notice. Yeah. Raitun isn't one of my elements, and it's pretty much the opposite of Futon, so using it's harder than Suiton or Katan, Naruto answered with an irritated pout. He trained with it, and it was still only level 10. All of the other jutsu he'd learned were at least 5 levels higher than it. I don't think I'm going to be learning many Raitun techniques. It's not a bad idea. Leaving off studying the element naturally opposed to your primary is actually pretty common for even ninjutsu experts. Asuma agreed. I only know a handful of Raitun and Suiton myself because of that. I do want you to try to master this jutsu though. You never know when a jutsu can come in handy if everyone knows that you don't use a particular element. Sakura and Ino nodded obediently in acknowledgement. Neither of them thought they'd use elemental ninjutsu much though. Sakura was a genjutsu type kunoichi, while Ino used her family's specialized style of ninjutsu to great effect. Neither envisioned themselves using anything like Naruto's little arsenal. Although Asuma's next words made them pout. Regardless of your eventual specialization, I will expect all members of my team to have at least 2 elemental ninjutsu in their arsenal, just in case. Asuma added before Naruto demonstrated a very practiced and clean Hiko Yashin fast draw technique, sending 2 shuriken and 2 kunai slamming into the same tree that had been the target of his Raitun jutsu. Not bad. The Jounin nodded. Okay, now that you all have some idea of each other's skills, you three have half an hour to thrash together a plan to fight me. Other than the fact that you aren't allowed to use jutsu above C rank, anything goes. Traps, jutsu, weapons a lot. Don't hold back. Off you go now. As Asuma wandered off to have a smoke, Sakura frowned. Why would he emphasize the fact that we aren't allowed to use jutsu above C rank? We're genin. Even the best jutsu Naruto showed him was only C rank. Because I do have a couple of B rank jutsu, Naruto admitted honestly. One's a clone jutsu, and the other's a defensive futon jutsu. How? Sakura gawped at him. Wait, the Kage Bunshin no jutsu? That's a B rank? Wow. Waith knows that jutsu? Daddy talked about it once. It's kenjutsu. Ino stared at Naruto incredulously. It can kill you if you use it too much. How the heck? Not the time. Naruto shook his head. I can also use futon, Fujinhiki, a defensive jutsu that I wouldn't use against someone who I know uses katan jutsu anyway, but what the heck. I also have ya, right? I also have a Shuriken jutsu technique I can't use either. Every other technique I have can be used, just not those three. Just how many do you know? Sakura demanded. Naruto shrugged nervously. A few. The two kunoichi eyed him before exchanging a glance. Suspicious, they said simultaneously. Can we get to planning already? The blonde boy asked, somewhat desperate to not have to tell the two of them that, including 2 of the Academy 3 and all of the traveling 10, he knew 43 jutsu of various types. 11 doton, 9 futon, 5 suiton, 3 katan, 2 raiton, and the rest were chakra-neutral jutsu. The chakra nagashi no jutsu he counted as neutral because it depended upon the elemental affinities of the one who used it. Mentally cracking his knuckles as the two girls became serious and nodded at him, Naruto set his mind to his most pressing task yet, planning how to land even one solid blow on a jonin. Half an hour later, Asuma eyed the 3 12-year-old genin standing a distance away from him and going through their last plans with each other. He honestly wondered what the heck they were going to come up with to get to him. Given how Naruto was pretty damn good at those pranks of his, the Hokage kept a record of the more outlandish and well-planned ones and had given it to Asuma to look over. Several had made Asuma laugh his ass off, the knew better than to underestimate him. Add in Sakura's, frankly scary, intelligence and knowledge base and Ino's cunning, he was almost certain that he was going to regret not putting any limits other than stopping Naruto from spamming Kage Bunshin to overwhelm him. I really feel sorry for those poor kids who have Kakashi as a Jonin sensei, he mused whimsically. The silver-haired Cyclopean was basically going to pass his team no matter what they did due to all 3 of them being clan heirs. Even his status as the hero of the Sharingan and the last living pupil of the Yondaime Hokage wouldn't stand up to the backlash of making the last Uchiha, and the Inuzuka and Aburame heirs flunk back to the academy. Still, he was probably going to put them through hell, even if he couldn't fail them. From what he'd gathered, the Uchiha boy had an ego problem, so he'd likely go along with his usual bell test, which was his prerogative. Asuma still thought that it was a bit much for fresh genin to be expected to look underneath the underneath at that age. He knew it had taken Kakashi a few years of active service to learn that particular lesson, despite being a genius, so why he expected kids to do better at 12 he didn't know. Okay, you 3, time's up, he called as he extinguished his cigarette. Have you managed to pull a plan together? Yup, Databeo, Naruto declared confidently. Sakura and Ino were less confident than their teammate, but still certain about the fact they had a plan. The looks of determination on their faces were actually somewhat adorable. That's good to hear, Asuma said in amusement. Need any prep time? No, I don't think so, Sakura said with an uncertain frown. Naruto? Any trap I could make, even a chunin, would be able to detect and destroy in the forest. Naruto shook his head. I'm good at traps in places like the village proper, but less so in forests, only good enough to catch rabbits and the like. Asuma made a note to work on that with him, if they passed his test. Reaching into his pouch, Asuma withdrew a simple timer clock and started fiddling with it. It's 2 right now. You 3 have the next 4 hours to try and land one solid hit on me. Are you 3 ready? The genin nodded and took combat stances, ready to move at a moment's notice. Alright then, start. Asuma said and pressed one final button on the timer before placing it on the ground. In an instant, the three genin vanished into the trees. Nice. I was half expecting Naruto to charge at me right from the get-go, but it looks like he's done more than training his jutsu over the past year. The half smirked as he held himself in an easy stance. It would probably take the three a couple of minutes before they would possibly be ready to attack. With a shout, 3 copies of Naruto charged out of the woods to his left. One ran through several hand signs and shouted, "Doton, Dasakujer," before a wave of mud erupted from his feet and flew across the ground towards Asuma, who automatically leapt to the side to avoid it. This led him into the angle of the second Naruto copy, who fired off a Doton, Gansetsukan barrage at him. Futon de Tapa. Asuma intoned, using only one hand sign tiger to invoke the technique. This powered down the technique enough that it didn't smash the clones while still possessing enough power to scatter all of the flying spears. Wait, where's the last one? They wondered, looking around quickly. I can't see it, Soblo? He leapt back just in time to avoid a large rock shooting out from the ground where he'd been standing seconds before. The Dangon was almost 3/4 of Asuma's height, which made him sweat. I know I said don't hold back and anything goes, but that's ridiculous, he thought in alarm. Asuma jerked his head to the side as a yell came from his left. Suetun, Yudachi! What had to be the real Naruto shouted. Moments later, 8 darts of water formed and shot at Asuma. Futon, Repusho! Jonin clapped his hands together, sending a gale of wind towards the incoming water darts. Repusho, or Gale Palm, was a fairly underrated C-rank futon jutsu that was perfect for deflecting groups of lightweight projectiles like this. Naruto smirked as he finished the next series of hand signs though. Katan Hadarubi! He spat out a large stream of small fireballs at Asuma, which just so happened to pass through his Repusho, enlarging them by a fair amount. Wide-eyed, Asuma scrambled back to avoid the fireballs, now the size of apples, as they detonated in a rippling wave. Had he been caught in that, even as he wouldn't have walked away without at least a minor injury. Dodging again, and wasn't that becoming tiresome? Asuma avoided another Dasakuja from what he guessed had to be an IWA Bunshin before he dodged another Dangon from the second clone. As he landed, the leapt away instantly, just avoiding the soil crumbling beneath him to reveal a pit beneath the thin lid that had concealed it. How the? Must be Doton, Otoshinana, he thought as he fell back. He must have his third clone traveling underground using Doton, Dochu Igyo, Doton, Mogirigakur or Doton, Awagakure. Where he would learn the last one is beyond me, but it's possible given his weird gamer powers. Asuma decided that he'd let the kid have enough for now. It was about time he started fighting back. He couldn't let Naruto have it entirely his own way, after all. Forming the bird hand sign, he fired back. Futon, Kyuden! Wind style, air bullets! He growled before firing off a barrage of compressed air spheres from his mouth, aimed right at the 2 IWA Bunshin. They struck them and shattered the rock clones into pieces. Abruptly, he felt something grabbing his feet. Looking down, Asuma saw a couple more Naruclones popping out of the earth and grasping his legs. Struggling, he found it pretty hard to move. They were strong little buggers. Hearing feet move, he looked up and silently swore as he saw Ino setting up to use the Shintenshin no Jutsu. Forcing some chakra into his legs, he broke the grip of the IWA Bunshin and leapt to the side. The Shintenshin no Jutsu was a very good way to capture a target, but it required the target in question to be immobilized first, as it traveled from the user very slowly. Any kind of serious movement meant it would miss. Shinaro! Sakura roared as she erupted from the ground beneath him, making Asuma's eyes widen in surprise. She drew her fist back and slammed a punch into his side, one that was far more powerful than someone of her build should possibly be capable of. He had instinctively reinforced his body with chakra, so the punch hadn't actually damaged him, but it still hurt like a son of a bitch. Ha! We did it, Databayo! Naruto cheered triumphantly as he poked his head out of the ground. When the heck did Forehead get so strong? Ino asked, eyes bugged out as Asuma sailed through the air, only to twist and flip in mid-air to land on his feet. Sakura breathed out slightly before she winced and shook her hand. Oh, looks like I still haven't fully mastered the Karada Kyoka no Jutsu yet. Considering that's a Chunin level jutsu, That's not exactly surprising, Missy, Asuma remarked as he walked over to the timer and clicked it off. I must be rustier than I thought if 3 genin could land a solid blow on me in 15 minutes. Those clones of yours are scarily effective, Naruto. So what if I can't use the standard Bunshin? At least the clones that I can use are more useful than a bunch of illusions. The blonde boy grinned. Most of the time IWA Bunshin are a lot less responsive and quick to obey than yours are, Asuma informed him absently. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Congrats you 3. You've passed my test. So as of now we are officially Team 10. Welcome to the Shinobi Forces, kids. The glee on the 3 young faces made him chuckle. Later. Kitchen, Naruto's apartment, Amikage Apartments. Quest complete. The True Genin exam. You and your teammates have successfully completed and executed a plan that resulted in him receiving a solid blow. Congratulations on becoming a full-fledged ninja of the leaf, gamer. Quest reward, confirmation of Genin rank, 7,500 EXP, 10,000 Ryo, Futon, Shinku Taijutsu no Jutsu Scroll, Futon, Hanakairi Mai no Jutsu Scroll. Naruto couldn't wipe the smile off his face as he made some tea for his guest. He was a real ninja now, not just a probationary member. And he had 2 more Futon Jutsu to add to his arsenal. This day rocked. Here's your tea, Asuma-sensei, he said as he walked back into the living room and gave the cup to his teacher, who had asked to speak to him once he got back from reporting to the Hokage. Thanks, Naruto. Asuma nodded before sipping his tea and hummed. Pretty damn good. Having my cooking skill at level 25 is pretty useful, Naruto said evenly as he sat down and watched as a mix of surprise and skepticism crossed the older man's face for a moment. Right, Oyaji told me that you knew I'd know about your ability, he said carefully. Forgive me for saying so, but it sounds, well, plain ludicrous. Try seeing it from my point of view. Naruto laughed. I still have a hard time believing it exists after almost a year of using the thing. It's, well, calling it overpowered is an understatement. If even half of what I've been told is true, then that's truer than you think. Asuma allowed it. Can you offer any proof that it exists? Naruto thought. I could show you my skill learning system, he said after a moment. If you still need convincing after that, I'll invite you into a party like I did with Gigi. Asuma couldn't help but chuckle again at someone referring to his old man so casually. It was a bit jarring, but at the same time it was nice to hear. The Hokage had so very few people to treat him as a person as opposed to the authority figure that most people in the village had known him as for most of their lives. Okay then, let me see what you have in mind, the older man invited. He blinked in surprise when Naruto pulled a scroll out of nowhere. Surreptitiously using a trick to break genjutsu, Asuma frowned before asking, and what scroll is that? It has Futon, Shinku Taijutsu no Jutsu on it, Naruto replied. That's a pretty rare and powerful jutsu. Only one man that I am aware of in Konoha has that jutsu, Shimura Danzo, Asuma said grimly. Try to avoid using it where people outside of our team can see it, otherwise might think he taught you it. I generate a copy of the jutsu scroll whenever I absorb one, Naruto said thoughtfully. I could just say that I found it on a mission once we took one that's outside Konoha. That'll work, Asuma nodded. It was a good excuse, you never knew where you'd find jutsu scrolls when in the field. Without further ado, Naruto pressed something in the air and the scroll he held in his other hand dissolved into motes of blue light which whirled around Naruto's body and then disappeared into his chest. Asuma's jaw gaped open for a moment before he ran through every method of genjutsu dispersal that he could think of. The sight before him didn't change, but he could easily attribute that to some form of space/time ninjutsu. Seeing that in his eyes, Naruto sighed and flipped his hand through the air for a moment. Seconds later, a window appeared right in front of Asuma, who jerked back in shock. Party invitation. Uzumaki Naruto has invited you to his party. Accept? YN. After once again running through every method of genjutsu dispersal he could think of, Asuma cautiously pressed the Y key. An instant later and a small window replaced the first, with his name followed by a whole slew of numbers. Asuma was more up to date with RPGs than his father, so he was better able to grasp what it all meant. This is, he muttered. Check this out too, Asuma-sensei. Naruto called and flipped a screen that was in front of him around to face the Futon, Shinku Taijutsu no Jutsu, Instant, LV1, 0%. Wind Style, Vacuum Great Sphere, otherwise known as Vacuum Bomb or Vacuum Blast, is a more powerful version of Futon, Shinkujyoku. Unlike the weaker version, the user compresses the air breathed in into a single, large blast of air rather than multiple smaller blasts. The force of a mastered vacuum great sphere is strong enough to crush and shatter concrete and rock as if they were nothing. Hand signs, tiger dog. Sphere size, basketball. Range, 10 meters. Damage, INT asterisk WIS plus LV of primary Futon affinity bludgeoning damage. Chakra cost, 75 CP. Asuma took that in, his mind racing. It didn't just tell Naruto the effects of the jutsu and its effective range, it told him back history and alternate names for the jutsu as well. This was. He looked up and saw Naruto absorbing the other scroll and turned the screen around to face him as well. Futon, Hanakairi Mai no Jutsu, Instant/Continuous, LV1, 0%. Wind Style, Flower Scattering Dance is a wind style technique hailing from unknown origins. Some believe it originated from the Nadeshiko village, while others argue it comes from Kaze no Kuni like many other Futon techniques. Regardless of which origin is the real one, this is a highly useful jutsu. The user summons forth a whirling cyclone of wind that the user can direct as they will, allowing them to remain stationary. The user can also control its size and rotation speed, allowing them to switch from offense to defense and back in an instant. Hand signs, tiger hair dragon. Range, up to 10 meters away. Standard radius, 11 inches. Maximum radius, 22 inches. Standard rotation speed, 210 revolutions per minute. Maximum rotation speed, 420 revolutions per minute. Damage, INT plus LV of primary Futon affinity. Chakra cost, 40 CP to activate, 10 CP to maintain per minute. 5 CP cost to alter rotation speed and radius once active. Asuma's eyebrows rose up even higher in disbelief. It even mentioned such finicky little details as the rumors about the origins of the jutsu and allowed Naruto to control its rotational speed and width. Dear sweet Kami, this was incredible, Asuma said in disbelief. With this gamma ability of yours, you'll be incredibly powerful. Yeah, but it isn't exactly easy, Naruto reminded him. Just like with regular jutsu, I have to put in the work to master any jutsu I learn, and I can only learn 5 jutsu a day by using scroll absorption. The rest I have to learn from trying and failing. Not to mention that they start off weak as hell at level 1. Not so much different from practicing the jutsu to get it right then. Asuma latched onto the last comment. No one gets a jutsu right the first time they use it, Naruto. Sometimes it even blows up in their faces. That happened to me when I was a. I had gone through every aspect of my Katan Heizukisho, fire style, ash pile burning, and thought that I had it down pat. Instead, I blew myself up and got slammed ass first into a tree. Ouch. Naruto winced. Tell me about it. The older man grumbled, taking a deep calming lungful from his cigarette before continuing. Okay, so it's not a straight-up instant mastery, more of a head start and an ability to quickly learn the basics and a few of the finicky bits. That's actually a bit reassuring, honestly. Having to repeatedly practice with the jutsu will let you get to know the jutsu you learn and gain practical experience with them, which is just as important as technical knowledge. The limit you have is also good. It'll stop you from simply learning jutsu after jutsu without mastering any. How many jutsu have you mastered anyway? Erkawarimi, Hench, the Traveling Ten and Katan Hadarubi. Naruto recited. Although Gensetsukan, Dangan, and Katen Shuriken aren't far off maxing out. That's good. Asuma nodded. Okay, here's my first instructions for you as a Jonin sensei. I want you to finish maxing out those 3 jutsu, and then demonstrate them to me. Then I want you to try and master 2 more jutsu that are not one of your elemental affinities. Hi, Asuma sensei. Naruto nodded. Oh. I forgot to mention that when I master a jutsu, sometimes I get a mastery bonus to go along with it. Katan, Hadarubi gave me a reduced chakra cost on its use when I mastered it. Blinking, Asuma had to take a moment to process that. That seems very random. It varies, the boy replied with a shrug. Mastering E-rank jutsu either gives me a quest, a D-rank jutsu of the same element, or a level in a D-rank jutsu of the same element that I already know. Your gamer power is going to give me headaches, I just know it. This sighed tiredly, leaving Naruto to shrug helplessly. My right-on jutsu is one of the ones I'll try to get up, I think. Naruto frowned a moment later. Denko Sekka is hard to level up, but I kinda want to see what mastering bonus I get for maxing it out. Given how it's your weakest element, I would be curious to see that as well. Asuma nodded in agreement. Anyway, I'm gonna head back to my apartment for the night. Oh, by the way, the Hokage wants you to report to his office at 9 sharp tomorrow morning. Gigi does? What for? Naruto blinked in surprise as Asuma finished his tea and stood up. He absently dissolved the party as the man stretched. No clue, I'm just a messenger. Asuma shrugged. By the way, have you fixed up all of the apartments here? Yup. It was useful training for my Kagebunshin. Naruto nodded. They're all as clean as whistles, they all have basic kitchen appliances and beds. Just about the only things they don't have is running water or active electricity, and all I need to do is turn them on. Why? I think you're going to get new tenants. Asuma smirked as he left. Naruto blinked for a moment before his higher INT and WIS stats helped him put the pieces together, and he facepalmed. Damn it! I'm going to have the bastard in my apartment building. The boy grumbled. And Kiba. I swear if he lets Akamaru piss all over the place, I'll neuter them both. Grumbling, Naruto blinked as a new pop-up appeared. Quest alert! Gotta master 'em all, your Jonin sensei, Sarutobi Asuma, has issued you with your first individual goals as a genin. Fulfill them to make him respect the gamer system. Quest Goal 1, max out Doton, Gansetsukan, Doton, Dangan and Futon, Kate and Shuriken before reporting to Asuma sensei. Quest Goal 2, max out 2 other elemental jutsu that are not either Doton or Futon. Goal 2 bonus objective, have one of the 2 jutsu be Raiten, Denko Sekka. Quest Goal 1 rewards, plus 100 relationship with Sarutobi Asuma, plus 5,000 Ryo, plus 5,000 EXP. Quest Goal 2 rewards, plus 500 relationship with Sarutobi Asuma, a trip to the library to select your Kodachi and Tanto styles, plus 5,000 EXP. Quest 2 bonus objective reward, plus 500 relationship with Sarutobi Asuma, Doton Kage Bunshin Scroll, Futon, Kaze no Yaiba no Jutsu Scroll. This quest cannot be refused and has been auto-accepted. Another quest that can't be refused. Naruto hitched an eyebrow at this. Well, I guess that you can't exactly say no to an order or instruction in the military, so maybe that's why I can't say no to quests given by superiors? It's worth thinking about. With that thought, Naruto headed off to cook dinner, and then do some Fuinjutsu practice before bed. He had a feeling that he'd need the rest for tomorrow. Chapter 22, Landlord Naruto lays down the law. The next day. Outside of Amikuji Apartments. Sheesh, that's a lot of luggage, Databayo. Naruto let out a short whistle. There were men from the Hyuga, Yamanaka, Inuzuka, Akimichi, Aburame, Nara and Haruno clans out there, sorting out luggage and getting guided to the correct room via one of his shadow clones. Actually, compared to when civilians move on their own, it really isn't. Iruka said from next to him. The two were standing on the walkway outside Naruto's own room, simply watching the proceedings. Storage scrolls make moving a lot easier and less cluttered, keeps things down to just a few boxes of scrolls and anything fragile enough that the user doesn't want to risk breaking when it is unsealed. Are all the rooms ready for their new tenants to arrive? Yeah, just turned the water and power on this morning. Even had Gigi give them a once-over before this lot arrived, he gave everything okay. Naruto answered smugly. The scarred Chunin chuckled. Glad to hear it. You do realize that you're going to have to give a welcoming speech to all of the new tenants, right? Actually, who is moving in here? Sakura-chan, Ino, Shikamaru, Shino, Sasuke, Choji, Ten-chan, Hinata, Hyugen Niji and Rock Lee. Naruto listed off. Aside from Asuma-sensei, none of the Jonin sensei are staying here. Well, most of them already have their own homes or apartments that they've lived in for years. Ichiraku pointed out. It's no surprise that they're not upping sticks for this place. I wouldn't want to. I've lived in my house since I was a boy, and I find it nice, comfortable, and relaxing to live in. The draw of the familiar and comfortable is a strong pull, Naruto. Remember that. Hi, Sensei. Naruto nodded. By the way, thanks for stopping by and helping out here. I'd have thought you'd be busy getting ready for the new academy class that's gonna start next month. Fortunately, I won the luck of the draw this time around. The sighed in relief that he was out of that mess of fuss and feathers for once. Hokage-sama tapped me to act as supervising administrator for the newest batch of genin. I'll basically be helping your instructors make sure all of the bureaucratic and administrative stuff like accepting and reporting missions is done accurately for your first year as genin. It makes things go a bit smoother until you all get some experience in handling the day-to-day minutiae of being actual shinobi. I'm not looking forward to the D ranks. The Jinchuriki grumbled. Ten-chan's told us that they're basically people paying us to do chores. You have to get your feet wet somehow. Ichiraku responded sternly. D-ranks are no-risk missions that you and your teammates can complete while still leaving you plenty of time to train and advance your abilities under your senses. You all need a lot more experience and some actual combat training before you're ready for even a low C rank. Even tracking down bandit lairs or guarding caravans isn't an easy job. Be patient and accrue experience, and you'll do fine. I do get experience in a very literal sense, Ichiraku-sensei. Naruto's sweat dropped. Thanks to the gamer, I'm a walking RPG character. It doesn't make the idea of doing missions that are just chores dressed up prettily any less boring. He groused aloud. Look at it as a training exercise, Naruto. Ichiraku advised wisely. I'll admit, I thought much as you did back when I first became a genin, but I found a way to make the dull D ranks work for me. I used them to train my ninjutsu. Take painting fences, a pretty common D rank mission. I adapted Suiton ninjutsu to paint the fences instead of using brushes or rollers. For walking the Inuzuka clan's dogs, I used it as a chance to get some good running practice in. Adapt to the circumstances and you'll see that all sorts of ninja skills can be trained by using the D ranks. How'd you get a Suiton jutsu to work with paint? Naruto blinked in surprise. From what little he knew about water release techniques, they were primarily designed to work with, water. He'd hear of a couple designed to work with oil and other liquids, but they had to be specifically designed to work with something other than water. Well, my Jonin sensei was a Suiton expert, so he naturally knew and used a variety of techniques, and tried to pass on some of his skills to us. The guard said with a thoughtful look on his face. One that he made sure to teach all of us was Suiton, Suigun Suima no Jutsu, Water Style, Water Army Water Demon. It's a low C rank jutsu that allows the user to either manipulate pre-existing water or create water to fire a short-range stream of water. It was actually designed to be used primarily for firefighting, but it's easy to adapt for other uses. The hand signs are normally boar, dog, horse, and tiger, but my sensei told me that by swapping out the boar hand sign for the bird hand sign, it makes the jutsu focus less on water and more on simply liquids in general instead. You have to be careful that you don't grab any other liquids nearby like puddles or even mud when you use it, but otherwise it makes painting a lot quicker and more efficient, and it's great practice for Suiton ninjutsu. I'll definitely have to look into that jutsu. Naruto swore. No way was he going to get stuck doing boring-ass painting all day for some spending money. I'll look forward to you mastering it. Ichiraku said in amusement before remembering something. I did stop by for something other than checking in and offering moral support, Naruto. Here, this is for you. Reaching into his pouch, the Chunin sensei withdrew a couple of scrolls and handed them to his former student. What are these, Ichiraku sensei? The blonde boy asked. The first scroll contains all of Mizuki's ninja gear, minus his flak vest and 8. Ichiraku informed him seriously. All of his possessions were thoroughly checked over before being cleared to be awarded to you, Naruto. That's about 400 regular shuriken and kunai, a dozen of his dai shuriken, several reels of ninja wire, a couple of stacks of explosive notes, and 6 scrolls containing various ninjutsu and genjutsu. The genjutsu might be a bit tough for you, but maybe Sakura and Ino can make use of them. Cool, Naruto said enthusiastically. And the other scroll? Mostly furniture and the like that Mizuki owned. He kept his parents' house, which is being auctioned as we speak. Ichiraku said. The funds will be given to you once that's finished. I know you don't really need the furniture, but you could use them as emergency backups in case something happens to the stuff you already have in the building, maybe? Awesome. That'll save me money with the furniture shops. Naruto cheered. Even with the Hokage breathing down their necks, some of the shops in Konoha were still reluctant to sell him anything, with some of them still trying to overcharge or price gouge him whenever they got an opportunity. Glad Mizuki was good for something, Ichiraku muttered. He was still horrified that his friend could have done something as blatant as trying to betray Konoha. Not to mention trying to frame Naruto for his own crime. He was going to need a stiff drink tonight if he didn't want to be kept up by his own thoughts. Luckily, a distraction arrived to pull Ichiraku away from that sour line of thought. Looks like your new tenants are waiting for you, Naruto. He commented, nodding towards where 8 new genin, and 3 older genin, stood at the front of his building. You'd better go off and get down to business, Landlord Uzumaki. You're right. Naruto chuckled nervously. This is gonna be tough. Nothing worth doing is ever easy. Ichiraku advised him before messing with his former student's hair again, making Naruto sweat at him peevishly. Now I do have to go. Meet me at Ichiraku's after work and I'll treat you to a bowl. You got it, Daddy Abato. Naruto cheered. He was in no way stupid enough to turn down a free bowl of his personal food of the gods, no sir. The fact it gave him some motivation to deal with his former classmates/new tenants was a big bonus. Slipping the scrolls into a pair of slots in his utility belt, Naruto headed over to meet the newest people to live in the Hokage apartments. Yo, how's it going? He asked cheerfully. Hey Naruto. Tenten greeted him with a warm smile. Pretty nice place the Hokage set up, isn't it? Yup. And I'm the landlord, believe it or not. Naruto said with a chuckle. Tenten already knew that, as did Sakura, but for the rest it was pretty shocking news. Wait, how the hell is this your place? Kiba demanded in disbelief. Last I heard, you rented that shitty-ass apartment near the Dead District. I got turfed out thanks to a group of people breaking in and wrecking the place. Naruto answered with a helpless shrug. Gigi set me up with this place and made me the landlord. Any other questions before I give you all a rundown on the basics? There were none, so Naruto gave the speech he'd been readying since he'd found out he would have his classmates as his tenants. Okay, so, you are now all tenants of the Hokage apartments. Most of you know me, but for those who don't, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the landlord here. He said easily, thankful that his gamer's mind kept him cool, calm and in control in this kind of situation. For those of you with clans, your apartments have been paid for in advance for the first month. This leaves you with enough time to save up money from your mission pay and standard pay. For those without clans and families, the Hokage himself has paid for that first month as a gift for all of you gaining the rank of genin, even those of you who have been in the shinobi forces for a year. I'm a genin too, so I won't be in the building all of the time, but I'll be keeping at least one shadow clone here at all times, so just let them know if you need anything and they'll let me know. As much as I'd like to say do whatever in your rooms, there are rules. Break furniture, and you have to pay for it. You all have to at least keep your rooms sanitary enough to not pose a health risk. If you don't, you get charged extra for the cleaning service. The blonde boy continued. You also have to keep your pets from doing their business inside. Arf. Akamaru barked in protest of the possible slight against his house training. I know that you know better, Akamaru, but these guys might get pets of their own at some point, and they won't be Niken smart. Naruto defended himself. With a small snort, the Niken pup accepted that excuse. Now, onto the facilities. There's a taijutsu sparring room on each floor, with a shuriken range and a ranged jutsu practice area in the basement. Naruto started to relax when he noticed everyone was actually paying attention. It's sanctioned for anything up to mid-C rank. Anything higher rank you'll need to find a training ground to use unless you want to risk bringing the building down on all our heads. You've all got free access to all the facilities except for the utilities area, all of which are clearly marked, and the second floor of the basement. The piping and other such is down there. This is for your safety and the Hokage's peace of mind. Okay then, any questions? How do we pay you our rent? Choji asked. You can either set up an automatic transfer of funds from your bank account to mine, or you can just pay in person, Naruto answered. Whichever way you want is fine, but I'd prefer cash in hand. Anything else? Yosh! How much is our rent? The mini guy that Rockley asked? One brow twitching at the huge eyebrows being wiggled in his direction, Naruto took a moment to take in the older boy's words. Wait, that should have been on the forms you all got. It's 1,500 real per month, utilities not included. A fair price. Shino nodded. The amount was missing from the form my parents handed to me. I suspect the same was true for everyone else present. A murmur of agreement came up from everyone present. I'll have to let Gigi know about that. Naruto frowned. Do you all at least know what apartment you've been assigned? Fortunately, they all did. As they wandered off to unpack and get settled in their respective apartments, Naruto heaved a sigh and headed up to his own apartment. He wanted to double-check everything he'd gotten from Mizuki to make sure it was all in working order. And of course, he wanted to have a look at whatever jutsu were in the Treacherous Note scrolls. Thankfully, he was left alone by the various people wandering about his building, some of whom were almost certainly ANBU in disguise. His Gigi had told him that security here would be taken seriously and that a lot of the movers for the small clan and non-clan members of the graduating class would be there to ensure things didn't get unnecessarily messy, as the old Hokage put it. By that, Naruto assumed, he meant people placing monitoring seals where they weren't supposed to be. As the former ANBU HQ, the Amikage Apartments had subtle and discreet monitoring seals placed in its corridors that would alert the one bound to them, an ANBU, if someone was wandering where they weren't supposed to be. Having some sloppy idiot putting up a half-hour seal nearby would not be a good idea. Settling into one of his chairs, Naruto removed the scroll that had the jutsu sealed into it, and rolled it out so he could specifically unseal them. A puff of chakra smoke later, and he had 6 scrolls in his lap, making multiple windows pop up. You have acquired the Genjutsu, Moya Moya Jutsu scroll. You cannot learn this jutsu. Requirements: skill, average chakra control. You have acquired the Doton, Dochu Igyo no Jutsu scroll. Do you wish to learn this jutsu? Y/N. You have acquired the Genjutsu, Kasumi Jutsu scroll. You cannot learn this jutsu. Requirements: skill, average chakra control. You have acquired the Doton, Doria Hiki no Jutsu scroll. Do you wish to learn this jutsu? Y/N. You have acquired the Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu scroll. Do you wish to learn this jutsu? Y/N. You have acquired the Katon, Kengekyu no Jutsu scroll. Do you wish to learn this jutsu? Y/N. So there were 2 Genjutsu and 4 ninjutsu in the mix. That was a bit disappointing, but he was sure that either Sakura-chan or Ino could make use of them, which meant they wouldn't go to waste at least. Setting those scrolls to the side and dismissing their screens, Naruto rapidly hit Y on the 4 others. You have successfully learned Doton, Dochu Igyo. Doton, Dochu Igyo no Jutsu, active, LV1, 0%. Earth Style. Underground Projection Fish Jutsu is a standard C-rank Earth element jutsu that allows its user to sink into the earth and swim through it like a fish. When emerging from the earth, the user emerges totally silently and without disturbing the ground around or beneath them. Due to its utility for both stealth and combat applications, this jutsu is commonly known throughout the entirety of the ninja world. Hand signs: dog, boar, snake, bird. Underground travel speed: babies crawl. Costs 30 CP to activate and 5 CP/minute to maintain. You have successfully learned Doton, Doria Hiki. Doton, Doria Hiki no Jutsu, active, LV1, 0%. Earth Style. Earth Style Wall is one of the elemental wall techniques alongside Futon, Fujin Hiki, Keton, Karya Hiki, and Suiton, Sujin Hiki. Using it, the user can summon a defensive wall of mud, earth, or rock in front of them to act as a shield. While it is possible for the user to create earth and/or mud from their own chakra instead of manipulating pre-existing mud and earth, it is not advised unless the user is at least Jonin rank and possesses a significant amount of experience with the technique. A skilled user of this jutsu can create a wall with a personalized design on it rather than a plain wall of stone or mud. Hand signs: tiger, hare, boar, dog. Durability points when created: 75. Costs 50 CP to create. You have successfully learned Doton, Shinjuzanshu. Doton, Shinjuzanshu no Jutsu, Instant, LV1, 0%. Earth Style, Double Suicide Decapitation Jutsu, sometimes referred to as the Earth Style, Headhunter Jutsu, is a very old jutsu created to quickly incapacitate more powerful or heavily armored opponents from ambush. At its core, it is a very simple technique that is easy to execute and is very useful for AD rank jutsu. The user lurks underground and drags their target down into the ground up to their neck, whereupon the user can resurface and kill and or torture their target with impunity. It should be noted that given sufficient time or enough pure brute strength, the target can and will escape from this technique. Hand signs, none. When used, the user must be underground and their target must step within arm's reach of them. When the target is dragged into the earth, they are bound with bindings with a DP of 30. Should that DP be expended, they shall be able to remove themselves from their prison. Costs 30 CP to use. You have successfully learned Katan, Kengekure. Katan, Kengekure no Jutsu, active, LV1, 0%. Fire Style. Hiding in fire jutsu is a fairly unusual concealment technique whereby the user is able to shroud themselves in chakra and hide within a nearby lit fire. Upon reappearing, it appears as if the user emerges from fire. Other rare examples of concealment techniques would be Shimagekure no Jutsu, Gamagekure no Jutsu, Hyomengekure no Jutsu, and Nunogekure no Jutsu. Hand signs, tiger, boar, snake, monkey. The user can only hide in fire of a certain size and above. The higher this jutsu's level is, the smaller the flame that the user can hide in. Current size bonfire. Costs 95 CP to activate and 10 CP/minute to maintain. Yow! Naruto hiss out as he raised a hand to rub his throbbing head. The sudden influx of so much information was enough to actually hurt. Damn it, he couldn't catch a break, could he? Anyway, all of the jutsu looked pretty useful, with the possible exception of the Kengekure no Jutsu, simply because of how very what's the kind of words Irika-sensei would use. Ah yes, situational. It was a very situational jutsu, as fires were fairly uncommon in most places ninja were likely to go, with a few exceptions. Still, maybe if he got it to a high enough level it would be more useful, he'd practice with it and see. You never know when you might need a jutsu like that, after all. Ding! It's a landlord's life. Congratulations! You now have more than one tenant. With this condition cleared, the landlord system has been unlocked for your usage. You must be both tough and fair as a landlord, balancing the legitimate complaints, concerns, and problems of your tenants with your own needs and the priorities of your building as a whole. It is a tough balancing act, but you can consider it basic training for when you become Hokage. Landlord system unlocked. Tenant mood gauge unlocked. Building condition page unlocked. Rent monitoring system unlocked. Flicking through the newly unlocked pages, Naruto had to whistle. At the moment, aside from Asuma-sensei, all of the tenant gauges were at neutral. They were either impressed nor dissatisfied with his actions as a landlord. Quite unsurprising, as he'd only been their landlord for less than an hour. Asuma was at satisfied, which was nice. There hadn't been many problems that Naruto had needed to fix, and what few he'd needed to sort out had been basic maintenance on a few of the training rooms. The building condition page was rather informative. It showed a blueprint of the building and highlighted areas as green, yellow, or red depending on their condition, according to a useful little legend that he had in one corner. Most of the building was a solid green color, with parts of it marked in yellow that he made a note of on a scroll to get his Gigi to send someone to look into them. While Naruto was called the landlord, he was technically only the landlord's representative. Once Naruto became a Chunin, something he was definitely going to work towards, the Hokage was planning on transferring the ownership rights fully to him, and then he'd be a proper landlord. Until then, the Hokage had to personally sign off on most work, requiring hired help around the building. As for the rent monitoring system, it was all in the green, with a countdown timer to when the next payment of rent was due from each tenant. So very useful. I should go and see how everyone's doing, Naruto decided once he'd finished reading the news screens he could access. It was pretty obvious that there would be tensions between the genin, both new and old, especially since they weren't used to being around each other in a private setting for a long period of time. No sooner had he stepped outside of his apartment, then the sound of yelling was audible. Cocking his head slightly, Naruto guessed it was between Kiba and Ino? What the heck was going on now to have those two at loggerheads with one another? Jogging down the stairs to where Kiba's room was on the ground floor, Naruto frowned as he wondered why Ino was down here when her room was on the first floor, like the rest of the girls were. "You're trash all over me!" Ino shouted as Naruto reached the bottom of the stairs. "Screw you!" Kiba growled back. The two of them were practically nose to nose in front of Kiba's room, with a lot of dreck, mostly dog treats and sticks, all over the floor, with some on Ino's clothes and hair. Most of the other residents of the building were also present, looking on as the two shouted at one another. "Do I want to know what this is about?" the blonde landlord asked the corridor at large with a sigh. Kiba-kun accidentally spilled some of his stuff on Ino's san. Hinata managed to get out. The brunette poked her pointer fingers together as she spoke, clearly nervous. Ino-san didn't appreciate it. "So I can see. Thanks for the sitrep, Hinata," Naruto said with a smile that made the Hyuga heiress face redden into the same hue as a tomato. "Okay, calm the hell down, both of you," the blonde boy said loudly as he stepped between the two shouting genin and pushing them apart. "Seriously, you've both been here for less than an hour and you're already fighting like cats and dogs." "Back off, Dobe, this isn't your business," Kiba snarled. "I'm the landlord and you're causing a fuss in my building. That makes it my business," Naruto shot back. "Let's get something straight, Kiba. In this building, I'm the alpha, get it?" As Kiba blinked in surprise, Naruto mentally patted himself on the back. Doing a bit of research about the Inuzuka clan had paid off. Kiba was an alpha, someone who was supposed to lead inside the Inuzuka clan, a trait they picked up from their long association with their Nikken companions. Kiba bowed to his mother, who was the dominant alpha of the Inuzuka clan. He bowed to Jonin and Chunin because they legitimately outranked him in the greater pack that was Konoha. He had never felt that Naruto outranked him and probably considered himself to be Naruto's superior. That being the case. "Yeah right, Dobe," Kiba snorted, proving Naruto right. "Landlord, maybe, but no way are you an alpha." "Fine then. You and I are in that training room over there." Naruto jerked his head towards the ground floor training room nearby. "Winner's the best 2 out of 3. I win, you accept my position and stop acting like a jerk in the building. I lose, you can do as you please." "You seriously think you can beat me?" the Inuzuka heir growled, exposing his teeth in an attempt at intimidation. "I came second in our class in Taijutsu. You were barely in the middle." "What happens in the academy stays in the academy," Naruto retorted. "Welcome to the real world, where little rankings like that don't really matter anymore." He noticed Sakura looked slightly annoyed for a moment before she shrugged. "Ha! Fine, have it your way," Kiba sneered. "Sure, if you win, you're the alpha of this place. Not like it'll happen." "No Akamaru to help you out, Kibble," Naruto prodded. "To take care of you, I don't need him," the other boy growled. "Let's get this sorted out already." Shrugging, Naruto led the way to the training room, which was up to date and looked as if it had been transplanted from the academy's indoor taijutsu sparring area. Then the pop-up appeared. Quest alert! Proving who's top dog, Inuzuka Kiba is in serious need of an attitude adjustment, and you have challenged him to a taijutsu spar in order to force him to acknowledge your position as landlord. Quest objective: defeat Inuzuka Kiba. Bonus objective: defeat Inuzuka Kiba while using Ninpo, Kitsunerasu no Binsho. Quest reward: plus 100 reputation with Inuzuka Kiba, plus 5,000 Ryo, random Kimono clan Jutsu scroll. Bonus quest reward: Ragaken Jutsu scroll, plus 5,000 Ryo, rarity system unlocked. Quest failure: a serious amount of embarrassment. Quest has automatically been accepted. That was rather interesting. A rarity system? Naruto guessed that it had to do with weapons, armor, clothes, and jutsu scrolls. It would be interesting to see how this played out. But first. "Hey Lee!" Naruto called out to the taijutsu specialist. "You referee this." "Yosha! I shall put my most youthful efforts toward it, Uzumaki-san," the boy declared with a raised clenched fist. Wah! Both Naruto and Kiba blinked at his unusual usage of the term youthful. Just let it go. He takes after Guy-sensei way too much. Tenten called. Shrugging, Naruto moved to a few feet opposite Kiba and assumed the standard ready position of Hokage Taijutsu. Kiba would likely use his family's Taijutsu techniques, especially the Nin Taijutsu portion. He was very predictable that way, always charging in head first at full strength. And sure enough. Ready, begin, Lee announced. Giju Ninpo, Shikyaku no Jutsu. Imitation Beast Ninja Art, 4 legs Jutsu. Kiba snarled, his stance becoming stooped and feral as the technique took hold of him. Then he rushed at Naruto at a greater speed than he could normally manage, swiping with his clawed hands. Naruto blocked one, dodged another and redirected a third, backing up slightly as he focused entirely on defense. Kiba, frustrated that he was apparently being played with by his opponent, used a reverse scissors strike to force Naruto's arms to splay open before trying to drive a fist into his gut, only to be blocked by a raised knee. What? He managed to exclaim before the foot attached to that knee snapped out and slammed into his side painfully, forcing him back a step. Then Naruto went on the attack, driving punches and kicks into the Inuzuka before grabbing his arm and executing a very precise throw that left Kiba sprawled on his back, gasping for breath. The first round goes to Naruto-kun, Lee bellowed, making Kiba wince and cover his ears. Lee! Inside voice. Tenten scolded him. Sorry, Tenten-san. Scrambling to his feet after he got his breath back, Kiba glared at Naruto angrily. He might have underestimated him then, but now he'd show Dobe who was boss. Let's start again, he snarled. Naruto simply assumed the defensive stance he'd taken before again and flicked 2 fingers at him, as if to say bring it to his opponent. Naturally, Kiba saw red. Why you take this? He shouted, barely waiting for Rock Lee to begin the fight. Tsuga! Passing Fong! Leaping off of the ground, the boy spun around into a drill that leapt forward towards Naruto, who jumped to the side, allowing his enemy to pass by his former position. The Tsuga was the single-person version of the Gutsuga, a combination jutsu involving an Inuzuka's Niken. Because only one being was involved, the technique suffered an accordingly large power drop. It was something that Kiba had obviously not trained in as much as the Gutsuga, otherwise Naruto wouldn't have been able to avoid it like that. Humph. This is a poor showing by both sides. Hyuga Niji jeered. I dunno what match you're watching, but Naruto just kicked Kiba's ass while using the basic Hokage style of the academy. Tenten deadpanned. His teammate could be such an ass sometimes. He has to have mastered the Hokage style, at least the basic and intermediate versions, in order to do that. Outwardly ignoring his kunoichi teammate's words, Niji narrowed his eyes at Naruto as the blonde dodged another Tsuga. What Tenten had said was very true. Mastery of the basic and intermediate styles of the Hokage style was without doubt a requirement to manhandle Inuzuka Kiba in such a manner. However, Niji was an expert at reading people's movements due to his prodigious talent at the art of Juken, gentle fist, and he could see some definite traces of the advanced style of Hokage in the blonde boy's movements. It matters not. Fate has declared him to lose, the arrogant boy thought dismissively. Sure enough, Naruto was knocked down by Kiba seconds later, albeit by a hair's breadth. Second round to Kiba-kun, Lee declared. Ha! How'd you like that, Dobe? Kiba crowed. Naruto flipped himself back to his feet and stretched himself slightly. Okay, I think it's time to stop playing around, he said before making the tiger, horse and monkey hand signs. Ninpo, Kitsunarasen no Binsho. At his words, the boy crouched forward, a faint sheen of chakra outlining his body as it stretched and his limbs audibly popped. After a moment of silent staring, Naruto shot Lee an expectant look. Oh. The boy shook himself. Final round, begin. Naruto seemed to teleport across the room and start launching a quick barrage of punches of fairly powerful punches directly at Kiba, who was desperately blocking them and backing up at the same time. A speed-oriented version of the Shikyaku no Jutsu? Tenten muttered, interested. What the heck is with this? Kiba thought as he was forced to retreat yet again. Naruto hadn't shown this kind of skill in the academy. Even if he'd given Mizuki-sensei a hard time in the Taijutsu Test, he wouldn't have been nearly this fast. He was the Inuzuka clan heir. He was an alpha. There was no way that he could lose to the likes of Naruto. Tsuga! He roared desperately and tried to spin into the drill of his technique. Before he could though, Naruto's hand shot out and grabbed him by the wrists and threw him onto his back yet again. Yash! The final round goes to Naruto-kun, Rock Lee declared, in awe of the most youthful taijutsu match he just refereed. He couldn't wait to tell Guy-sensei about it. Kiba looked up at the ceiling in utter defeat. He'd lost. Not only that, he'd lost so obviously that all of his anger had fled him. Damn, Naruto really kicked my butt, he thought wryly. You okay, Kiba? Naruto asked. Looking up, the Inuzuka heir saw his former opponent standing above him. Rolling over and standing up, Kiba winced at the ache in his arms. Naruto hit as hard as his sister did, which was pretty damn good considering Hana was a chunin, even if she was primarily the Inuzuka clan's vet. Yeah, I'm good, Kiba said ruefully. Damn, you hit like an out-of-control cart. You've been holding back in spars at the academy. Maybe a little. Naruto grinned. Always keep an ace up your sleeve for when you need it. You need to practice your Tsuga more. I shouldn't have been able to dodge you at that distance. Yeah, yeshishish, you're nagging me just like Kaa-san. Kiba grumbled as Akamaru leapt back into his arms. You won, and I keep to my word. You're the alpha of these apartments. Good. Naruto nodded before turning to the other person who had been arguing. Ino, what were you doing on the ground floor? I was gonna look in on Shikamaru to make sure he didn't just unpack his futon and go to sleep. The Yamanaka heiress huffed. Troublesome girl. The black-haired boy muttered. What was that? Ino roared at her childhood friend. Inside voice, Ino. Naruto winced alongside most of the others. Kiba, apologize to Ino for getting her dirty and try not to wander around with Drek loose in your arms in future. They were Akamaru's things. Kiba grumbled before begrudgingly apologizing to Ino, who accepted it and stormed off to have a shower and change clothes. Shooing everyone else off now that the spectacle was over with, Naruto returned to his apartment and started to pay attention to the pop-up that had appeared once Kiba admitted his loss. Quest complete. Proving who's top dog, Inuzuka Kiba was in serious need of an attitude adjustment, and you have soundly defeated him, earning his respect in the process. Well done! Quest reward, plus 100 reputation with Inuzuka Kiba, plus 5,000 Ryo, Ninpo, Sai no Kawa Jutsu Scroll. Bonus quest reward, Ragaken Jutsu Scroll, plus 5,000 Ryo, rarity system unlocked. Congratulations! Your relationship with Inuzuka Kiba has advanced to friendly. Pleased with his achievement, Naruto focused on the two jutsu he'd earned. Skin of the Rhino and Wolfang Fist. Both of them sounded cool, but Naruto was more tempted by the more offensive-sounding one. Unfortunately, you cannot learn Ragaken as you do not meet the requisite jutsu or skill levels to do so. Require jutsu/skills, Ninpo, Kitsunerasu no Binsho LV20, any, 1, other jutsu of the Kimono clan at LV20. Well, that sucks. Naruto grumbled. He only had Kitsunerasu no Binsho at level 5 because he rarely used it, which had come back to bite him on the ass right now. That really left only one choice for him to learn. Congratulations. You have successfully learned Ninpo, Sai no Kawa. Ninpo, Sai no Kawa, active, LV1, 0%. Ninja Art, Rhino Skin is a defensive jutsu of the Kimono clan, designed to protect the user from weak and non-chakra-based attacks from simple threats like normal wild animals, bandits, and thugs, so the user can either quickly plow through them or focus on more dangerous threats. The user's skin assumes the defensive traits of a rhino to repel weaponry and taijutsu attacks. A basic level D ranked jutsu for genin ranked members of the Kimono clan. Hand signs, monkey horse snake ox. Grants all of the user's skin natural armor of 5 while active. Lowers DX by 10 while active. Costs 40 CP to activate and 5 CP per minute to maintain. Not bad. Naruto blinked. Kind does the opposite of what Kitsunerasu no Binsho does, slowing me down and improving my defenses. Hopefully that DX reduction will go away as I level it up. Getting up, he moved to the kitchen and inspected the cupboards. He'd have to do some shopping in the next couple of days, but he was good for tonight at least. Returning to his seat, he opened the pop-up about the new system that had been unlocked by his victory. Rarity system. All items in the world will be ranked by their rarity from here on out. The rarer an item, the more valuable it is. Weapons, armor, regular items, and jutsu scrolls are just some of the things that this system affects. Be warned, however, that simply because an item is rare does not always equate to powerful or useful. There are several tiers of rarity. Trash. This tier includes broken, rusted, and abandoned items. A legendary item that has been poorly maintained or abandoned will eventually degrade to this tier. Some might be fixable if you have a craftsman of appropriate skill level to do so. Common. This tier involves items that are frequent sights in the world, including disposable weaponry such as kunai and shuriken, as well as basic clothing and E-rank jutsu scrolls. Uncommon. This tier is a slight step up from common, with the items being slightly less a frequent sight in basic society. This includes kunai swords, katana, chikudo, ninjato, D-rank jutsu scrolls, and certain types of body armor. Rare. This tier involves items that are hard to find even among the various countries of the elemental nations. These can include zanbato, certain country-restricted jutsu scrolls, and other items. Super rare. Even rarer than rare items, these are usually items made by master craftsmen in very limited quantities, usually no more than a dozen or so. Note that a mastercraft item is not automatically super rare. Legendary. The highest tier attainable as of this update. Legendary items are usually one-of-a-kind items used, worn, or carried by legendary figures in famous battles. A few examples would be the 7 Swords of the Mist, the necklace of the Shodaime Hokage, several summoning contracts, and other items of this sort. I wonder, Naruto muttered. He opened his inventory and checked his weapons for their rarity. Tsubaki and Samaire were both rated as uncommon, as was Konoha Chakra Blade he'd gotten immediately after the second system update. Kogetsu Kushiki, on the other hand, was the only rare weapon that he had. The storm suit, which was going to be his C rank and up uniform, was also rare, which was interesting. Most of his other items, weapons and clothing were either common or uncommon, which was to be expected considering he was only a genin. Jutsu scroll-wise, he was amused to see that all of the futon jutsu scrolls were rated as being rare, which made sense. Out of all of the 5 basic elements, the wind element was the rarest of them all, making most jutsu for that element fairly hard to come by. Aside from jutsu for Kekkei Genkai, that is. Tomorrow's my first day as a genin taking missions. I'd better go out and see about learning that Suiton jutsu that Irika-sensei told me about, the Jinchuriki thought with a slight frown. Knowing my luck, painting fences will be one of the missions Asuma-sensei makes us do. After making sure he had everything he needed, Naruto headed out to the back of the Amikage Apartments, which had its own back garden, including a modest pond. It was here that he tried his luck at learning Suiton, Suigun Suema. The first few times were less than successful, getting him soaked as the water just seemed to swamp him in a sort of aborted wave, which sucked. Undeterred, he kept trying. Eventually, after what he'd estimated to have been his 20th or 30th go at it. Congratulations! You have successfully learned Suiton, Suigun Suema no Jutsu. Suiton, Suigun Suema no Jutsu, instant/active, LV1, 0%. Water Style, Water Army Water Demon, otherwise known as Water Style, Marine Battle Formation, is high D rank jutsu that borders on low C rank. It allows the user to manipulate a large amount of water into a powerful, spiraling stream that can be directed and manipulated by the user to strike its target from a multitude of different angles. While it is mostly used to act as an impromptu fire service jutsu in an emergency nowadays, its utility in battle cannot be understated. 2 people executing the jutsu at once can double the effectiveness of the technique so long as they act in concert. Hand signs: boar, dog, horse, tiger. Range: up to 5 meters away. Requires a pre-existing source of water to be used. Volume of water controllable, bucketful. Deals INT*WIS 50 water damage to targets. Costs 50 CP to use and 10 CP per minute to maintain. If used by 2 people in concert, double the amount of water manipulated and the damage dealt by the highest leveled user. Cool. Naruto grinned before his stomach rumbled. Better get some lunch in me. It's past that time of day. Chuckling, the blond boy headed back in to get started on his lunch, and then practice his Fuinjutsu. This would be the last day he'd have the luxury of lounging around like this. After all, he'd be on duty as a member of Konoha's shinobi forces starting tomorrow. He couldn't wait. Chapter 23, D-Rank Drudgery. The next day. Hokage's office, Hokage Tower, Kanahigakure. Sometimes I hate my life. Naruto growled out from the depths of his mind, one eyebrow twitching erratically. It wasn't the first time he'd had such thoughts, though it was the first time in a fair bit of time that he'd done so. The source for the young Jinchuriki's ire was currently floating lazily in front of his face, a screen of pale blue amidst a world of gray. Repeatable quest, D-Rank Drudgery. You are a rookie genin. Doing demeaning chores and acts of unskilled labor serve as both a means to pop any sense of ill-founded arrogance that might have formed on gaining your credentials as a child soldier, and as a way for you to earn pocket money while giving your Jonin sensei an opportunity to assess and train you to the level that you can go on more difficult missions. Number of times completed overall 0. Number of times quest has been completed today, 0 of 2. Selection of D-Rank missions. Painting fences _ Walking Inuzuka clan dogs _ Babysitting _ Weeding a garden _ High D rank, catch Tora the cat _ High D rank, deliver messages to nearby village _ Scroll down for more choices. Quest rewards. Standard for all missions, 500 EXP. Painting fences, plus 300 real, plus 50 reputation with Kanahigakure civilians. Walking Inuzuka dogs, plus 500 real, plus 150 reputation with Inuzuka clan, 5% chance to acquire beast taming skill scroll. Babysitting, plus 300 real, plus 50 reputation with Kanahigakure civilians. Weeding a garden, plus 300 real, 50% chance to acquire horticulture skill scroll. Catch Tora, plus 700 real, plus 200 reputation with Kanahigakure shinobi forces, Kanahigakure NBU and Madame Shurjimi. If caught without the entire team being scratched to a bloody mess, a x5 multiplier is applied to the reputation gained for Kanahigakure shinobi forces and Kanahigakure NBU. Deliver messages to nearby village, plus 600 real. Scroll down for more choices. Naruto had been scrolling through the list of D ranks for what felt like the past 10 minutes, trying to find anything that seemed remotely interesting, only to be met with nothing but chores and grunt work. The sheer tedium of it all was already giving him a headache, and he hadn't even started on the actual missions. Seriously, how lazy were the civilians in this village that they had to pay actual shinobi to paint their fences, mow their grass, and tend their gardens? At least a few of them offered some halfway decent rewards, with the best being for the walking Inuzuka dog's quest. Taming an animal, that certainly sounded like something he could get behind. Horticulture sounded kind of meh, especially since he was pretty sure that Ino already had that skill at around level 30 or something. Still, he wouldn't say no if it was offered. As long as there wasn't some limit to the number of skills he could acquire, any skill was something worth acquiring in his books. Taking a moment to pull himself out of his ruminations, Naruto felt his eye twitch again as he took in his situation again. Everything he could see, from the old man, his teammates and sensei, the bits of furniture in the room, even the sky visible from the room's windows, had turned an odd sepia color, looking as if he was caught standing in some old drawing or picture. Worse, the world and everyone in it seemed to have frozen solid. No one else in the room had so much as twitched since the old man had reached for the pile of mission scrolls on his desk marked with a large D. Hell, there was a bird outside the window that seemed stuck in mid-air between wing beats. Normally this kind of situation would have been far more intriguing, especially with the pranking opportunity it could present later on, but there was one major problem: Naruto couldn't move either. He was literally stuck in the same spot and position as he'd been when time seemingly froze, only able to move his eyes in order to scroll down the mission selection screen. That changed what could have been an interesting and rather useful ability into something far more annoying. His nose had been itching for the past 5 minutes, and if he couldn't scratch it soon, he was going to lose his fucking mind. So I'm guessing the world's going to stay like this until I select our D ranks for the day? Naruto grumbled between unmoving teeth. Asuma-sensei was relaxing to one side, while Ino and Sakura were flanking him. Better get to it then. Taking another look at the available missions, he quickly noticed that focusing on one brought up more details, including an estimated completion time for each, ranging from only taking a few minutes to several hours. He couldn't see any details on the high D rank missions, only a message that they required at least 20 regular D ranks to be completed before they were unlocked. It was also waived if you had at least 1 full year of experience as a genin or were promoted to chunin. Why someone would still be performing D ranks when they were a chunin was beyond Naruto's comprehension at the moment, but he supposed someone had to take that option, since it was written there in blue and white. He also had to wonder why catching a cat was seen as such a big deal by the village's shinobi force. Letting out a breath and trying to focus around his itching nose, Naruto gave the list of missions a moment of serious consideration. Painting fences would not only be a quick and easy way to start off with, plus it would give him the chance to test that little trick Ichiraku had told him about using his new Suigun Suiman no Jutsu. As for the other mission, he decided that walking the Inuzuka clan's dogs would be good for Sakura-chan's and Ino's physical conditioning if nothing else, plus it would give him a chance at a rare loot drop. As soon as he made his selections, color seemed to flood back into the world in an instant, and time started to flow again. The sudden shift was actually pretty jarring and more than a bit freaky. Now then, let us see what missions we have for your first set. Gigi seemed to pick up mid-sentence as he picked up one scroll, opened it up, and glanced at it. Haramura Nodoka-san needs her back garden's fence painted today. Also Nizuka-tsum has asked for someone to help her clan walk some of their Niken as well. The old Kage had to use quite a bit of his years of experience to hide the smirk that wanted to emerge at the sight of the incredulous expressions on Ino and Sakura's faces. The sight of a new genin being told to do what he knew very well were chores that civilians couldn't be bothered to do. Oh, there were the occasional requests by those too elderly and infirm to do maintenance that they could no longer handle themselves, but the majority of the low to mid-D ranks barely qualified as handyman jobs. Naruto was unsurprised, which Sarutobi had expected. His friendship with the adopted daughter of the Higarashis had guaranteed that she would let him in on the reality of a fresh genin's career. The blonde boy subtly caught his eye and used Konoha sign language while his teammates were distracted. Bloodline activated. Unusual occurrence. Will report later. So the gamer power had activated in a way Naruto hadn't expected? That would be interesting to hear about later. Subtly nodding, Sarutobi solemnly handed the scrolls to his son before Ichiraku-kun started the standard Beyond Your Best Behavior lecture that all new genin received from their former chunin sensei before their first D rank. Traditions were important. Also their expressions were hilarious, not that he would ever admit it to them. Haramura Nodoka's back garden, Kanahigaku no Sato. Their first client, Haramura Nodoka, was a lady just entering her 20s who looked like she had to be related to Sakura given her mane of bright pink hair, although both denied any familial relations, especially Sakura, who was throwing envious and jealous looks at the older woman's impressively large bust. The white ankle-length dress didn't hide her figure by any stretch of the imagination. I would ordinarily do it myself, but I have to leave Konoha tomorrow to meet my partner in a nearby village. She apologized to the team as she led them to her fence. That means packing and setting the house to be unoccupied for a while, so I'm afraid I will be busy for most of the day. Partner? Ino asked curiously, her gossiping tendencies coming to the forefront. A boyfriend? Girlfriend. Nodoka corrected her with a smile. Miya Nagasaki. She's going to move in with me next month. This meeting we're having is just to discuss various matters that will happen as a result of her leaving her family. With that, she left them to it, having already bought the paint and brushes. Ino looked stunned. Wow, didn't think a civilian would ever admit to being gay, the Yamanaka heiress said after a moment. Usually, they're pretty prudish. She's actually a retired kunoichi. Asuma corrected her. She was invalid out of the forces a couple of years ago due to a bad leg injury that the med-nin couldn't heal. Can't tell because she's good at hiding her limp and she covers up her legs with long skirts and dresses to avoid showing the wound. Shame really, but if memory serves, Haramura-san was never that enthusiastic about the shinobi life. She seemed more relieved than anything when she was told that she needed to hang up her 8. You know her sensei? Sakura asked curiously. She's a friend of a friend, stated the absently, placing another cigarette to his lips. Enough taking, let's get down to business. that fence won't paint itself. The fence painting was over far sooner than anyone anticipated, thanks to Naruto using the altered version of the Suigun Suima to slather the paint on the fence, with Ino and Sakura brushing it out smoothly in his wake. It also got him a reward. Congratulations! You have successfully altered a jutsu. Suigun Suima no Jutsu now has the option to be used on all liquids rather than just water if you use the bird hand sign in place of the boar hand sign. You earn 1000 EXP. As a result of altering a jutsu without it blowing up in your face, you earn the Jutsu Mechanic title. See the title page for more details. In addition, the Jutsu Synthesis system is unlocked. See the relevant page for details. Oh yes, he was definitely going to take a closer look into both his new title and system when he got a chance. Dog walking had been significantly less easy, at least as far as Sakura and Ino were concerned. While both were fit enough for shinobi life, if barely, the two lacked the raw leg and arm strength to keep the excited Niken, who were noticeably stronger than normal dogs, from running around and dragging them along for the ride. In the end, Naruto was forced to form a pair of shadow clones to help his teammates keep their Niken under control. That had actually impressed Inuzuka-san, who'd slapped him on the back and told him that he should take the mission more often in the future. Benton's blessing had luckily kicked in after that, adding a copy of the beast taming skill scroll directly to his inventory. Stupid mutts, Sakura muttered belligerently as she massaged her palms, both of which were sporting red imprints from where the leashes had bit into them. Why couldn't I just use the Karate Kyoka no Jutsu to keep them under control again? Because you're still too green with that technique to exert the kind of control you need to keep from accidentally hurting the dogs. Asuma-sensei reminded her, an amused smirk crossing his lips. Give it a few more weeks of practice and some more chakra control exercises, and then you'll be able to use it a lot more freely without risking accidentally breaking something you shouldn't. Now that the missions were over, the four were headed toward Training Field 10 to start on their individual and team training. After turning the signed and completed mission scrolls into the Hokage and getting paid, they'd had lunch at Yakiniku before heading out for the training field at a sedate pace. So what's the plan for training today, sensei? Naruto asked curiously as he approached the field. Well, for you, Naruto, we're going to focus on refining the ninjutsu you've already learned. You've got a pretty impressive collection already, now we just need to polish them to perfection. The bearded answered easily, before scratching at his chin thoughtfully. As for Ino and Sakura, I'm not sure just yet. We're definitely going to be working on improving their physical conditioning, but otherwise I don't have a lot of options right now. I'd like to give Sakura a couple Suiton ninjutsu so she can use the Suijoki Bunshin properly, but I don't know any Suiton techniques myself that'd work for her. Ino also needs to learn more ninjutsu outside her clan techniques, but I don't know her elemental affinity, so I can't make any plans on that yet either. I'm working on correcting both these issues, but the red tape to get everything is a pain in the rear. What about genjutsu? Sakura's a genjutsu type, and Ino could probably make good use of them as well? Naruto offered as they entered the field proper. I'm not much of a genjutsu type, stated Asuma with a shrug of his shoulders. I always preferred the direct approach myself. I only know a single one, and it's a high C rank, something neither of the girls have the reserves for just yet. Good thing I've got you covered, Asuma-sensei. The blonde boy grinned before taking a pair of scrolls out of his pouch and tossing them to the Hujinjutsu Moya Moya, Illusion Technique, Hazy, and Genjutsu, Kasumi, Illusion Technique, Misty. He mused as he cracked the first one and then the other open enough to read their titles. A D rank and a high D borderline C rank one. Perfect. The girls can learn and swap these over. Thanks, Naruto, I owe you one for these. No problem, it's not like I can use either of them. Stupid chakra control. Naruto grumbled slightly under his breath, getting a chuckle from his teacher. So what do they do? Ino asked curiously, proving she'd been listening in on the two. Sakura also spared the two males a curious glance. Moya Moya and Kasumi are both supplementary genjutsu that obscure the target's ability to see, though using different effects. Asuma replied. Moya Moya blurs the target's surroundings and makes it seem as if they are sinking into quicksand, while Kasumi makes it seem as if the target is surrounded by a bank of mist that only lets them see vague outlines of people. Yohi Kurinai, a friend of mine and a genjutsu specialist, actually shares the same name, but it acts as a form of illusionary clone variant instead. Since Kurinai actually created her version herself and the one we've got was created first, it's likely she'll be forced to change its name when she hears about it. Neither sounds like something that would fool a ninja sensei, not for long anyway, Sakura pointed out, frowning slightly. These are D-rank techniques, Sakura. They're not really designed to beat other shinobi, at least not anyone who's at least a competent genin. Asuma agreed. But if you use it on someone with little to no training, like common bandits and mercs, or even other fresh genin, they'd work fine. Besides, a few seconds of distraction can be the difference between life and death in a fight. Anything that breaks a foe's concentration, even if it's for just long enough for them to concentrate and break an illusion, can be useful. Also, Sakura, you should speak to your father and see if has an E-rank Suiton ninjutsu called Suiton, Kasumi, water style, mist, or the more advanced D-rank version, Kirigakure no Jutsu, water style, hidden in the mist technique. If you use either of those in combination with the Genjutsu version of Kasumi, it'll make a very effective tactic. Of course, the target would be confused as to whether they were locked in a Genjutsu even after doing a dispel that would leave them open for an attack. Sakura realized, the pinkhead's mind going through the ramification of the combo. I'll ask my father about that tonight. Good. In the meantime, you get to try the Kasumi, and Ino you can work on the Moya Moya. Asuma directed as he tossed each scroll to its intended recipient. Naruto, make a shadow clone for each of them to practice on. It'll give you the advantage of experiencing both genjutsu without actually experiencing them. Because of the memory transfer thing, right? Naruto nodded and made the clone hand sign. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. In a puff of smoke, a pair of clones popped into existence, identical to the original Naruto in every way. Okay, you two, you're playing target dummy for Sakura-chan and Ino. The blonde ordered his copies. Ah man. This is gonna suck. Ignoring the grumbling of his clones, Naruto headed off to do his own practice, pondering which jutsu to work on first. He decided on the three closest to leveling up first, which meant Dangan, Kaiten Shuriken and Gansetsukan. They would benefit the most from it, and he would be lying if he said he wasn't curious to see what would happen when they were all maxed out. He'd only maxed out a single D-rank jutsu, Katon, Hadarubi, so he had no idea if the reason he got a mastery bonus for doing that was because fire wasn't one of his elements or because it really wasn't a powerful jutsu in the first place. Using the shadow clone jutsu once again, he created 30 more clones and divided them into groups of 10, each of whom practiced a different jutsu, while he settled in to do what clones could not and started grinding his stats, doing push-ups, sit-ups and crunches to pass the time. I'm breaking a sweat just watching him, Sakura mumbled to Ino, who nodded in agreement. You'll be doing physical training as well, just so you know. Asuma noted to the pair before making a hurry-up motion with his hand to get them to start training. It was 2 hours later when Asuma called a halt to training. Sakura and Ino were on the ground, exhausted both physically and mentally and out of chakra. Naruto was only sweating slightly from all of the exercise he'd been doing, which earned him looks of disbelief from his teammates. Seriously, what the heck is with you? It literally shouldn't be physically possible that you aren't even fazed by 2 hours of non-stop exercise, Ino said to Naruto once she no longer felt like a used dishcloth. Hey, don't ask me. I've always been like this, Naruto shot back, thinking of his obscenely high stamina stat. It's because of his chakra, Ino, Asuma offered. He's an Uzumaki, which means his chakra is exceptionally dense and powerful. Chakra naturally reinforces the body and helps speed up recuperation and healing, meaning that someone with powerful chakra will normally have above average stamina as long as they put in some elbow grease. That holds true with anyone with active chakra coils, from ninja to samurai. The more chakra you have, the better your natural health will be. Huh? Ino and Sakura said in unison. I think we made some good progress today, Asuma stated, looking around. Naruto, have you dismissed your clones yet? All the ones I was using to practice my ninjutsu, but I'm a bit hesitant to dispel the ones that Sakura-chan and Ino were using as guinea pigs, Naruto replied, looking quite pleased with himself. He managed to max out Gansetsukan, and was just half a level away from doing the same for Kaiten Shuriken and Dangan as well. Something tells me that dispelling those two will not be good for my mental health, he finished, hiking a finger over his shoulder to indicate the two clones in question. Both were looking rather pale and they were twitching noticeably. Yeah, best to do those two one at a time, agreed the looking nervously at the twitchy clones. That kind of repeated genjutsu exposure can have some unpleasant after effects. Clones should mostly diffuse it, but releasing both at once wouldn't be pleasant. Give yourself a few minutes between each to recover. Right. Naruto agreed with a nod before dispelling the clone that Sakura had been practicing on. Suddenly he was bombarded with a phantom sensation of unease, images of being surrounded in thick mist with only vague figures and shapes discernible around him. The images stopped a second later, though the sense of unease remained for a few minutes, along with a minor headache. Then a new set of screens popped up in front of his nose. As a result of exposure to multiple weak area of effect site interfering genjutsu in a short period of time, the skill minor ocular genjutsu resistance, blur, has been created. Due to the number of times you or your shadow clone was exposed to it in such a short period of time, the skill starts at level 2. Minor ocular genjutsu resistance, blur, passive, LV2, 0%. A vast majority of genjutsu work by primarily targeting a victim's sense of sight and distorting it with various effects. Sometimes, this involves making the target unable to see via blurring their surroundings. This skill improves your ability to resist the effects of such an illusion while under it, but does nothing to prevent you from being influenced by it in the first place. Increases chances of seeing through a blur-type genjutsu by 2%. Ow! Naruto droned dully, massaging the bridge of his nose. Geez, Sakura-chan, just how many times did you cast that genjutsu on my clone? Its memories are full of nothing but being surrounded by that creepy mist. That's what it was there for, Naruto. The pinkette huffed in annoyance. Yeah, but you could have given it a break instead of casting the damn jutsu on it as soon as it faded. Naruto rubbed his head, wishing there was a headache-resistant skill of some kind. Kid's got a fair point, Sakura. Asuma agreed. Remember that your teammate is helping you with this of his own free will, so show him some mercy next time. Yes, sensei. Agreed Sakura, blushing slightly. On releasing Ino's clone, Naruto was again assaulted with a phantom ill feeling, this time accompanied by flashes of himself sinking into the ground as everything around him started to blur together. Luckily there was no headache with this one, though he did get another skill alert. As a result of being subjected to numerous uses of a balance-disturbing genjutsu in a short period of time, the skill imbalance correction has been created. Due to the number of times you or your shadow clone was exposed to it in such a short period of time, the skill starts at level 2. Imbalance correction, passive, LV2, 0%. The balance of a human, in motion or stationary, comes from many factors, including their height relative to sea level, the amount of oxygen available, the footing they possess, and other physiological and geographic factors. This skill grants the user the ability to automatically correct for small amounts of imbalance when their sense of balance is negatively affected. Grants a 2% correction when the user's balance is negatively affected. As they departed, Naruto made a quick excuse about having to see Ichiraku-sensei about something, before heading off on his own and making his way toward the Hokage's tower. As he approached, he was greeted with the sight of Team 7 leaving the tower, all three covered in scratches and looking particularly disheveled and unamused. Naruto merely raised a bemused eyebrow, wondering what the heck had caused that. Hey Gigi, what's with Sasuke's lot? They look like they lost a fight with an angry, thorny bush. He called as he sauntered into the office of his surrogate grandfather. They were assigned the Tora retrieval mission today, Sarutobi replied in amusement. Tora runs away from her master every other day, making it a regular mission on the Konoha roster. Quite an infamous one as well, as Tora is fast, cunning, and fights like a devil rather than get caught. Nowadays, the mission is seen as a bit of a rite of passage or test for young genin teams. Naruto's sweat dropped at the sheer desperation implied by the tactics used by the cat. She must really hate her owner. Madame Shurjimi is a lovely woman, who unfortunately tends to be a bit overly affectionate with Tora. The Hokage offered delicately, not wanting to insult an important patron. Anyway, is this about? The boy nodded, making the Hokage quickly activate the room's security seals before motioning for Naruto to explain. Your power stopped time and let you select the missions that you undertook today? Sarutobi whistled as the young genin finished recounting the events of this morning. That seems to be quite the power you have there. Do you believe it will activate every time that you come here for a mission? I think so, Naruto replied with a shrug. No way of being certain other than by coming back tomorrow. At least the mission rewards are pretty good. I got a new skill scroll from the dog walking mission, beast taming. Have you looked into it yet? The professor asked curiously. Honestly, Naruto's unique ability was an intriguing mystery, and it was one that Hiruzen was honestly enjoying helping the boy piece together. Yeah, I gave it a quick look over when we were heading to lunch. Naruto nodded. It can actually be used one of two ways. I can either learn the beast taming skill and then specialize once I reach level 10 in it, or I can use the scroll on an injured animal, learn the beast taming skill then, and specialize from level 1, which I think is the better way to do it. It does sound more efficient. The Hokage agreed. Think carefully before you use it, Naruto-kun. An animal companion can affect you much like the Niken of the Inuzuka or the Kikeichu of the Abirame do. I'll do that, Gigi. Naruto nodded. So you aren't mad about me interfering with your selection of missions? You had very little option in the matter but to choose for me, Naruto-kun. Sarutobi reassured the worried boy, waving a hand absently. I lay no blame on you whatsoever. Promise me that you'll take different missions every day and we'll leave it at that. Thanks. The boy said in relief before something occurred to him. Hey, if the Torah mission is a high D rank, why was Team 7 able to take it? I can't take it until I've gotten 20 ordinary D ranks done. That is normally the case, but Kakashi was the one to specifically request that particular mission as opposed to the genin. The Hokage explained. He felt that the challenge of a difficult mission would drive it into the heads of those three that they need to work on teamwork as well as honing their individual skills. As an acting Jonin sensei, he can override certain requirements on D ranks as needed to help ensure the growth and development of his genin, so long as he can offer a proper explanation and doesn't break any major law. Naruto blinked. Cool. Well, I'd better head back so I can deal with any problems at the Amikage apartments. You dealt with the only problem to occur so far very well, so the ANBU told me. Sarutobi complimented him. Kiba-kun needed a reminder that rank in the shinobi forces isn't the only reason for him to bow to those outside the Inuzuka clan, something which you provided rather nicely. Naruto rubbed the back of his head bashfully. Oh, that reminds me of Jija. What can you tell me about the Kimono clan? Not blinking at the sudden topic change in subject, since even before his new ability appeared Naruto was prone to jumping between subjects at the drop of a hat, the Sandaime organized his thoughts for a moment before answering. The Kimono clan joined Konoha about 10 years or so after Uchiha Madara was slain by the Shodaime Hokage at the Valley of the End. They were an unusual clan in that, while the clan itself was made up of several interlinked families, the families themselves were not actually blood-related. They were nin taijutsu specialists, utilizing ninjutsu similar to the Inuzuka clan's Gijin Ninpo, beast imitation ninja art, and Jijin Taijutsu, beast human taijutsu, but developed a variety of techniques based on many different creatures, with a primary focus on mammals. They were never one of the larger clans in the villages. At its strongest there were only around 100 members in total, and they simply vanished from Konoha in the year following the end of the Second Great Ninja War, leaving no trace of their destination or reason for leaving Konoha. Why the sudden interest in obscure clan history, Naruto-kun? I've gotten my hands on 3 Kimono clan jutsu thanks to my gamer powers, Gigi. I can't learn one of them because I need to level 1 specific jutsu, the Kitsunerisu no Binsho, and at least 1 other Kimono clan jutsu to level 20 before I can unlock it. Naruto explained. The Kitsunerisu no Binsho is kinda like the Inuzuka's Shikyaku no Jutsu, except it focuses on improving my agility and dexterity rather than my physical power. The only other jutsu of the Kimono clan I've learned is the Sai no Kawa, which lowers dexterity in favor of making my skin as tough as a rhino's hide, which makes it kinda awkward when I try to use them together in combat. Yes, if I remember correctly, the Kitsunerisu was a low chunin jutsu while the Sai no Kawa was a genin. Sarutobi mused thoughtfully. You learn them out of order, and I can see where that would cause some issues in mastering using them in concert. Normally one would learn the Sai no Kawa while still in the academy and practice it until they were as familiar with it as a normal shinobi is with the Academy 3 or Traveling 10. Then once, after graduating, they would learn the Kitsunerisu no Binsho to combine the enhanced speed and agility with the enhanced defense of the Sai no Kawa to create a dangerous combination. I'd recommend focusing on training the Sai no Kawa first before trying to combine the two. Once you have a decent level of control over it, combining the two should be far easier. The old Kage paused for a moment. You know, I recall that the entire clan compound of the Kimono clan was left untouched after they left. I locked it up and activated the boundary seals to prevent any jutsu theft until I clarified their status. It wasn't the end of the Second War over 30 years ago by now? Naruto asked with a sweat drop. Yes, but we still have found no evidence surrounding the kimono's mysterious disappearance, so their status is still listed as missing, unknown cause, in the records. The Hokage said with a crafty smirk. I think I can give you the key to the seals so you can explore the compound once you've managed to learn all 3 of the kimono techniques you've acquired and your team has completed 2 high D ranks. Naruto blinked as a window popped up. Quest alert! D rank drudgery with a purpose. The Sandaime Hokage has promised to give you the seal key to the former Kimono clan compound upon your team's completion of 2 high D ranks. This also means slogging through 40 regular D ranks, 20 per high-ranked mission, in order to be allowed to take those 2 higher-ranked missions, but hang in there. Quest Objective 1, complete 2 high D rank missions, 0/2 completed. Quest Objective 2, complete 40 D rank missions, 02/40 completed. Quest Objective 3, learn the Ragaken Jutsu. Quest Reward 1, plus 3,000 Ryo, random Kimono clan Jutsu scroll. Quest Reward 2, plus 500 relationship with Konohagakure Shinobi forces, random rare elemental Jutsu scroll, random rare equipment. Quest Reward 3, plus 3,000 Ryo, random rare non-elemental Jutsu scroll, plus 3,000 EXP, Kimono clan compound key, permission to enter Kimono clan compound. Do you choose to accept this quest? YN. Wonder why there's no failure consequences in that one? The boy mused as he tapped the Y button and accepted the quest. Likely because there is little to no chance of you actually failing it, Sarutobi remarked. D ranks are a matter of daily fact for a genin, and even some chunin, so unless you die or become a nuke nin, it will be nearly impossible for you to not complete this quest. How point taken. Naruto nodded. Welp, I'd better be going. Later, Gigi. Smiling, Sarutobi deactivated the security measures in his office as he waved goodbye to his surrogate grandson for the day. He wondered idly how long it would take Naruto to get restless at the relatively low amount of experience points that D ranks apparently gave him compared to his usual sojourns into Training Ground 13. The old Kage gave it 3 more days at most before Naruto got impatient and went to his old stomping grounds to get stronger. Not that the idea lacked merit by any means. Naruto was practically an expert at clearing through the chakra mutations already, and he had already completely purified the first 2 sub-areas of the excessive chakra for the moment. Still, he was in a team now, so he should learn to work together with his teammates in a combat situation, so that should be something of a focus for him. Sarutobi made a mental note to suggest to Asuma that one of his training sessions should be blooding Ino and Sakura on chakra mutations. If his gamer power works like I think it does, it may also reveal a clue as to what happened to the Kimono clan all those years ago, the old Hokage mused as he returned to his paperwork. That mystery still bothered the old Kage, and giving Naruto access to the clan compound was a small price to pay for it. Besides, if Naruto did manage to learn all 3 of the techniques he'd acquired, then he'd be automatically accepted as an honorary member of the clan per Kimono clan law. With the clan only loosely linked by blood ties, they had developed that law to help bring in new blood and tie their clan together through more legal means. Normally this was done through an adoption process, with the adoptee being taught the kimono techniques by a senior member while being inducted into the clan, but Naruto's circumstances were rather unique. I do hope that Naruto-kun tells me what he finds when it does happen, Sarutobi thought tiredly as he went back to his paperwork. 3 days later. Sarutobi truly understood how his surrogate grandson's mind worked, his predications regarding the young Jinchuriki's patience, or lack thereof, proving correct down to a.t. Naruto had gotten sick of watching his EXP gauge tick up 1% at a time with those dinky D ranks. True, he was making some headway with his jutsu, having maxed out not only Gansetsukan, but Kaiten Shuriken and Dangan as well as gaining several levels on the Sai no Kawa technique. Doton, Gansetsukan no Jutsu, active of max. The Earth Style, Rock Section Cane Jutsu is a fairly simple technique. After making the correct hand signs, the user should pick up a stone or rock, which transforms into a 1.5 meter long staff, which can be used in close combat or thrown at the enemy. At high levels, the user can create multiple staves simultaneously and assail their enemies with them. Hand signs, monkey, rat, snake. Number of staves created per use, 150. Durability of each stave, 100. Mastery bonus, 50% chance per use of doubling the number of staves created when creating more than one stave. Futon, Kaiten Shuriken no Jutsu, active max. The wind style, rotating Shuriken Jutsu is a useful jutsu for increasing the effectiveness of your Shuriken Jutsu. By infusing a Shuriken with wind-natured chakra, you increase its cutting power. Once a Shuriken has been infused, you can manipulate the Shuriken to attack your enemies remotely. Requires Shuriken to use. Actively increases the damage of any infused bladed weapon by 50 plus 5%. Actively allows you to control the infused weapon up to 60 meters away. Added effect, Blades of Lesser Wind. Once a Shuriken strikes its target, they will unleash 2-3 blades of wind into the target, causing 20 to 25 plus 5% per blade, and each has a high chance for a critical hit. Hand signs, none. Number of weapons that can be infused and manipulated, 15. Cost 10 CP per weapon, 2 CP per minute to maintain. Futon affinity and chakra control cost reductions taken into account. Mastery bonus, chakra cost is reduced to the above seen values. Doton, Dangan no Jutsu, active max. By slamming their hand or foot on the ground after completing the hand signs, the user can send a large boulder or menhir at the opponent. As this jutsu only requires 2 hand signs, it can be performed quickly. The drawback of this jutsu is that it is relatively short-ranged and lacks speed when moving through the air, although this is improved at higher levels. Launches a boulder or a menhir at your opponent up to 10 meters away, causing 150 points of damage, plus an additional 20 points per every level of secondary Doton affinity that you possess, max 10 levels. The difference between a boulder and a menhir is purely cosmetic and entirely up to the user's preferences. Hand signs, horse monkey. Cost 60 CP per use. Mastery bonus. Enemies targeted by this jutsu will be inflicted with 2 seconds of paralysis while it is in flight. The mastery bonuses were all over the place, but that just made it interesting. They were just high D rank / low C rank jutsu, so they weren't all that powerful compared to some jutsu. The mastery bonuses simply made them a bit more effective or easier to use. Still, it made his arsenal that much stronger. He changed into a fresh set of his light combat clothes after getting back to his apartment post-team training, and he was about halfway to TG-13 when Asuma-sensei appeared next to him in a burst of smoke. Doing some self-training? He asked casually as he fell into step beside his student. Considering the EXP from the D ranks is barely a drop of broth in the ramen bowl, I kinda need to if I'm gonna level up. Naruto replied evenly. It isn't as if I haven't been doing this for a year or anything. He's expecting me to try and convince him to stop. Asuma easily deduced. I have no issues with you going to TG-13. Asuma responded with a grin, causing his headstrong genin to relax slightly before he continued, but you are part of a team now, kid. You need to learn how to fight alongside each other. So I'd like you to at least invite your teammates along on your little hunting trips in future. Would Sakura-chan and Ino even want to learn how to fight these things? The blonde boy responded dubiously. Back when I was an academy student, it was a requirement that you had to fight and kill at least one chakra mutation during your final year at the academy. Asuma informed him simply. You either proved you had the stones for it, or you automatically failed the graduation exam. Pops was not happy when he heard that idiot had it removed from the curriculum for being too harsh. I'll bet. Naruto snorted. Ten-chan said she hadn't done that either. She killed her first mutation in there with me. Higurashi Tenten, right? Asuma questioned, snorting when the teen nodded. Of course, she's one of Guy's students, and that man would never condone harming innocent creatures as part of a training exercise. When he noticed Naruto's curious look, he elaborated. Meito Guy is one of Konoha's elite and acknowledged as one of, if not the best, taijutsu master in Konoha. He's also a bit of an animal lover. He hated the idea of having to kill a harmless creature as part of a graduation requirement even back when we were in the academy. Of course, he never hesitated to kill one if it went on a rampage or had killed/injured someone, but he never went out of his way to kill one that was just minding its own business unless it was a mission. Never mind that most chakra mutations attacked any human with active chakra coils as soon as the beast sensed them. He considers flesh-eating squirrels and boulder-sized moles harmless? Naruto responded incredulously. Depends on your definition of harmless, Asuma replied with a smirk. Even back then, Guy was a physical monster, the kind of guy who could lift and juggle boulders as part of his daily exercise routine. Compared to someone like that, most normal mutations would look pretty harmless. Naruto could only sweat drop at that. Yeah, compared to a monster that, even the boss monsters he'd encountered sounded fairly harmless. Anyway, all I ask is that you at least give them the option, the Jounin said calmly. Besides, it's always a good idea to have backup, especially since I can't risk going in there except for a brief period thanks to that gang of idiots you dealt with. Stupid Spandex Brigade, Naruto grumbled. Alright, I agree with Sensei, but only after they learn at least a couple offensive ninjutsu. The training grounds are not easy, even the ones I've already cleared have issues. Remnants of chakra from deeper in the training grounds leak in and possess the trees, turning them into possessed Makujin. Normal kunai and shuriken are pretty much useless against those things. Heh, alright kid. Asuma nodded. Naruto made a fair point about the dangers the girls would face in the training grounds, so he supposed they could wait a bit. Sakura's already making good progress with Genjutsu, Moya Moya, and the Suiton, Kasumi scrolls she got from her father. Ino's also making good progress with Genjutsu, Kasumi. Once they've gotten both Genjutsu mastered to an acceptable level, I should have gotten my hands on some entry-level ninjutsu scrolls suitable for them both. Should have them both combat ready in a month or so. Sakura-chan said that her dad was gonna give her a genjutsu to work on as well. Dunno what it's called though. The boy mentioned as Defensive Training Ground 13 came into sight. Haruno Kizashi was well known for his prowess with one genjutsu in particular, even though he never got above gen in rank during his career. Asuma said thoughtfully. Suiton Genjutsu, Surgetsu Shinkiro, Water-style Genjutsu, Water Moon Mirage. Rather than using chakra to infiltrate the senses of an opponent, it manipulates the water particles in the air to refract light and create illusions to deceive and trick the enemy. If he teaches her that well, she's going to be scary for other ninjas to face. Bra genjutsu that can't be dispelled through a release or by inflicting pain on yourself. Why did Sakura-chan's dad never get promoted again? Naruto shivered at the thought of being on the receiving end of that jutsu. Honestly, sheer bad luck. Before he retired, he was as good as any chunin, but he always had issues when it came to the exams. He was injured right before a couple of exams and was unable to enter. Then, when he actually got a chance to enter, he failed because of an accident in the second round, injuring one of his teammates, and he was forced to withdraw before the third round after being poisoned during another. Asuma answered. He retired soon after when he married Mabuki and had Sakura-chan, but most of his old comrades still remember him with respect for his years of service. Some people just don't have any luck. The boy muttered before shaking his head. Well, I'm heading to Sensei. Take care, Naruto. Asuma nodded, chuckling as the boy trotted off to enter the training field. He's gonna be an interesting one to train. Now then, I guess I'd better go and wade through more red tape to get those affinity testing papers and basic jutsu scrolls. I knew I shouldn't have brushed Oyaji off when he offered to streamline things for me. Stupid pride. Sighing, the bearded headed off, leaving his student to once more hunt down possessed blocks of wood. Chapter 24, Sure, we're hunting rabbits. Inside TG-13. Status. Naruto stated aloud as he started making his way through the overgrown training ground. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Class, the Gamer Plus. Level, 17. Next level, 86.01%. Title, Genin, plus 15% EXP to LV25 plus. Age 12. HP, 4108/4108. CP, 4061/4061. STR 43. STA 46, plus 10. Dex 45. INT 41, plus 5. Whis 37. Luck? Having been unable to advance his level since he'd beaten Mizuki, Naruto was more than a little eager to finally get some serious grinding done. Particularly since he wouldn't be able to use his new sword, Kogetsu Kyushiki, until he was level 20. Having such a badass weapon literally at his fingertips and not being able to actually use it for anything sucked. It sucked hard. On the bright side, he was finally going to be able to get some practical use out of his twin Tanto, Samire and Tsubaki, so that was good. He hadn't been able to use either of them for more than a bit of practice since he'd finally reached a level where he could actually equip them, aside from a little against Mizuki. That reminds me, I still haven't gotten a chance to hit the shinobi library, dang it. Naruto mentally hissed in irritation. With everything that had been happening since he'd officially graduated and became a full-fledged genin, team meetings and training, dealing with issues as everyone settled into the apartments, D ranks, and he'd honestly hadn't thought about it until now. Ichiraku-sensei had likewise been incredibly busy with his new position since he'd been made the Hokage's assistant when dealing with the new genin teams, so he hadn't been able to help. And he hadn't even thought of bringing it up to Asuma-sensei. So he was stuck with his self-taught Notorio Tanto skill for the time being. Grumbling in annoyance at himself and his stupid busy schedule, Naruto advanced further into Training Ground 13's first sub-area, drawing both his weapons as he did so. Something that he was definitely going to be working on tonight was creating some actual combat techniques outside his jutsu. He had exactly one technique for using his Tanto, and maybe another one or two when relying on Taijutsu. Granted, having a lot of techniques weren't exactly necessary for fighting like a ninja, but they usually had some good bonuses and special effects, if Rising Knee was any indication. That and they just looked and sounded so much cooler than just attacking blandly. Since I haven't been here for over a week now, the level of saturation should have at least reached a level to spawn a few new monsters, Naruto muttered to himself as he looked around, keeping his voice quiet just in case there were ANBU hidden nearby, keeping an eye on the place after the missing Nin incident. Stalking through the trees, the gamer smirked as the world seemed to blur around him as a random battle was triggered. When things came back into focus, he was almost blinded by the sight of the enemy before him. As always, since he'd cleansed the first area, again, the enemy was a possessed Makujin. However, this one was decidedly different from any of the ones he'd seen before. It stood somewhere between a regular possessed Makujin and the possessed Elder Makujin in size, but its most defining feature was that its wooden form was shining like the entire thing was made from polished gold. Possessed Golden Makujin LV-20. Blessed Wood of the Forest. A screen appearing in front of him made Naruto blink, then deadpan at it. Rare enemy. Congratulations on facing your first rare enemy. These, as the name suggests, are enemies that appear with far less frequency than other monsters, and they typically possess equally rare and useful drop items. Of course, they are also quite a bit more powerful than regular monsters as well, which is why they are sometimes referred to as mini-bosses by various gamers. More risk, more reward? Good luck. Oh, just fuck you, game. Naruto deadpanned under his breath before dodging out of the way of a punch from the Makujin. Its movements were more fluid and human-like than its counterparts, not to mention quicker. Also, unlike before, rather than having a pair of hardened blocks at the end of its arms, this one had a pair of fully functional hands. Hands that were currently forming a set of hand signs. No freaking way. The boy blurted out in shock. In spite of the fact that a Makujin wasn't a living creature, and therefore had no chakra network, the impossibility before him continued to break the standards of reality by speaking in a voice that sounded more like leaves rustling in the wind than anything comparable to a human voice. Mokutan Kazuchi. Wood style, wooden mallet. In one fluid movement, the possessed dummy knelt onto the ground and slammed its hands into the dirt. Instantly, several large lengths of wood, each about as long as Naruto's arm and ending in a spike-like point, shot out of the ground and tried to impale him. Naruto was forced to leap to the side, barely managing to avoid the spikes by the skin of his teeth. Rolling back to his feet, Naruto resisted the urge to stow his weapons and turn this into a straight ninjutsu fight. He'd already decided that he was going to fight and win with his Tanto, and that was what he was going to do. The pop-up a few seconds later made one eyebrow twitch. Quest alert! By the sword, you are facing a mini-boss class monster, and you wish to defeat it without disarming yourself of your Tanto. Valiant, but foolish. The system will be impressed if you manage that. Quest objective: defeat the possessed Golden Makujin without dropping your Tanto. Bonus objective: invent a combat technique involving your Tanto before the end of the fight. Quest reward, plus 1000 EXP, Shikamazu, Mokutan Kekkei Genkai Journal, Volume 1, plus 10,000 Ryo. Bonus reward, Tanto Notori Kenjutsu, Tanto Zanmai Skill Scroll or Tanto Notori Kenjutsu, Naizen Togenkyo Skill Scroll. Quest failure, get killed by a tree. What an embarrassing end. Accept? YN. Hitting the Y button with a hurried jab of an extended index finger, Naruto let a part of his mind ruminate on how snarky the window was before moving on to the rewards for the bonus objectives. Both techniques sounded pretty cool. He hoped that he'd at least get a look at what they could do before he was forced to choose. Mokutan, Moku Bunshin. Wood style, wood clone. The Makujin rustled, 2 clones seemingly sprouting from either side of its body. Now confronted with 5 powerful Makujin, Naruto decided to take things seriously and activated his Futon Chakra Nagashi, coating both Tanto and flowing blades of wind. You wanna dance? Okay, let's dance. The fresh genin growled out as he settled into a ready stance. As if on cue, the 5 monsters charged at him. Meeting the rush head-on, Naruto bit back a yelp as multiple wooden fists swung at, and barely missed, his head. He returned the favor with a whirling assault with both his Tanto blades, lopping off wooden limbs left and right. The wind chakra flowing through his blades made chopping through the wooden limbs way easier than he expected, but Naruto was moderately surprised when the damage didn't dispel any of the clones. Apparently, wood clones were pretty durable. Who knew? Leaping back and out of the melee for the moment, forcing the 5 wooden monsters, 3 of which were missing an arm, to break apart before they could pursue, Naruto thought furiously about how to complete the bonus objective on this mission. He could think of one trick that might work off the top of his head, but it seemed like more of a chakra flow technique than an actual Tanto technique. Still, it wouldn't hurt to try it out. With his usual disregard for the consequences, Naruto brought his right hand Tanto up and cut the chakra flow to his left hand one altogether. Then he started pushing as much chakra down into his right hand Tanto blade as he thought it could handle safely. In an explosion of shrieking wind, the blade elongated and expanded until it was twice the height of Asuma Sensei and as wide as Naruto's own body. It was also really unstable, so he immediately swung it to attack the enemies charging at him. One of them kicked off another and flew back, the original presumably. The 4 remaining Makujin clones were instantly bisected by Naruto's new technique, their golden coloring fading away as they reverted to regular wood. As the torsos and legs clattered to the ground, Naruto's new technique vanished as well. While it was cool, he was pretty damn sure that it was in no way a Tanto technique, so he had to come up with something else to get the bonus objective completed. Reigniting the wind blades around his weapons, Naruto launched himself forward and into the air as the cursed dummy started running through another set of hand signs. While still in midair, he brought back both blades over his right shoulder as he started to spin through the air as he descended. Before the Makujin could finish the last of its seals, Naruto was directly over it, bringing both blades down and slashing through its arms and body in a single swing. As the arms and torso clattered to the ground, Naruto immediately leapt back, just in case of a trick or last-ditch attack technique. But the screen popping up made him relax. Congratulations! You have defeated a possessed golden Makujin. You receive 2000 EXP. You have defeated X4 Moku Bunshin. You gain 100 EXP. Congratulations! You have leveled up. LV17 LV18. You have received 5 attribute points. As a result of a specific action, the skill Futon Chakra Nagashi, Danto has been created. Futon Chakra Nagashi, Danto, active, LV1, 0%. Wind Style Chakra Flow, Sever Sword is a jutsu which allows the user to greatly expand the length and width of the wind blades created using normal Futon Chakra Nagashi. The larger the weapon being imbued, the larger the wind blade will become. This is an incredibly dangerous technique, with the ability, if well trained, to cut through diamond with ease. Surprisingly for a Futon jutsu, it was created in Kirigakure rather than Sunagakure, and named for a nickname of one of the 7 swords of the mist, Kubikura Bocho. Requires an edge chakra metal weapon to be used as a medium. Only usable on a single weapon at a time. Creates an elongated blade around the weapon that extends the reach of the wind blade. The slashing damage of the weapon is 3x the amount of the regular futon chakra Nagashi jutsu. At present, the jutsu is unstable and will dissipate after a single swing. Costs 60 CP to activate and 40 CP per minute to maintain. As a result of a specific action, the skill Tanto Notoria Kenjutsu, Sojetsu Nijirai has been created. Tanto Notoria Kenjutsu, Sojetsu Nijirai, Instant, LV1, 0%. Short Sword 2 Sword Style Sword Jutsu, Double Moon, 2 Cuts, is a sword technique created by Uzumaki Naruto while wielding his Tanto, Samaire and Sabaki. It is a relatively simple technique that uses a slight amount of deception combined with momentum to deliver a pair of simultaneous cuts in close proximity to one another. This can result in the wounds being hard to stitch up in the absence of a menin. Chakra cost, none. Requires 2 Tanto in order to use. Doubles slashing damage of weapons used in this attack. Each attack against a non-armored location increases the chance of inflicting bleeding on the target. Chakra Nagashi no Jutsu has gained a level. LV9 LV10. Chakra Nagashi no Jutsu has gained a level. LV10 LV11. Quest complete. By the sword, you have successfully managed to overpower a mini-boss with just your sword, and a spot of ninjutsu on the side. Well done. Quest reward, plus 1000 EXP, Shikamazu, Mokutan Kekkei Genkai Journal, Volume 1, plus 10,000 Ryo. Bonus reward, press to choose your reward plus. Eagerly, Naruto pressed the button and was confronted by another screen, with 2 options. Jutsu selection. Tanto Notoria Kenjutsu, Tanto Zanmai, Short Sword 2 Sword Style Sword Jutsu. Short Sword Slash Dance is a low-level sword technique involving reinforcing the user's arms with chakra and unleashing multiple close-range slashes at high speed against the enemy. Against slower enemies, or when executed from a position of surprise, this technique can win a fight in an instant. Choose this jutsu? YN. Tanto Notoria Kenjutsu, Naizen Togen Kyo, Short Sword 2 Sword Style Sword Jutsu. 2 Flash Blade Illusion Border is a mid-level sword technique that acts in a similar manner to Konoha Ryu, Yanagi, as practiced by the Eternal Genin, Maraboshi Kosuka. By waving the twin blades of their tanto in specific motions and patterns, the user can hypnotize, confuse and befuddle their opponent until they are easily disposed of with a scissor motion cut. Choose this jutsu? YN. Warning: accepting one jutsu will automatically decline the other. Choose wisely. Well damn. The blonde boy blinked. Both techniques sounded pretty awesome. The first was exactly up his street, and would probably complement the fighting style that he was building really well. The downside was the lack of variety that the technique offered, being more of the same when it came to combat. The second technique was definitely something that most people wouldn't associate with him, and it gave him access to something he never thought he'd be able to use, genjutsu. Not to mention widening his options in combat. On the other hand, he knew, very literally, jack all about genjutsu beyond his distaste for being used as a training dummy when Sakura and Ino were practicing the techniques he'd given them. Seriously, Al. Watching the world bend and warp around you, even through memory transfer, was not a fun experience. After a few moments of head-scratching and muttering, Naruto eventually came to a decision. Reaching out, he selected the genjutsu that wasn't a genjutsu for the sole purpose of trying to add a bit more diversity to his style. He left the resulting scroll in his inventory for the moment, deciding to concentrate on reaching sub-area 3 for the moment, and not wanting to get sidetracked with a new skill to play with. Opening up his status, he placed the 5 points he had gained into his WS stat, bringing it into the same level as his INT. Stopping to loot the corpses, Naruto blinked in surprise as he got a decent-looking staff from one of the Mokubunshin, while the other 3 merely offered planks of wood. However, the really good loot came from the main body, which gave him several Mokuton altered oak seeds, which, if their descriptions were true, would grow to full size in a month and, when fully grown, would regenerate any limbs cut off from them in under 2 days. He'd have to give most of them to his GG. He'd know how to put those to better use than Naruto could. Moving through both the first and second sub-areas, Naruto quickly dispatched any other Makujin and when he came across them, none being rare monsters. Considering that, in the almost a year since he'd gained the gamer, he'd only come across one of them, that probably shouldn't be that much of a surprise. "Oh, here's the entrance to the third area." Naruto stood in front of the gate and, out of reflex, checked his equipment. Not that he had much, but he made sure that his Tanto holsters were secure. He made a mental note to give his C-rank mission outfit a test run at some point, as it was heavier than his regular outfit, and he needed to learn to fight with that additional weight. Pushing the gate open and stepping through, Naruto blinked as the trees instantly vanished, leaving a fairly large open field, but not so large that he couldn't cross it at a light jog in under 5 minutes. Also, his weapons were sheathed again, for some reason. "There's absolutely nothing here, what the heck?" the blonde genin said in surprise. Looking around, Naruto decided to canvass the meadow, which was basically what it was, for any sign of monsters and or clues. The minimum level for this area wouldn't be 14 if it was just an empty clearing in the forest. After 10 minutes of frustrated searching, he finally found a hole in the ground, on one side of a gently sloping hill to one side of the meadow. It was large enough for him to walk into without ducking, and he could spread his arms wide with his tanto drawn, and still not brush against the sides. "I have a bad feeling," Naruto muttered as he eyed the hole. As a window popped up, he knew that his bad feeling had been vindicated. "Congratulations. You have discovered the first regular dungeon in your life, the Wabbit's Warren. You receive 100 EXP for this feat." "Wabbit? What the heck's a wabbit?" Naruto blinked before an idea occurred to him. "As in a rabbit? Great, I'm gonna be fighting rabbits in their own damn burrow. Terrific." He'd hunted ordinary rabbits before. They were quick, agile, and had surprisingly sharp claws and teeth. Scale them up to the same size as the squirrels and moles he'd fought before, and Naruto was suddenly feeling even worse about meeting them on their home turf. Despite what most people tended to think about them, rabbits could be vicious little buggers. Letting out a breath and shaking away his nerves, Naruto drew his tanto again and marched into the burrow at a cautious pace. Surprisingly, after about 10 paces into the underground burrow, the warren's layout started to change dramatically. Torches were set into the walls at set intervals, and the tunnel itself expanded, becoming far smoother and more polished, looking more and more like something man-made rather than something carved by a bunch of mutant rabbits. "Okay, this is starting to get weird," the gamer remarked quietly. He advanced along the burrow until he caught sight of the first monster in the warren. It was, unsurprisingly, a rabbit, albeit one the size of a greyhound. It was white, with black spots on it, a piebald rabbit. It was the little banner above its head that confused him, though. "Wabbit Warrior LV-15. Wascally Wabbit." Is the gamer interface trying to mimic a guy with a speech impediment, or something? Naruto deadpanned to himself. Shaking his head at the idea, he focused on the task at hand, namely, taking out the rabbit. Before he could do anything, though, the rabbit blurred and vanished, reappearing in front of Naruto in an instant, and kicking him into the wall. "You have lost 100 HP. 100 from one kick?" Gritting his teeth, Naruto engaged his futon chakra nagashi, before kicking off of the wall and dashing forward, bringing his tanto around in a quick series of attacks, only to miss as the nimble rabbit seemed to blur around him, dodging each attack with ease. Biting back a growl, Naruto quickly realized that he needed a better way of keeping track of the overly hasty rodent if he wanted to beat it. With a thought, he activated his Doton, Megura Kangchi Jutsu, allowing him to sense the opposing monster's movements through the surrounding earth. As if it could tell what he was doing, the Wabbit warrior's eyes seemed to narrow onto him in a glare before it vanished again in a blur of speed. "So that's how you're doing it. Damn thing's bouncing off the walls and ceiling to boost its speed and make it harder to predict where it's going," Naruto thought as he tried to keep up with the rabbit's movements. While he was too slow to keep up with the movements physically, his sensory technique was at least able to tell him where the rabbit was landing. Feeling the long ears suddenly kick off from the wall directly behind him, Naruto twisted around, bringing one of his tanto around in a broad slash. Shik. With a single lucky hit, the rabbit's head was severed from its shoulders in a spurt of blood. "You have slain Wabbit Warrior X1. You earn 500 EXP. Doton, Megura Kangchi has leveled up. LV9 LV10. Looting done. You have looted Jutsu Scroll Fragment, 1/3, X1. You have looted Piebald Rabbit for X1. You have looted 566 Ryo. A scroll fragment? Naruto blinked and opened his inventory to see what that was about. Jutsu Scroll Fragment, 1/3. Rare. A third of a Jutsu scroll that can be combined in the menu with its two missing parts to form a complete Jutsu scroll, allowing you to learn its contents. Information about the Jutsu contained within the scroll is fragmented, but the word rabbit is prominent. Why do I have the feeling that this is gonna be a common thing from now on? Naruto groaned. His power was now making him work for a single Jutsu. For a correct deduction, you receive +1 WIS. Oh, just shut it already. Grumbling about mouthy powers, Naruto started sneaking down the tunnel. Along the way, he came across two more Wabbit warriors, managing to beat both using the same tactics as the first. One dropped a lucky rabbit's foot, and the other dropped another scroll fragment, which he attributed to his own luck being at the whim of a goddess. It was after that he came across a second variety of enemy, something quite a bit bigger than the basic rabbits he'd been fighting. Unlike the piebald Wabbit warriors, these ones were black-furred, with only the tips of their ears and feet having white on them. Wabbit Elite Warrior LV-17. Wretched wascally Wabbit. That decided it. The gamer really was having fun with alliteration. Deciding that if this thing was even faster than its smaller cousins, then he definitely didn't want to let it get within arm's reach. Naruto sheathed both his tanto and quickly started forming a set of hand seals. Futon Senfukyu. Several orbs of compressed air shot from his mouth towards the rabbit. Even caught off guard, the black rabbit was still fast enough to dodge a couple of the wind bullets, but several more still managed to land, leaving it bloody and dazed literally. You have inflicted the dazed status on Wabbit Elite Warrior for 30 seconds. Not hesitating for an instant, Naruto darted in and drew one tanto, severing the defenseless rabbit's head in a single strike. You have defeated Wabbit Elite Warrior. You gain 950 EXP. As a result of a specific action, the skill Ansatsujutsu, Zanshuzen has been created. Ansatsujutsu Zanshuzen, Instant, LV1, 0%. Assassination Technique. Decapitating Cut is an assassination technique specifically designed to remove the target's head with a single swing, instantly killing them. Most practitioners pair this technique with other jutsu like the Doton, Shinjuzanshu or a Genjutsu to render the target helpless beforehand in order to make full, deadly usage of this technique. Adds 25% to critical chances against an immobilized, insensate or unaware enemy when targeting their neck specifically. Requires a bladed weapon to execute this technique. Futon Senfukyu has leveled up. LV11 LV12. Looting done. You have looted Jutsu Scroll Fragment, 3/3. You have looted 4078 Ryo. Excitedly, Naruto went to his inventory and combined the 3 Jutsu Scroll Fragments that he had. Combining done. You have acquired the Ninpo, Usagi no Sakudo Jutsu Scroll. Do you wish to learn this jutsu? YN. Sounds like another one of those kimono jutsu. Naruto mused curiously. Why the hell not? Some extra speed will definitely make beating these bunnies a bit easier. Congratulations. You have learned the Ninpo, Usagi no Sakudo Jutsu. Ninpo, Usagi no Sakudo, active, LV1, 0%. Ninja Art, Speed of the Rabbit is a supplementary jutsu of the Kimono clan. Unlike the majority of the techniques used by the clan, this was a simple jutsu learned by all members upon gaining genin rank. Used when speed was of the essence over agility, a fully trained version of this jutsu could allow its user to outspeed a cantering horse. Costs 30 CP to activate and 15 CP per minute to maintain. While active, increase hidden stat speed by 5. While active, lowers dexterity stat by 10. Hand sign rabbit. A hidden stat? The heck? Naruto blinked. Hidden stats. A hidden stat is one of your statuses that are invisible to you, but is affected by one or more of your visible stats. Speed is affected by your dexterity and endurance stats, for example. With time, and a few hidden quests, you can eventually reveal the hidden stats. Naruto deadpanned at the screen before closing it. So, it raises my speed stat, but lowers one of the stats that determines the value of my speed stat in the first place. Yup, definitely gonna have to level the crap out of this one. It sounds like it could be pretty useful for straight out speed, but right now it's just as much a hindrance as a help. As he went through the warren, Naruto fought and defeated more Wabbit warriors and Wabbit elite warriors, occasionally getting kicked into the wall by the bunnies in the process. It actually had a positive effect, as the fourth time it happened, the gamer gave him the weak regeneration passive skill, which restored a certain amount of his HP over time so long as he wasn't suffering from the starving or dehydrated status effects. It still hurt, but at least the damage was mitigated a little. In between the fighting, he'd come across a couple of chests, most of which had only contained a small stack of Ryo notes. Naruto wasn't one to turn down free money, so he'd happily added them to his growing pile of funds. The one thing that wasn't a pile of cash that he got from a chest was, to his surprise, a weapon schematic. Schematic, Inabahan Kote. Super rare. A schematic showing the design for the Inabahan Kote, as well as directions on how to make them, and what materials are needed to do so. Requires a LV-15 blacksmith in order to be created successfully. I might need to go and see Tenten's dad about having these made, Naruto muttered, scanning the list of materials. Steel, chakra metal, windoline chakra metal at that, rabbit skins and teeth. He'd gotten several of each of those as loot for one of the Wabbit warrior and Wabbit elite warriors respectively, and a pair of rabbit cores. The heck read those? Dismissing it for the moment, the gamer continued on into the warren. After dealing with another couple of Wabbit elite warriors, he came across a large chamber. Inside it, he gaped as he saw, ludicrously enough, an anthropomorphic rabbit, a humanoid rabbit. It had steel blue and white fur, and it was gnawing on a carrot lazily as it read a magazine, lying across the blue couch. Naruto pinched himself to prove that no, he wasn't dreaming. Bugs Bunny, the wascally Wabbit LV-21. That darn Wabbit! The hell? Naruto muttered, eyes wide. He was used to weird shit after gaining his gamer powers a year ago or so, but seeing a humanoid rabbit, reading a magazine while reclined on a sofa thing and eating a carrot, was by far the most bizarre thing he had seen yet. Everything else had been, if not normal by the standards of the elemental nations, then explainable. This just wasn't. What's up, Doc? The rabbit looked across the room at Naruto, who stiffened up. So, you're the gamer I've good so much about. The name's Bugs Bunny. Don't suppose you know where the Great Carrot Festival is, do ya? I took a wrong turn at Albuquerque and ended up here instead. Knew I should've gone left. They have a festival for carrots? Naruto said in confusion. Woa's Mule, the guy who's in charge of your systems, promised to have me back to where I'm supposed to be once I give ya a tutorial and practice run of this dungeon here, Bugs said with a put-upon sigh. Tutorial? The gamer blinked. Yep. Think about it, Doc. Every boss you've fought before now has been one that you've had to fight head-on, right? The rabbit flipped his magazine closed before storing it somewhere. The thing is, there are bosses that aren't so simple. Puzzle, tricks, gimmicks and races, those are a few of the alternate ones. In order to beat me, you have to whine in a game of tag. Tag? Really? Naruto deadpanned. What? Ya ain't ever played tag before? Bugs needled him. You're a level 21 boss monster according to the gamer, dude. Naruto pointed out dryly. Not to mention you're a rabbit. I doubt I could catch up to you if you really put the speed on. Bugs thought about that before realizing something. Wait, only level 21? I'm 82 years old. How am I that strong? The rabbit cried out, stamping one overly long foot in outrage. Maybe your actual level is being suppressed so you aren't stomping me into the ground? Naruto suggested with a shrug. I'm only level 18, so it would make sense if you were being limited by my level, as a boss that is. Makes sense, Doc, though I'm still calling lazy writing on this one. The rabbit acquiesced. Well, anyway, yeah, you are right that at my full speed, I'd leave ya in my dust, plus I can dig and everything, so I'll limit myself. No special techniques, no digging, just regular running. Catch me inside of the time limit, and you win. Simple, ain't it? Pausing to think, Naruto nodded slowly after a moment. And me? None of those jutsu things aimed at me, thank you very much, Bugs said firmly. Jutsu. Sure, whatever, Doc. Anyway, use all the enhancement stuff I want, but nothing offensive. The rabbit flapped one hand, that had a white glove on it for some reason, at Naruto. That includes those shuriken things. Shuriken. Tomato. Bug shrugged. So you kid? Sure, what's the time limit? Naruto asked, a bit irked by the lackadaisical nature of the rabbit. 15 minutes. Give you a bit of leeway as this is the first time you're doing this, the rabbit said. Now thin in your marks. Ninpo, Kitsunarisen no Binsho, Ninpo, Usagi no Sakudo. Naruto muttered as he activated both of his speed and dexterity enhancing jutsu. He wasn't sure how fast both of them combined would make him, but he was willing to give it a shot. Get Setan Guga! Bug shouted before speeding off down a set of tunnels to the side of the large chamber he was in. Naruto absently noted a 15-minute countdown starting out of the corner of his eye, and he sped after the rabbit. In terms of overall speed, Bug's was definitely faster, not to mention more maneuverable, using the tunnel walls to bounce off and quickly redirect his direction. Of course, Naruto wasn't too much behind him. Thanks to his high STA and reasonably high DX, the debuff from using Usagi no Sakudo was minimized by a fair bit. And of course, using the new jutsu in such a high-level race had its advantages. Ninpo, Usagi no Sakudo has leveled up. LV1 LV2. Ninpo, Usagi no Sakudo has leveled up. LV2 LV3. Ninpo, Usagi no Sakudo has leveled up. LV3 LV4. Ninpo, Kitsunarisen no Binsho has leveled up. LV5 LV6. Ninpo, Kitsunarisen no Binsho has leveled up. LV6 LV7. With every level boost that his two jutsu gained, the gap between Naruto and Bug shortened. Even so, the blonde boy was painfully aware of the time ticking down, even as he twitched every time he got hit by a one-liner from the rabbit he was chasing. How now, brown cow? 7:14. Almost. 5:59. And not quite, Doc. 4:30. Ninpo, Usagi no Sakudo has leveled up. LV4 LV5. Ninpo, Kitsunarisen no Binsho has leveled up. LV7 LV8. Got you! Naruto shouted as he tackled Bugs out of the air in mid-leap. Landing on the ground with a thud, the blonde boy grinned at the stunned look in his adversary's eyes. Tag, you're it. Ha! Well done, Doc. You got me. Bugs Bunny chuckled. You have defeated Bugs Bunny, the wascally wabbit. You receive 2,700 EXP. You receive level 10 scroll X2. You receive Wind Chakra Metal Ingot X2. You receive Rabbit Core X2. You receive 20,000 Ryo. Getting off of the now defeated boss, Naruto blinked as the rabbit's body started to glow. Looks like I'm outta here. Bugs laughed. Next time you come here, it'll be just a regular old rabbit you'll be up against or whatever the bosses here are, anyway. Good luck, kid. With a flash of blue light, Bugs left. In his place was a scroll, which Naruto picked up. You have discovered the taunt skill scroll. Do you wish to learn this skill? YN. If it does what I think it does, hell yeah. Naruto smirked. Congratulations. You have learned the taunt skill. Taunt, passive, LV1, 0%. It is well documented throughout the ages that an angry man will make stupid mistakes. Taunt allows the user a chance to incite the target of the skill into reckless and foolish action. A warning that a user of this skill should heed is that while making someone angry is usually effective, there are some rare people who can control their anger, and either not fall for the taunt in the first place or control themselves even if they do fall for it. The user will speak something to irritate and/or anger one target, with a 10% chance of success. If successful, the enemy will be inflicted with the enraged, angered or, more rarely, berserk status effects, lasting for 30 seconds. How sounds cool. The gamer commented. He did like making people act idiotically angry during his pranks. Not only was it funny as hell to watch people overreact like that, it also made it a lot easier for him to escape when they eventually started chasing after him. Clearing out the screens, he decided to take a look at the stuff he'd gotten for beating the boss. Wind chakra metal ingot. Very rare. An ingot of chakra metal that has been infused with futon-aligned chakra for at least a month. Very useful in forging weapons and armor, especially for someone with a primary futon affinity. Rabbit core. Very rare. Quality B. Chakra mutations are widespread and numerous, existing wherever chakra has been used in the world. Treated as pest species by the inhabitants of the world, they are usually wiped out inside of a year. Those fortunate few that survive that time period, however, can have a slight chance to form a core within them, a chakra core. Possession of one of these chakra cores is what usually determines a true boss monster from a pseudo-boss monster. Extracted and used in the creation of medicine or equipment, just one of these can prove to be a highly beneficial item for those purposes. The most famous item made using a core is Samahata, one of the 7 swords of the mist. Its creator made use of a SS quality shark chakra core in its construction, which is one reason why the living blade is among the most powerful of Kirigakure's 7 swords. One note to self, stay away from that sword. Naruto gulped. He'd done research since the rarity and material quality system had been unlocked and knew that anything ranked as being SS in either quality or rarity was going to be obnoxiously powerful, definitely not something he wanted to run into when he still hadn't even reached level 20 yet. He'd also researched regular dungeons, so the first thing he did was return to the main chamber and start searching it. Sometimes, or so his research into dungeons in the help section of his Gamer Power had said, a boss had 1 or more hidden treasures in their boss room. His decision was rewarded by the discovery of a half-buried chest behind the couch that Bugs had been lying on. Inside was another schematic, this time for the Inaba Sunniate, armor for the legs unlike the Inaba Hankota that Naruto already had all of the materials for earlier. The new schematic is pretty much the same as the first one, with identical materials. This led to an interesting choice for Naruto. He could only make one of the two, but the question was, which would be better for him to get? The Hankota would protect his arms, while the Sunniate would protect his lower legs. In the end, it boiled down to what they would do for him ability-wise. The Hankota might give me a boost in attack, but I'm pretty good with that right now, Naruto reasoned. If anything, the Sunniate will maybe give Maidano a boost to my speed or something. Okay, I'll ask Tenten if her dad will make the Inaba Sunniate for me. I'll have to pay him, hope I have enough. Checking the amount of Ryo he had, Naruto gave it a 50-50th chance that he had enough. Deciding to grind over the next couple of days to build up his funds, and possibly get another couple of rabbit cores, the fresh genin gave the central borough one final look over before heading back to the Amicage apartments. He was getting hungry, after all. The next day, after missions and training. Hokage's office. Mokuton enhanced seeds, you say, Naruto-kun? Sarutobi blinked as he gazed at the handful of seemingly innocuous seeds sitting on his desk. That's what the gamer calls them, Gigi. Apparently they're the seeds of a tree that was grown using Mokuton ninjutsu. Naruto replied with a nod. Also there's this. Reaching into his inventory, the boy brought out the Mokuton Kekkei Genkai Journal, Volume 1 that he'd earned the previous day. That hat's one of Shodame's missing notebooks. Sandame exclaimed in shock as he reached out and took the small leather-bound journal, holding it almost reverently as he opened a page. Yes, he'd recognize his former mentor's handwriting anywhere. The Shodame was a great man and warrior, but he had terrible penmanship, unlike the Nidame. It is? The genin blinked. But isn't he the only person to have ever used the Mokuton Kekkei Genkai? Why would he have written this thing? Some Kekkei Genkai are rare even in the clans they are born to, disappearing for entire generations before suddenly re-emerging. A fine example would be the Shikatsumiyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, of the now extinct Kagaya clan of Mizuno Kuni, which supposedly only emerged once every 3 generations. Sarutobi explained, his eyes never straying from the journal resting in his hands. Shodame-sama believed that his Mokuton might have possessed the same properties, so in his later years, he took time to write 5 journals detailing all he could on the Mokuton's jutsu and training methods in case someone in the Senju clan regained the ability sometime in the generations after his death. Sadly, there was an attack on Konoha during the Second Great Shinobi War. A team of saboteurs managed to sneak in and destroy a great deal of the ancestral Senju compound. The journals were believed lost, either destroyed with the compound or stolen by enemy agents. No matter the means by which you did it, my boy, You have done Konoha a great service by returning even a portion of Shodame's lost legacy. Teehehe. Naruto awkwardly scratched the back of his head, not sure how to handle the praise. Only to suddenly blink as another window popped up. Secret quest discovered and completed. Legacy of the First Hokage. 1. Senju Hashirama wrote 5 journals detailing the secrets to utilizing his Mokuton Kekkai Genkai to the fullest. In the years since the passing of both him and his brother, Tobirama, the 5 have gone missing. You have successfully retrieved the first. Well done! Quest reward, plus 1000 reputation with Konoha ANBU, plus 500 reputation with, plus 5000 EXP, plus 60,000 Ryo, access to secret quest, Legacy of the First Hokage. 2. Random Jutsu Scroll, Katan, Hibashiri, reward from 3rd Hokage. Secret quest chain activated. Legacy of the First Hokage. 2. Senju Hashirama wrote 5 journals detailing the secrets to utilizing his Mokuton Kekkai Genkai to the fullest. In the years since the passing of both him and his brother, Tobirama, the 5 have gone missing. You have successfully retrieved the first, now seek out the second. Quest objective: locate another rare monster and defeat it for a chance to discover another of the 5 journals of Senju Hashirama. Quest reward: plus 1000 reputation with Konoha ANBU, plus 500 reputation with, plus 7500 EXP, plus 70,000 Ryo, access to secret quest, Legacy of the First Hokage. 3. Random piece of equipment, reward from 3rd Hokage. Quest failure, death. Quest has been auto-accepted. Your gamer power is most irksome if it's going to force you to accept missions that could lead to your death. Sarutobi frowned as Naruto relayed what had happened, somewhat annoyed at his surprise being spoiled. And yes, I have a reward to give to you. The day after tomorrow will be the first joint training session between the graduating Genin and Gai's team. Once that is finished, Ichiraku-kun will be released from his duties to take you to the shinobi section of the library for you to acquire a Tanto style and a Kodachi style. Additionally, this is something that I recall you were offered before by your gamer ability. Opening a drawer, the Hokage pulled out what looked like a steel dagger, with the symbol of the hidden leaf engraved into it, and handed it to Naruto. This is some mastercraft collapsible spear, Naruto exclaimed after using Observe on it. Yes, it's a handy weapon to have in a tight spot. Sarutobi nodded. I vastly prefer a bow myself, but a spear can come in handy when you least expect it. I'd tried to learn a spear style as well, Naruto-kun. Something called out to me about this weapon when I was considering what to give you for retrieving the journal. I think it would be wise to at least create an improvised spear style. Okay. I have an improvised bow style anyway, so a spear style shouldn't be that hard to come up with. The boy nodded, tucking the weapon into his main supply pouch. I'll work on it, Gigi. Very good, Naruto-kun. The Hokage nodded back. Was there anything else? Yeah, could you do something about the paperwork that Asuma-sensei has to get through to teach Ino and Sakura-chan ninjutsu and stuff? Naruto requested. He still hasn't gotten through it all, and I can't risk taking those 2 into Training Ground 13 with nothing more than a bit of harsh language under their belts. Coughing to conceal his amusement, Sarutobi nodded again. Very well. It is odd Thuff should have gotten through the paperwork over a week ago. I shall investigate this promptly, Naruto-kun. The old Hokage had a feeling that someone was playing bureaucratic silly buggers with his son's team for whatever reason, and that wasn't to be tolerated. He would have to make an example of them to make sure everyone knew that he could and would come down on them like a ton of bricks if they acted beyond their remit. Danzo, can I not shake the feeling that you have a hand in this somehow? Sarutobi thought in irritation. His old teammate had kept himself fairly quiet since the missing Nin incident, but the old village leader wasn't fooled by Danzo's seemingly benign attitude as of late. He had failed to possibly acquire Naruto, so he was lying low until Sarutobi was distracted so another attempt could be made. Naruto-kun, I would ask that you keep the discovery of Shodame's journal a secret, he requested calmly. Such a thing being discovered could cause quite a hullabaloo which I would prefer to avoid. Sure. I wasn't planning on telling anybody about it anyway. Naruto agreed with an easy shrug. It wasn't something really worth bragging about in his opinion. It wasn't like he'd gone out looking for the thing. After a few more minutes of discussion about casual topics, Sarutobi undid the seal his office was under and watched as his surrogate grandson left before snapping his fingers, making an ANBU appear. Summon Tenzo, he ordered, the masked figure vanishing to obey his orders. Minutes later, a cat-masked man appeared kneeling before his desk, and Sarutobi once more sealed the room. Remove your mask, Tenzo. After a moment of hesitation, the man removed his mask, revealing a fairly plain face with a stoic expression, offset slightly by his slightly overlarge eyes. Hokage-sama, the last of Orochimaru's Mokutan experiments left alive, is said. It is to my understanding that as Kino of Ne, you learned Mokutan Jutsu from a scroll given to you by Shimura Danzo, the Hokage said bluntly. Is this the case? Hi, Hokage-sama, Tenzo said with a nod. It was adequate in the basics, but lacked any intermediate or advanced techniques or exercises. An operative recently discovered one of Shodame's long-lost journals, Sarutobi informed the man bluntly, gesturing to the book on the desk. You are relieved of all of your duties as an ANBU outside emergency conditions until further notice. You are to take the journal and read it from cover to cover so that you can increase your understanding of your Kekkei Genkai, as well as to expand and improve upon your Jutsu arsenal. I expect weekly reports on your progress. But sir, this is a relic of Konoha's history, the former NA operative protested with wide eyes locked on the journal. It should be in a museum. It is something that Shodame-sama wrote in order for it to be used, Tenzo, not left to gather dust on a shelf, the Hokage stated firmly. He would want someone who had his bloodline limit to make use of it. Tenzo seemed to be still at that. As you say, Hokage-sama. The ANBU nodded. What about the other journals? The operative in question is following up a lead on one, but it might take some months before we will know if it amounts to anything, Sarutobi replied evenly. It will give you more than enough time to practice what you read in the book. I am authorizing you to use Training Ground 78 exclusively for your training with this book. Ground 78 was one of the most isolated and distant training grounds available to Konoha shinobi while still being within Konoha's actual domain. That, combined with its lack of any specialized terrain or function, left it mostly ignored by most Jonin sensei and most shinobi in general for that matter. However, it was popular for those seeking to test out and experiment with new and somewhat hazardous jutsu, allowing plenty of open terrain that could be damaged and demolished without causing any serious repercussions. Thus, it would not be that surprising for a high-ranking shinobi to request the grounds for private use for a few days or weeks in order to test out a new jutsu they'd been working on. The field itself was protected by a fairly strong barrier ninjutsu and several genjutsu seals to prevent anyone from spying on exactly what kind of techniques were being practiced within. He trusted Tenzo to be smart enough to augment that security on his own without needing to be ordered to do so, given the nature of what he'd be practicing. I will do my best. Tenzo nodded, reverently lifting the book up and sealing it away in a scroll he had on him before replacing his mask. With your permission, I shall now go to carry out your orders, Hokage-sama. With a nod from the Hokage, the man vanished after the security seals were deactivated. Settling back in his chair, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed wearily. He bemoaned, getting too old for this shit. Thanks for watching, Shinobi Squad. If you enjoyed this what if, hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next twist. Drop your theories in the comments, I'm always reading. Want more Naruto heat? Check out the other videos on the channel. Stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember even shadow clones need love. Peace out, Shinobi!